We are going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff, members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. The chair, clerk, and technical facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. During any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted briefly. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on a committee member in order in which their hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. If it does not match, you will have to exit and return on that link that you logged in on with the correct name. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the board, please send it to the email listed in today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda is public comment, and we do have one registrant for public comment. Barb Kelly, 4329 Portland Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin, indicates neither support nor opposes and wishing to speak. Barbara Kelly.
There is no person matching that name on this meeting.
Okay. Then moving on, the next item is communications, disclosures, and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Do we have any disclosures or recusals? I see no raised hands, so then moving on to the minutes of the October 19th, 2020 regular meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Commissioner Solheim.
I apologize. I meant to include a disclosure previously. For item 11, I previously worked for the applicant, but it will not affect my decision.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, minutes again of the October 19th, 2020 regular meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes? Moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. I will assume unanimous consent unless there is a raised hand to object. Are there any objections? Seeing none, minutes pass unanimously. Next and we have the minutes of the October 29th special meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes for that meeting? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve? Moved by Commissioner Cantrell, seconded by Commissioner Solheim. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing none, those minutes also pass unanimously. Next is the schedule of upcoming meetings. We have regular meetings on November 23rd and December 14th, and a special working session on December 16th. The December 16th meeting starts at 5 p.m. and is scheduled to go until 8. All of those will be virtual meetings. Okay, and
Chair?
yes.
There was a second registration for public comment. It came in at the start of the meeting.
Okay. Do you want, I don't have that information.
Yeah, sure. I can read that.
Okay, thank you.
Margaret Weiser.
And
yeah,
do you have an address for Ms. Weiser?
Yes. Hamlet Circle, Madison, Wisconsin.
Okay, Ms. Weiser.
I apologize. I actually meant to put a different agenda item number in there.
Okay, if you can let our technical facilitator know what that is, and then we will get you during the appropriate item. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Then just to let commissioners know, for the first time now, we are including routine business along with the consent agenda. So just a heads up, that's one of the changes that we made to try to make things move more smoothly. Plus, we will take up public hearing items as soon as we have other things taken care of. We will not be waiting till 5:45 for that. So, it is the custom of the Plan Commission to remove from the agenda those items on which the staff believes an application has had sufficient review to warrant approval with all of the conditions placed upon it by various city departments, and on which the applicant accepts the conditions, and there are no individuals who have registered to speak in opposition to the item. So those, along with the referrals, are placed on the consent agenda. I will read the consent agenda items in part rather than in full. And if there then are any that commissioners wish to remove from the consent agenda, you can let us know that. So the first item on the consent agenda is agenda item 2, authorizing the execution of an electric transmission line easements and rights for an existing transmission line in Highland Manor Park, located at 10 Manor Drive. Agenda item 3. Actually, I'll just read the agenda item numbers and then I'll go back and read in. So agenda item 3 and then agenda item 4 and 5 would be for referral to the November 23rd meeting. Agenda item 8, agenda item 9 and 10 referred to the December 14th meeting at the request of the applicant. Agenda item 14 and 15. Agenda item 18 and 19. Agenda item 20, 21, and 22. Agenda item 24, 25, and 26. And then agenda item 27, we would be placing on file without prejudice at the request of the applicant. So that's new from what you had before. And then for approval, agenda item 28. Are there any of those that commissioners would like to separate? Okay, I see none. And then I will briefly read them into the record. Agenda item 2, I mentioned. Agenda item 3, authorizing the execution of an easement for a sanitary sewer over portions of Indian Hills Park located at 5001 Flambeau Road and 801 Merrill Springs Road. Agenda item 8, Legistar 62737, amending Madison General Ordinances 28151 to allow a dwelling space to be located alongside a workspace in a live-work unit. Agenda item 14, changing the zoning of properties located at 540 through 550 Redden Drive and 804 through 836 Seven Winds Trail from TRC3 to TRP, and amending the TRP plan for the Acacia Ridge subdivision. Agenda item 15, Legistar 62097, approving the preliminary and final plat of Acacia Ridge replat number 1 on property addressed at 540 through 550 Redden Drive, 804 through 836 and 809 through 837. Seven Winds Trail, 9301 through 9321 and 9403 through 9419 Clear Rise Boulevard, and 9402 through 9418 Tawny Acorn Drive. Agenda item 18, Legistar 62873, approval of an alteration to an approved TRP district master plan for the Village of Autumn Lake subdivision to allow construction of 86 single-family residences, 48 two-family dwelling twin homes on 134 lots. Agenda item 19, Legistar 62131, approving the preliminary plat and final plat of Village of Autumn Lake replat number 5 on property generally addressed as 2004 through 2116 and 2103 through 2315 Autumn Lake Parkway, 2031 through 2143 and 2124 through 2136 Waterfall Way. Agenda item 20, Legistar 61669, consideration of conditional uses and changes in the reductions in the parking requirements for property located at 1313 Regent Street. Agenda item 21, 61680, approving a certified survey map of property located at 1313 Regent Street. Agenda item 22, Legistar 62091, consideration of a conditional use at 2418 Allied Drive for a residential services office. Agenda item 24, Legistar 62308, consideration of a demolition permit at 5707 Mineral Point Road to demolish a single-family residence to create open space for adjacent educational facility. Agenda item 25, Legistar 62309, located at 1701 McKenna Boulevard, consideration of an alteration to an approved conditional use to allow construction of an addition to a building or structure with floor area exceeding 10,000 square feet. Agenda item 26, Legistar 62310, consideration of a demolition permit to allow a single-family residence to be demolished at 2012 Winona Way. Agenda item 27, Legistar 62311 is the placing on file of 2001 Atwood Avenue, placing on file without prejudice. Then agenda item 28, 62312, located at 2501 South Stoughton Road, consideration of a demolition permit to allow construction of a restaurant, coffee shop with vehicle access sales and service window. Do I have a motion for those consent items, referrals, and placing on file? Moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Do I have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Any questions, comments on any of those? Seeing none, I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hand to object, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, moving on then to the public hearing items. The first item that we will hear is agenda item 6, Legistar 61929. It's a substitute amending sections 28.211, 28.061, 28.072, 28.082, and 28.091, and creating section 28.141, paren A, paren E of the Madison General Ordinances to create a new use, electrical vehicle charging facility, and to require that certain parking facilities are constructed or reconstructed to include a specified amount of electric vehicle ready spaces and electric vehicle installed spaces. And we do have a couple of staff members as well as one of the sponsoring alders who will be speaking to this. The first staff person is Stacy Reese. Miss Reese. If you can raise your hand, I can. Okay, I found you. So okay, go ahead.
All right. You can hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. Again, my name is Stacy Reese. I'm the Sustainability Program Coordinator for the City of Madison. And myself and Matt Tucker, we put together a very brief PowerPoint presentation. So I'll be sharing my screen. And if you can see my screen all right?
Yes.
Awesome. Great. Thanks. So, just to reiterate, some of these slides were introduced at an earlier Plan Commission meeting earlier this year. So I'm going to kind of briefly run through some of those slides as just recap and refresh. Among scientific consensus, to avoid 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming requires the world to slash emissions by 45% from 2010 levels by 2030 and net zero to 2050. So where are we at as the City of Madison? This is a 2014 community inventory of greenhouse gas emissions. And on the left-hand side, you'll see that the largest portion of the pie, the light yellow portion, is transportation and mobile sources. And on the right-hand side, that yellow pie piece is split into the sources of those transportation sources, with the highest being vehicle miles traveled by gasoline-powered vehicles, followed by diesel and light commercial truck. In addition to the CO2 emissions that cause climate warming is also the public health implications of tailpipe emissions and the criteria pollutants from tailpipes, including particulate matter, nitrogen oxides, and volatile organic compounds. And these are cited by the American Lung Association due to the upper respiratory issues that are associated with that. The City of Madison also, we adopted goals of 100% renewable energy and net zero carbon by 2030 for city operations and 2050 for the community as a whole. And in our 100% renewable Madison report, we identify electric vehicle growth in the City of Madison, as well as some potential actions around the encouragement of electric vehicle adoption, including both looking at developers, contractors to build solar ready and EV ready, as well as electric vehicle zoning and permitting. In the City of Madison's comprehensive plan, Imagine Madison, under the Green and Resilient chapter, under Strategy 3, an action includes supporting the infrastructure to expand the use of electric vehicles and other eco-friendly fuel sources. And just a couple of quick examples of where the City of Madison is doing their own charging infrastructure. So on the left-hand side is the newest parking ramp over on the East Livington area, and that has 4 level 2 charging stations. And the stations themselves cost approximately between $600 to $2,500, and then the labor materials was $5,000 on top of that for the installation of those charging stations. And then in our own facility at the City County building, we have 10 charging stations there for our own fleet. And the average cost was between $2,000 and $3,500. And you can see the breakup of labor to equipment and charger for that cost. Also just sharing, again, this is, I mentioned before, a refresh from earlier this year, was sharing some of the trends in electric vehicle sales from Bloomberg, stating that in about 2038, passenger EV sales will eclipse internal combustion engine vehicle sales. And actually, just announced this week, Bentley, which is a subsidiary of Volkswagen, will only be manufacturing hybrids and electric vehicles by 2026. Just some other analysis on sort of EV adoption trends is by worldwide, 20% of the market shares for EV, with North American sales and then Midwest sales lagging from a couple years after that. And then specific to the Wisconsin market, we have the highest in the Midwest market share here in Madison. We have some data around EVs sold in Wisconsin, as well as how many are registered in the state. But what's really important to note is the EV sales have increased 24% from 2017 to 2018. And just some recent articles from Governing, looking at the lack of electric vehicle charging stations as a growing concern. In that article, they noted from Pacific Gas and Electric Fund that installing charging capacity during the construction could reduce the cost per EV charging space by as much as 75%. And then looking a little more locally, recent article from Clean Wisconsin looking at where Wisconsin is at as far as EV infrastructure investment. And also to be noted, just last month, a portion of Interstate 94 was marked as an EV-ready corridor with signage from the Department of Transportation. And in fact, there's actually areas around Madison that have also been demarked as EV-ready corridor. They're just waiting on signage at this point. I received this information from Tesla, looking at specific to the construction costs, thinking about these parking structures that will be around for 50 plus years. So retrofitting those parking structures would be 4 to 8 times more expensive than outfitting garages at initial construction. And so also EV charging infrastructure costs are generally less than 1% of total building construction costs, which we see with our own parking construction. And also just looking at what other cities are doing to address, the investment for EVs infrastructure. We have 26 other either cities or states who have implemented policy to promote the building of EV-ready built environment. And on the right-hand side, just a couple other articles of note. Chicago, they passed theirs earlier this year around Earth Day. And then also recently, California signing an order banning sales of new gasoline cars by 2035. So just some basic trends around EVs and sort of what is laying the groundwork for today's ordinance. So I will go ahead and pass it over to Matt Tucker. Take it from here.
Okay, I'm just going to cover the basics of what this ordinance entails. There's 2 components. The first one is basically creating call it, if you will, an electric vehicle gas station. The name that we're creating is Electric Vehicle Charging Facility. Planning Commission may recall we've approved 2 of these types of facilities in the past, one at Easttown and the other at the Hy-Vee on East Washington Avenue, both as conditional uses under the current zoning code regulations for auto service facility. So this ordinance creates its own use for that. And the second is creating requirements for certain parking facilities for two types of electric vehicle provisions. One ready, meaning I'll talk about that in just a minute. Let's go on to the next slide. Okay, so as I mentioned with the electric vehicle charging facility, it can be a standalone facility solely for the purpose of charging at a retail basis. We're separating this from the conditional use auto service station, so one would basically be able to come in and obtain site plan approval for the facility as a permitted use from the zoning office and the city's reviewing agencies. To do this, we create a definition, and the ordinance has the use allowed in certain districts. Those districts are basically the districts where an auto service facility or current gas station is basically allowed. Next slide. And then the next part of the ordinance is creating two requirement tiers for the provision of electric vehicle supply equipment. This is the stuff you put into a parking facility in order to charge cars potentially. The first is EV ready, and that is basically raceway and conduit or a panel or a pedestal for a panel to be attached for future electric vehicle infrastructure, electric vehicle supply equipment and infrastructure to be installed, not the wires. The second is the actual equipment for electric vehicle charging facilities to be installed. Next slide. Okay. With that second part of the ordinance, we have definitions. There's a number of related definitions. There's an applicability section, which has rules about the facilities being provided at new or existing facilities that are expanded. There's also a reconstruction clause when you're building a certain amount of reconstruction to an existing facility that would trigger compliance. The requirements for the percentage of stalls, the ordinance, as you may have seen, it has, you have to put in a certain number of EV ready and EV installed in 5-year tier increments. Starts very low and it kind of gets ramped up through time. And ultimately in 2041, the highest requirement will be in place. And just for clarifications, it also includes a rounding rule when we're dealing with fractions and spaces. Next slide. Okay, and this slide shows those the years, the EV ready and the EV installed. There are two basic classifications. The first is residential applications, which is the top chart that you see. And the second is for certain commercial applications. This ordinance applies not to all commercial uses, but certain commercial uses, typically where you'll see a vehicle parked for more than 6 hours at a time. Next slide. This is a picture that I took of the one that's in the new government east ramp. This is what the city has on level 2 for plugging in the city's electrical vehicles. And this is an example of one. It has 2 plugins, if you can see. There's one to the left and one to the right. So one of these could serve for 2 parking spaces off of one conduit. Next slide. The timeline for this ordinance, it's been to Sustainable Madison. Sustainable Madison approved it with some recommendations. They requested some clarification of terms, which have been folded into the substitute. They also requested that we provide electric bike facilities as part of this. After speaking with the sponsoring alders, recognizing that this is really about vehicles, cars, not about bicycles. It's very clearly applying to cars. The substitute says that. And also there's an understanding that we're going to be picking up electric vehicle bike requirements when we look at the bicycle parking requirements into next year. This has been something that's been on our work plan for a while, and we're looking at picking that up next year. The ordinance was at TPPB, where we went over also the Sustainable Madison recommendations, and they unanimously supported it. And here tonight, we're at the Plan Commission, and then under the Common Council next week. Next slide. There, that should be it, right? Alder Boss.
Alder Boss.
Okay, here we go. Thank you. Thanks for unmuting me. I appreciate that. So real quick, I know you got already a lot of background, especially very eloquently, Stacy present about city vision as well as sustainability, where we are at and where we want to go. I just want to really briefly talk about the process, which is really important to mention here. So the time when we start this ordinance, it started a year ago. At that point, there was only 2 cities and state which started the EV ordinance. And as Stacy mentioned, now we have 26 of them. So the time it started, there was a substantial amount of effort by staff and as well as by me to meet with the various stakeholders, business community, as well as environmental community, and try to bring everybody together and move in a direction which really helped Madison getting their environmental goal, as well as keeping the cost in mind too. So this ordinance in front of you been through a lot of engagement process and a lot of feedback we collected, and we modified the ordinance to really tailor it to cover our environmental target as well as also hearing business community concerns too. And also, just one last thing I will say from a policy standpoint, President Trump as well as President-elect Biden, both on their presidential debate also said they both will support electric vehicle growth or economy. So definitely this is a direction also coming from a White House as well. So with that, I will not take too much time of Plan Commission. I know your agenda is really full, and thank you very much for providing this opportunity.
Thank you, Alder. Okay, we will open the public hearing, and we do have 2 registrants. The first one is Adam Barr, 1 South Pinckney Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, representing the Greater Madison Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Barr.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, first I'd like to thank Alder Abbas for his stakeholder engagement over the past several months. By all accounts, the future of the automobile is electric, but the future is not here yet. According to the Edison Institute, while 22% of new car sales in 2030 will be electric, only 7% of cars on the road will be. There is no doubt there will be a need for more EV charging stations in the future, but public charging stations in Madison are currently seeing 9% utilization. When we polled our membership back in January, half said demand was too low for them to install EV charging stations right away. It seems we currently have an oversupply of EV charging infrastructure. It is therefore not surprising that the city of Madison has opted against making significant EV charging investments in recent parking projects. The Judgeville Square project has EV charging stations primarily for fleet vehicles. If the city felt strongly about EV charging infrastructure, it could lead the way in further expanding supply by installing charging stations in the parking lots it owns. Historically, government has made such investments in infrastructure. Given this reality, the 100% Renewable Madison Plan and the Dane County Climate Action Plan both rightfully call for incentives to expand EV charging infrastructure on private property. Even without incentives, large employers are currently installing more EV charging stations in their parking lots than the city has in its recent projects. Aside from the environmental imperative in a competitive labor market, there is an incentive to provide amenities that help to attract and retain talent. Until the cost of producing electric cars comes down to the cost of producing gas vehicles, their purchase will remain to be a luxury for those that can afford the expense. It is estimated that this price parity will be achieved sometime between 2025 and 2030. A mandate would disadvantage lower-income renters that cannot afford to buy electric vehicles, since the installation and usage costs can be passed on to all tenants via their rent payments. A policy that requires all renters to pay for improvements that only those of privilege can take advantage of is inequitable. It would be a mistake to enact this mandate before electric vehicles reach price parity and before the city has explored the effectiveness of incentives to keep up with demand. Even without incentives, EV charging infrastructure has kept up with demand here in Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. The next registrant is Bill Connors, 25 West Main Street, Madison, neither support nor oppose, wishing to speak, representing Smart Growth Greater Madison. Reminder, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Good evening, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak with you about the EV charging ordinance. First, I want to express our appreciation of Alder Abbas's efforts to engage the development community in a discussion about this ordinance. He engaged us, truly listened to our concerns, and made modifications to his draft ordinance to attempt to address those concerns. Thank you, Alder Abbas. Second, even though the current version of the ordinance goes a long way towards addressing the concerns of the development community, I am not authorized to say we support the ordinance. Fundamentally, the members of Smart Growth think this ordinance is unnecessary. Developers and property owners will meet the demands of commercial and residential tenants for EV charging parking spaces without yet another new mandate imposed by city government. Third, it appears the cost of creating EV charging parking spaces is greater when the parking spaces are located in a large flat parking lot for something like a new office building than in underground parking underneath a building or in an attached parking structure. The distance from the electrical panel to the parking space has a substantial impact on the cost. Furthermore, new buildings probably will need to have increased capacity electric transformers and connections to the power grid to support the electrical power that will be drawn by future EV charging equipped parking spaces. And that added cost is not included in the cost estimates you were shown. Also, please remember that the added costs imposed by this ordinance will be passed on and paid by the tenants. Finally, please be aware that MG&E is in the midst of a pilot program to encourage the installation of EV charging stations for parking spaces. We encourage the Plan Commission and the Common Council not to consider adopting an ordinance like this until data is available from MG&E's pilot program about the program's impact. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Connors. That concludes the registrants who wish to speak. Are there any questions of the registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. I would like to just quickly ask about something else before we go to questions of staff. Item 7 is related to item 17, and item 17 has a few registrants, but would otherwise come after some of our items that will take a lot of time. Without objection, I would like to move item 17 to follow item 7. Is that okay with plan commissioners? I'm seeing yes, okay. And I don't see any raised hands. So then that is what we will do. We will take, after we complete this one, then we'll take item 7 and then 17. Thank you. Okay, are there any questions then of staff in regard to the electric vehicle charging station? Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I was wondering, this first question is probably for Alder Abbas. He spoke of the engagement process, and the registrants did as well. I was wondering if he could share more about what that engagement process was and what changes were made based on that process and based on the feedback that was received.
Yeah, thank you. Sure, absolutely. So initially when this ordinance and also it came in front of you earlier this year, there was proposed ordinance to do 50%. Initially, all of the 50% of the EV charging will be 50% ready and 10% EV installed. If you see this particular ordinance, you can see the percentage is the EV installed for residential is 2% and EV installed for commercial is 1%. As Adam from Chamber of Commerce mentioned, some of their businesses already installing it a lot. The percentage I got from them was in the meeting was 1 to 2%. So we accommodate for first 5 years to hear their concern, that percentage, what they believe is true in the market. So then first 5 years, we can see how the market grow. Meanwhile, we have aggressive measures like 10% EV capable. So at least we have capacity in future. If the growth increase, we can move those capable to EV installed. So those percentage are shared, percentage are adjusted to hear their concern. Also, if you see in the ordinance, we also initially our discussion was to go on a broader scale in a commercial sector, but one of the suggestions from business community was to really focus on a long-term people who park their car and stay there for long term, like more than a 6 hour. And I thought that was a very reasonable suggestion. So if you see the ordinance, some of the commercial sectors are exempted. And the reason they're exempted because those are the places where people won't park the car for more than 6 hours. And on level 2, it makes a lot of sense to have at least substantial amount of time you park your car so your car get charged. So that's another example of adjusting the market sectors beside the percentage. And also we made several other language amendments as per discussion with the business community, try to make the ordinance much more clear. There was a discussion about making clarity about EV capable. There was a concern from business community not to have an ordinance language where we enforce them to put physical wiring. So if you see capable, it's more like conduit, making the building ready, but there is not substantial amount of cost attached to it because there is no wiring. If you see Chicago ordinance, the capable is a real capable. The wirings are also going through the conduits. So there were concern from the business community, if we put those wirings and if demand is not there, that is an upfront cost to us. So we accommodate those also in this ordinance. And we really, this is, if you see the residential side, I understand business community have cost-related impact, but on the residential side, it's very important. We have 2%, 10%, and then the percentage increase as we move forward. So these are the top of my head. I don't have my notes in front of me, but just top of my head, these are some of the things I remember accommodating those things as their feedback. And one last thing is also, this is really heavily focused on new construction. There are some cases where there is a major renovation. And in building design, if you do more than 2 building system changes, that called major renovation. But we kept as a building new construction beside the parking lot. And the parking lot is over 50%, which is a substantial amount of renovation. So we really focus on from the cost standpoint on a new construction side, because that's when you're designing your building, you can design your electrical panel, electrical use, also the cost. And while you ask, giving me opportunity, my mic is unmuted. There are also quite a bit of incentives available, but it's up to the business community how they want to proceed that. There are up to 30% federal incentives available. There's also focus on energy available. And there's also MG&E have perhaps some incentives. As I met with some landowners, they installed and MG installed for free. So there might be some communication developers can have with the MG&E and figure it out some sweet deal.
Okay. Thank you, Alder Abbas. Did you have any follow-ups, Alder Lemmer?
I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I'm sure that Alder Abbas could answer this, but Mr. Tucker also can. With regard to the changes over the course of many years and the requirements, I was just trying to look at the substitute ordinance to see if I could pick that out of there easily. But can you briefly describe how the requirement increases over the years for both EV ready and EV installed?
Mr. Tucker?
Sure, just a sec. I'm going to pull it up. Okay. So what happens is the ordinance, in theory, it comes to an effect in January 2021. And for the first 5 years, the EV ready amount required is 10% of the spaces provided. And that goes up in 10% increments to a total of 50% in 2041. This is for a residential residential use with 6 or more parking spaces. And then for the EV installed, this is where you actually have the things you can plug into your car. It starts out at 2% of the spaces provided, and it goes up in increments of 2% to a max of 10% in 2041. Similarly, for those non-residential uses that would be this ordinance would apply to, and those include colleges or universities, hotels, hospitals, offices, public and private parking facilities, schools, those are arts, technical, or trade. Basically, those are the list. Same for EV ready. 10% is the first in 2021, and then it increases to 50% in 2041. And then EV installed is 1%, and that increases 1% to a maximum of 5% in 2041.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I recommend that the Plan Commission approve the amendment creating electric vehicle charging facilities in parking uses, and create the use electric vehicle charging facility and allow this the use in certain zoning districts.
Alder Rummel.
A second.
Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, just briefly. I think this is where we should be moving. I think that the batteries in these vehicles are getting smaller. The range is getting longer. And I think that the market is getting bigger. And I can't wait to the day that I buy an electric vehicle. And I think that this is appropriate amendment to our zoning code and where we should be moving towards.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there any other? Alder Heck.
Thank you. First, I'd agree with Commissioner Cantrell, and my earlier question about the graduation of the requirements seems to be reasonable to me, especially based on some of the comments we heard in public comment, that this does seem like it addresses that. That said, I have been in discussion with Mr. Tucker and Alder Abbas in the last couple of days, and would like to offer a small amendment to the substitute. My concern has been about the requirements being applied to small parking lots that are reconstructed. And I'm thinking about items in the center, small parking lots that are already built. So this isn't about the new parking lots. The vast majority of this is really focused on and where we're going to get the big changes. But small parking lots in the city center in particular that might need to be a surface lot that needs to be totally reconstructed because it's ancient, say behind a little apartment building or a little condo building. And it might be difficult to get conduit and EV ready capabilities into some of these very confined spaces, and also economy of scale.
Alder, I would suggest that you put forth your proposed amendment and we get a second and then you can speak to it.
Okay, yeah, it's all right. That makes sense. That's a good suggestion. Sorry. Mr. Tucker has the language, but I can read it in one section that talks about the applicability of the ordinance. It currently says that the requirements of this subdivision shall apply to any new parking facility or to any parking facility that is expanded by 50% as measured by parking spaces being created after January 1st, 2021. A parking facility may be maintained or reconstructed without triggering the requirements of this subdivision. However, when more than 50% of the paving and bases in place on January 1, is removed from an existing parking lot and new paving and bases installed, these requirements shall apply. And my proposed amendment is the same language, except it adds a sentence that says, however, where more than 10,000 square feet of paving and bases in place on January 21st, 2020 is removed from an existing parking lot, new paving and bases installed, these requirements shall apply. So I'm wrong. It's not adding a sentence. It's adding just a few words and removing the 50% criteria for when you were totally reconstructing a parking lot. And so this change would only apply to quite small parking lots. And in full disclosure, I live in such a building with a small parking lot, but I'm also recognizing, I think, the economies of scale argument that it becomes quite expensive. This is analogous to what we did with the stormwater ordinance.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Alder Lemmer. Alder Heck, did you wish to speak further?
Sorry, I'm in explaining mode.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've done most of my speaking, but I think the last point was important. This is exactly what was done with the new stormwater ordinance, that parking lots of less than 10,000 feet are not required to meet the new stormwater ordinance requirements because of economy of scales issues and oftentimes being in tight places like this where it makes it more difficult to design.
Okay. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Are there questions, discussion of the amendment? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. Alder Heck, you did explaining and making the motion so jumbled that could you just tell me what the amendment is and don't explain anything?
Okay.
So in that sentence that begins, however, what would you add?
It eliminates the current proposal that says when 50% or more. Oh, I'm explaining. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Just tell me what you want to propose, please.
It's hard for me to do that.
Right.
It strikes 50% of paving and base in place to more than 10,000 square feet of paving and base in place. So it's rather than using a percentage size of the parking lot being replaced, it's 10,000 square feet or more. If that makes sense.
So instead of, you would change the phrase where more than 50% of the paving and base in place to where more than, or where less than 10,000 square feet of the paving and base is in place?
Where more than 10,000 square feet of paving and base is in place and is removed. So that's a threshold of more than 10,000 square feet instead of more than 50% being replaced.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Commissioner Cantrell.
I was trying to determine how many spaces that might be. And a typical parking space is 10 by 20. It's maybe, or 9 by 20. And then you have an aisle that you need to provide. So it's around 300 square feet per space, give or take a few feet. So 300 divided by 10,000, let's see, is that's about 33 parking spaces. So I was trying to grapple how large of a parking lot are we talking about. So I guess I would I'd like to have staff's input on this. And I think you said that you talked to staff about it, but 33 parking spaces that's a pretty good sized lot. I mean, could accommodate maybe 30 units or something like that. So, but that's my question. I guess I'd like maybe staff's input.
Mr. Tucker?
Sure. So it's probably upwards around right about 40 max. It all depends on the width of the access aisle.
Okay.
If you're thinking of a typical 9 by 18 parking space, which is 162 square feet. So, right. I mean, variables given, because access aisles can vary in size. So you're looking at, I would say 40 is the number. And we did talk about this, and I did talk with the stormwater engineers about this, where the idea of picking a number that exists in the city codes already relative to when you really have to make substantial improvements to facilities, which is when you have to start doing the suspended solids for stormwater, infiltration, things along those lines. 10,000 square feet is the number. It was purposefully set to not keep people that have smaller lots from improving them. It was a decision that was consciously made. It went up from 4,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet.
Okay. So just to follow up, so that's an existing standard that we have for stormwater, which would anything that or less, you wouldn't have to do anything to the stormwater standards, and parking lots greater than 10,000, they would kick in. Okay, so that makes some sense. So I guess I would be supportive of the amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sundquist.
Yes, I just want to try to understand. It seems like, if I'm understanding the language correctly, if it's a small parking lot, the trigger, if it's a very large parking lot in the current proposal, it only has to be, the trigger is 50%. But if it's a very large parking lot, and with this amendment, it would be 10,000 square feet, which might be less than 50%. So it might bring in more large parking lots. Am I understanding it correctly?
Mr. Tucker?
That's correct. It may. It just depends on the size of the parking lot, because 10,000 square feet is fixed. That's where the trigger point is.
And okay, and maybe that's fine. And I was going to ask you how that, don't we have other triggers that are at 50%? So we would have different parking lot triggers now,
We do have different triggers in the ordinance for compliance. There's some 50% and 100% expansion. The landscaping section has a 10% site change or 10% building expansion. So there's not one size fits all for these.
So it wouldn't be unmanageable to add yet another layer and different threshold for the EV stuff that's different from the landscaping or different from the other stuff.
I don't think so. I think it'd be pretty easy to measure 10,000 square feet. That's a line in the sand that's pretty clearly delineated, and it won't vary from site to site.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Heck.
Thank you. And Mr. Tucker, can you estimate approximately how often you see these types of parking lot total reconstruction projects, so we have an idea about how often this might come up that somebody will not be required to put in the EV ready or EV installed.
Sure. So I spoke with one of the city engineers that does development site review just today about this, just to confirm what I thought were my calculations, what I understood. And I can tell you, I can probably count on one hand in the last 5 years the number of parking facilities that have been reconstructed where we went into the base. That's what the trigger is here. So most of the parking facilities that are reconstructed, of like literally the 5 ones I think we've reconstructed in the last 5 years, they would have involved something like a substantial building expansion or some other big substantial site change that was occurring on the site, maybe a significant, something you might classify as a redevelopment, but there was an existing parking facility. It's actually a pretty rare instance that we ran into. However, the ordinance, it felt like there was a gap of not addressing existing non-compliance, which is why that provision was included for this certain type of application.
Thank you.
Okay, we are looking at the amendment. Are there any other questions, comments, discussion in regard to the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent on the amendment unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hand, the amendment passes unanimously. Now we're back to the main motion as amended. Commissioner Sundquist.
Yes, well, I agree with everything that Commissioner Cantrell said when he made the motion, so I won't repeat that. Did want to address one thing that came out in testimony, because this still needs to go to Common Council, and we may hear this again, or people may have been swayed by this here. The notion that EVs are somehow elitist vehicles is just not really the case. I mean, people, Tesla's done a really good job selling a lot of expensive cars, but one of the benefits of being at home for these Zoom calls is I was able to Google some prices real quick. And it turns out, according to Car and Driver, there are 23 plug-in vehicles that are cheaper than the average new car right now, and that's on the new car. I am a proud owner of a Chevy Bolt, not an expensive car at all. Was way under the average. The average price of a new car apparently is like $37,000. So cars are expensive. Ours was cheaper than that. And if you factor in the cost of operating them, the fuel is much cheaper. The maintenance is almost non-existent. They're super popular with people who drive Uber and Lyft and food delivery and stuff like that, who put a lot of miles on because they get a lot of benefits out of it. And I wouldn't call those folks elitists. In fact, they may be living in apartments in Madison and unable to, make this economic choice right now because of the lack of charging. It really is almost impossible to own a vehicle, an EV, if you can't charge it at home. So it's very, very, there are probably a few people who do that. If you can charge it at work, some people make that work, but it is the single biggest barrier to entry is having charging at home. So I think this is, I applaud Alder Abbas for all his work on this and hope that folks will support it and that Common Council will enact it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? If not, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on then to agenda item 7, Legistar 62436, amending portions of the Madison General Ordinance 28.061 to allow Mission House as a permitted conditional use in the CC and CCT districts, and amending Madison General Ordinance 28.151 to require that mission houses operating as permitted use must receive funding from and enter into a service delivery contract with the City of Madison. And I believe that we have a presentation on this, but I'm looking to Ms. Stouter. I don't have down who will be doing that. Mr. Tucker.
Yep.
Yes, got it. Okay, thank you. Mr. Tucker.
Sure. Sorry about that. So another text amendment, I think the title, as you just described, is real straightforward, Chair Zeller. So just to give you an idea, mission house use, I didn't include the definition, and I probably should have when I wrote the staff report on this, but a mission house is a facility operated by a religious institution or nonprofit organization that provides lodging. It may also provide the provision of meals, worship services, or other supportive services. This amendment, it makes mission houses that are basically funded and have a contract for services with the city a permitted use in 2 of the commercial zoning districts that we seem to find as the most viable districts for the mission houses that the city is trying to locate for people that are experiencing homelessness in our community. And this ordinance will help effectuate those efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. We do have some registrants. I will open the public hearing. The first registrant is Mary Donahue, 4408 Diamond Drive, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Donahue.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you this evening. And I would certainly invite you to come and spend some time in our neighborhood if you have not done so. And I'd like you to know who we are. In our neighborhood, we're black, brown, white, and every possible permutation thereof. We work as cooks and social workers and bus drivers and salespeople. We've moved to this neighborhood from Milwaukee, Chicago, Green Bay, California, Portland, Ghana. We've come together and we're a very welcoming community. We live together very peaceably and we are very good neighbors to one another. But in the past several months, our neighborhood has experienced some really profound challenges, some of which I'm sure you are aware of. The speeding on Milwaukee Street. We've recently had a reduction in our speed limit, which we hope will address some of that. But the jury is still, frankly, out on that. We've had numerous incidences of shots fired, including a 9-year-old being struck by a ricocheted bullet just down the block from us on Portland Parkway. Across the street at High Stand Park, we're witnessing drug sales, drug use, all sorts of noise issues, hours that go on there, well beyond when you'd think a city park ought to be in use. You may well be aware of the fact that just about a year ago, Chase Bank, after multiple robberies, the last of which resulted in the death of the attempted robber, happened. Across the street from the property that you're proposing is one of the most problematic liquor stores in all of Madison, Rockies. You can check with the ALRC and let them know how many problems they've had with those owners. And in case you don't know it, the Chase Bank that sits up facing Milwaukee Street has a complete egress from Milwaukee, the frontage on Milwaukee, all the way through to Diamond Drive, which is where I live. We have raised these concerns on numerous occasions with the police, with alders, and we've really been told there just aren't enough resources to address some of the things happening in our neighborhood, which is why I very much appreciate the opportunity to bring this to the Plan Commission, because that's what our neighborhood would really like to know. What is the plan? Who is your intended nonprofit partner? What is your timeline? Who will it serve? What is the programming? Is it day-long programming, or are the residents there going to be asked to leave every morning only to come back later in the evening? What we would like from the Planning Commission, what we'd like from the Common Council is transparency and collaboration and a great deal more preparation with the answers to these questions. We do not think that is sufficient nor acceptable to zone this now and then to figure it out later. And I recognize that this building looks like a solution because it almost looks like it's turnkey ready. And I recognize that there were people who would call me a NIMBY, not in my backyard. But what we're really saying in this neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Donahue. That concludes your available 3 minutes. And just a comment, as not a total surprise, but we're getting a kind of a mix here, as you could tell from this. She was really speaking, it appears to me, to number 17 rather than specifically to the agenda item 7. So just a comment on that. So understand that, and the other speakers may also be speaking more to 17. The next person on the registrant list is Ken Kovacic, also at 4408 Diamond Drive in Madison, is opposed and wishing to speak. Mr. Kovacic.
Yes, thank you. From your comment, it looks like this is referring more to item number 17, but forgive me, as I've never participated in one of these meetings before. I'm also opposed. Okay. Thank you. I've been a homeowner in this neighborhood for close to 30 years. It has been relatively stable, lower middle class, a mix of people, it's a starter home neighborhood, and that's all been great. What's not been so great is the drug activity on Milwaukee Street, and more specifically at the parking lot at High Stand Park. It's not been resolved at all. This troublesome parking lot is literally 100 yards from the entrance to your proposed location. And to make it worse, there is an established daycare center right in between. Rocky's Liquor right across the street. A vacant parking lot, the old Chase Bank, which was robbed, right across the street. I have an email exchange from August with a Madison police captain stating that they do not have enough officers to monitor that specific area on a more frequent basis. And then you want to throw in a homeless shelter. Horrible planning, a horrible location, and a recipe for future problems. I have another issue with the lack of mail notification that went out regarding this proposal. I live 1 block away and was not notified. Thankfully, I got a copy from a neighbor, made copies of this postcard, and we went door to door handing them out. I would actually like to see how many of these notification cards went out. I'm strongly opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant is Maureen K. Engelberger, 4502 Diamond Drive, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Engelberger.
Maureen, you are unmuted on our end. Looks like you just muted yourself again. Okay, you're unmuted on our end.
We cannot hear you, Ms. Engelberger. You may need to unmute on your end.
Maureen, you might have a mute. Do you have a mute on your microphone? I can see that you're unmuted in Zoom, and you are muted yourself again. Okay, Maureen, you are unmuted in Zoom. You may, your microphone may have a separate mute button or headset.
Okay, I think we're going to move on. And Ms. Ingerberger, if you figure out your technical difficulties, we will certainly come back to you. The next registrant is Gerard Sanford, 4418 Diamond Drive, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak.
Well, hello there. I thank you for this opportunity. Along with Mary Donahue, I oppose this, and I thank her for all of her research that she did. One thing that I noticed that wasn't mentioned was the drug activity that was going on in the AME church down the block. They have recently put up posts and chains across their parking lot to help eliminate that problem. And I also have a great problem with not being notified about this. Within my back door, I can see this facility, and we were not notified. And I have strong opinions about that going through without anyone notifying us at all. How is this going to be managed? Will it affect my home value? What's the crime? How's the crime going to be affecting in our area? And are the police going to be able to support that? Are all questions that I have. The proximity to the liquor store are all questions that I don't see answered in the proposal that I had read online. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanford. The next registrant is Tony Wise, 4537 Onyx Lane, Madison, neither support nor opposed and wishing to speak. Mr. Wise.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you for letting me speak tonight. I really appreciate that. I'm Tony, and I support resources for the homeless population. But similar to everyone that's speaking here, I have some concerns and questions about this. And so I guess you could say that I really do lean opposed, to be honest. And I do want to note a correction. Ken, thank you for bringing up that there is a facility right there, but it is not a daycare. It is a licensed and accredited school. Some of the questions that I have about this is I was also not notified and did not get information about this, and that poses a problem to me. But I sent some questions via the email that I have, which is, why is this location being considered and what makes it advantageous? How long is the conditional use? And are there populations that the Mission House is meant to serve beyond the homeless community? Number two, what other resources are available to the homeless population in this location? Why is this ideal? If we have a Mission House here, is the city also going to dedicate funding to subsidize mental health resources in our area for people that may be here, and peace officers for maintaining community guidelines and sanctions? Are there currently community guidelines and sanctions against panhandling, loitering at schools, and other potential issues that may arise from the displacement of population here? How are homeless people getting access to this space? I mean, we're not that far from the transfer point, but we're also not that close. What is the plan for that? And in that, same kind of vein of questioning, what provisions are in place if people get banned and there are people that there are issues with? Where will they go and how will they get there? And lastly, thank you so much for hearing me out and hearing some of these questions I have. I hope to get more information and transparency about this and to be able to do more research. But there have already been reports and issues of homeless individuals starting fires in our area's school trash cans and utilizing their utilities without permission. Are there measures that the city is going to take to prevent these types of issues moving forward if this space is rezoned? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Let's try Ms. Engelberger again and see if we can hear from her. Ms. Engelberger, you are unmuted from on our end. Okay, it seems that that's not going to work. I would suggest that all of the registrants stay with us because we are not considering right now the Milwaukee Street change. So we will be coming to that as our next agenda item. Given that, though, are there any questions of any of our registrants? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on agenda item 7. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
The question I have is, this use is proposed as a permitted use if it's city-owned or if it's city funded and operated by an approved vendor by the city. Is that the case? And if it's not, it's a conditional use. Is that what the amendment says?
Mr. Tucker?
It's city funded with an executed contract for service delivery.
Okay. So
Jim O'Keefe could talk to you about what Jim O'Keefe and his agency, this is what they do. They could talk to you about how that works.
Okay. How would members, if it's a permitted use and those things, how would the members of the public know and have input into answering the questions that they just raised tonight? And they raised several. I'm not going to repeat them all since I can't remember them all, but I think they raised a lot of valid questions. So what's the input? I know in a conditional use, we have continuous review, or so that we get it back. I'm assuming that if it's funded by the city can always, yank their chain and say, "Hey, you're not operating correctly. We're going to take away your contract, or have a means to address the issues." But I guess I'd like to hear from you.
Okay, Mr. O'Keefe.
So the first thing I would like to maybe advise folks is that Alder Foster, who's the principal author of this resolution, had reached out prior to this evening's meeting and is requesting a neighborhood meeting to discuss this potential use before it would actually be implemented. So we typically make funds available, as Mr. Tucker indicated earlier, to purchase of service or through purchase of service contracts to nonprofit partners to provide a whole range of services within the Community Development Division. The processes that are used to allocate those funds are typically done through competitive requests for proposals processes. Many of the organizations that we support financially are also supported by Dane County, which conducts its own competitive requests for proposals processes. And the likely vendor in this situation has been, and I don't mind identifying who it is that we're talking about. I'll do that in just a second, but they have been They have participated in those funding processes. Most recently, earlier this year, through a funding process that the Community Development Division conducted to use about $3.5 million of federal CARES Act funding, so related to the pandemic. The organization that we're talking about is, maybe I should stop Chair Zeller and ask if you want me to go beyond answering specific questions and providing a bit more background.
I would suggest that it may be helpful to provide just a little bit more background.
So the potential use of this property is by the Salvation Army.
So, Mr. O'Keefe, maybe if we're talking about agenda item 17, we'll hold on that until we're on agenda item 17. But we will at that time want that additional background, unless commissioners want that background now. Commissioner Cantrell?
Well, I guess I'm still wondering if this should be a conditional use in all cases, but that's what I'm grappling with, okay? Because at least a conditional use allows the Plan Commission to review everything. Properties get notified on an appropriate basis, and we have review, and there's a lot of processes that we have. I can understand why the city would like to have it a permitted use under city control and those sorts of things. But again, that's what I'm grappling with. So someone needs to address my questions on that respect.
Mr. O'Keefe or Mr. Tucker? Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, let me try. The impetus for this resolution is really one of timing. And I think a recognition that the kinds of processes that the commissioner described are time-consuming and would not allow this use to occur within the time frame that it's needed. Is the simple, the most direct response to that question.
Did you have any follow-up, Commissioner Cantrell?
No.
Madam Chair, if I could just ask or ask a slightly different angle. Jim, are you able to talk about the process that would be the process that the council would go through to determine the service agreement and funding agreement, and whether there might be some opportunities there for involvement?
Well, the funding that would support this operation what has already been awarded through the RFP process that I referenced earlier, that concluded just a couple of weeks ago with the Common Council's approval of that allocation of about $3.5 million of federal funding, about $500,000 of which has been made available to the Salvation Army to support the proposed operation, the proposed sheltering of families over the course of the next 6 months, with additional funding expected to follow.
Do you have any follow-ups, Commissioner Cantrell?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Looking beyond just this specific site that's agenda item 17, for future properties that may be CCT and working on a contract with the city for funding, how would neighbors be notified? You had talked about the fact that this organization already has funding, and typically our notices for Plan Commission items under a conditional use would have those public hearing notices because it's a land use item. I'm just wondering if it's if this funding is part of a larger city RFP, if people near the, a CCT zone property would even be aware of it, or if there is some sort of public notice tied to a service contract for a proposed use.
Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, all I can say is that this is an unusual circumstance. Typically, organizations that apply for funding are established in their in the venue that they're providing services from. It's an unusual circumstance, owing largely to to what we've endured over the past 7 or 8 months, that being the COVID pandemic, which has, in this circumstance, which has driven the Salvation Army from their from the facility that they had been operating out of for so many years on East Washington Avenue, and move them to provide shelter in hotel settings as part of a series of steps that were taken to provide safe shelter to individuals and families experiencing homelessness. The funding that is supporting those hotel operations is due to expire at the end of the year. And so we have been looking for alternatives for those families who would no longer have the benefit of those hotels, and looking to find adequate facilities, safe facilities from which the Salvation Army could operate out of. So this is a very unique circumstance. The presentation by the Salvation Army of their proposal was part of that RFP process that I discussed earlier. So it had plenty of reviews from the funding perspective, admittedly not so much from the perspective of land use and from the neighborhoods, but as it's a temporary use, and one again that's influenced by or under some severe time constraints in terms of when it needs to be available, this seemed to be an appropriate course of action.
Thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Solheim?
I think so. I mean, I know that I'm just having a little difficulty separating the fact that this is an actual zoning text amendment versus I completely understand the time challenges of this specific situation, but if we are altering the zoning text, it has potentially longer implications.
Right.
But Lynette might want to answer my question.
Ms. Rhodes.
Hi. I just wanted to add on your question of in future, if this were ever to happen. So we do put in our applications questions like, have you connected with the alder? Have you connected with the neighborhood? You're right. This always has been linked previously with like kind of also going hand in hand with a development project. It will continue, especially focusing on our service contracts. If this were to pass, to think about how all of the community development division and the planning department are working together to get this information to the neighborhood. So it would still be a requirement on the services side of things if this ever moved forward for the applicant to respond to us of how did that neighborhood meeting go? What is the alder's input? Similar to what we have now in our development projects.
Got it. That makes sense. Yeah, I've seen that in those RFPs. Okay, thank you, Lynette.
Did you have any follow-up, Commissioner Solheim?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Heck.
Thank you. This is probably either for Mr. Tucker or Ms. Stouter. the notification requirements for a zoning text amendment or a conditional use request are the same? Is it 200 yards, within 200 yards, 10 days before the meeting?
So the zoning text amendment, this applies citywide to any property that's zoned CCT or CC. So there isn't a notice requirement for the zoning text amendment, which is item number 7. With regard to item number 17, which we'll get to soon, the notice requirement is the same as for conditional uses. So the rezoning, the zoning map amendment is 200 feet, any owner and any occupant. And so for item 17, we sent out about 95 postcards and also worked with the main sponsor to ensure that information was provided on his blog. But yes, for item 17, it was 200 feet from the subject site.
Feet, yeah, I'm sorry, I said yards.
And then, beyond, so we of course notice specific properties when it pertains to a geography, but when there is a zoning text amendment, we're required to notice it in the newspaper, but it's not a set of postcards sent to specific properties.
Thanks.
Did you have something to add, Mr. Tucker?
Yes, I think there's a piece in the conversation that's kind of missing, and that is this amendment also relates to how the city conducts its business in trying to find housing for folks that are in this situation. A good example of that is you might have heard recently about the sites out by East Washington that the city had, but then the city lost. And maybe Jim needs to explain this a little bit, and he could probably tell a little better, but none of these sites are a surprise to anyone. This is the city finds these sites, identifies it, has an offer to purchase on them, to acquire them. I'm not sure how they get transferred to another hands. I know the city doesn't own and operate these facilities. I think they buy them and sell them and have other people kind of handle them. But this amendment recognizes that we are doing our business to locate these facilities that are very challenging to locate, and it's very challenging to find properties and get them up and online, and that seems to be lost a little bit in this conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Did you have any follow-ups, Alder Heck?
Yes, just one more question for Mr. Tucker. We're talking in item 7 about making this a permitted use. Isn't it true that mission houses are permitted uses in a variety of zoning districts already?
I don't think they are. I think when they're accessory to a nonprofit organization or a church, those are permitted. But no, I don't believe they are. So somebody that just decides they want to open a mission house because think they can do it can't just open one. I think they need to go. They would need to go through a conditional use process.
And so that's why this language about city funding is attached to this permitted use. Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions of staff? Seeing no questions, I would be looking for a motion. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to amend portions of the NGO 28.061 to allow mission house as a permitted/conditional use in the CC and CCT districts, and amending General Ordinance 28.151 to require that mission houses operating as a permitted use must receive funding from and enter into a service delivery contract with the City of Madison.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Cantrell. Alder Rummel, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. This is, I think Mr. Tucker's points about finding these parcels is part of the key to understanding this particular zoning text amendment. And I know neighbors who live outside the 200 feet always feel like left out of things. And I think that's a standard. I know we always try to do better at reaching out to people through the various means, Alder blogs and postcards, everything we can do. But as far as this particular parcel, the city's had its eye. I know we're not talking about forget the parcel. This will help us be strategic and limber to deal with opportunities as they come up. And the really thing that is key here is that if it's permitted, it's only if there is an arrangement with the city, which has, as Lynette explained, other things that will have fed into that process that do include notification. So I hope you will support it as us trying to step up our game. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other comments, discussion? Seeing none, then we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a hand raised to object. Seeing no hands raised, the motion passes unanimously. Now we will move on to agenda item 17. And as we know, the testimony that we heard really was primarily focused on agenda item 17. And we do have Ms. Stouter, did you want to comment about this?
Sure, I will just briefly, because I know this is a fairly unique situation that the Plan Commission's seeing. So what we have at 4502 Milwaukee Street is a 3.3 acre site, a fairly large site, existing vacant nursing home, unique in that, for this particular use, as the city and nonprofits search for solutions to our urgent issues facing us as winter approaches, this is a site that can be easily utilized, and very quickly utilized for, in this case, what would be family supported mission house or shelter. And I think another thing that's unique about this site from a land use process standpoint is that the rezoning that is being recommended, the rezoning from SRV2, which is a residential district, to the CCT district, commercial corridor transitional, is a rezoning from residential to mixed use, which is consistent with the recommendations that we see in our city's comprehensive plan adopted in 2018, that really identified this node as a substantial opportunity for mixed use development in the long term. So I think the city is seeing this as, yes, absolutely an opportunity for a short-term, much needed solution as a mission house, which may be only a few years, but also the rezoning to CCT is consistent with our long-term plans for this corridor or this node within the Milwaukee Street corridor. And so in the future, the site could be redeveloped consistent with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. This is a site that's well served by transit. Again, it's very close to being ready to support the use that our nonprofit partner is interested in. And I realize that this is a very unique situation where you're seeing a request for a rezoning without the details that go along with it. But the urgency can't be overstated in this case as funding runs out to house families in nearby hotels and winter is approaching. And so I think we've covered the way that this relates to item 7, but I just thought providing a little bit more overview might be beneficial in this case, and also acknowledging the unique nature of the proposal before you.
Thank you, Ms. Stouter. We do have some registrants. The first registrant is Jennifer Scholar, 606 South Brearley Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Scholar.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so I'm a teacher at Pill Hill, which is right next door to the Carmenza facility. And so I guess I've learned today, I heard from Brent Foster earlier today about more specifically the intended use, but I just want to express that it's frustrating the lack of information and the lack of involvement that we've had as we direct next door neighbors. Ms. Souter, I absolutely hear you and agree with you, and I understand that there's an urgent need, but I need to know that you're keeping the safety of my children, my students, at the forefront of your plan, that you've done more math than empty building with beds and people who need beds. I agree, they need beds, absolutely, but you need to consider the context of this space and make plans to ensure the safety of the other users before you move forward. I emailed Ms. Rummel last week with my concerns, and she told me that she didn't know that the school was right next door to the facility, which was frustrating because it was in the documents I saw behind this proposal. So my impression is that there has not been a lot of thought put into what this is going to look like after the facility is open. And again, I mean, I spend a lot of time out front of the school in the park most of the day, and I see the homeless population there, and I know that they need help, but I hear you that that's not the population that would necessarily be housed here. But my point is, as a school, we're already a front-facing, a public-facing building. We kind of already interact with the public in quite a bit of ways. I mean, over the summer, I was coming back from my lunch break, and someone in the picnic shelter had overdosed on heroin, and I called 911 and performed CPR while I should have been working. And I need to know that as you move forward with these plans, you are aware that there's patterns of use in this area, that it's not a hypothetical that my students are going to be affected. It's something that has happened in the past. And I just need to hear that you're taking this seriously as the needs of the people who need to be housed is a serious need, and the safety of my students is just as serious. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scholar. The next registrant is Jennifer Hine, 4230 Portland Parkway, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Hine.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. I am strongly opposed to this. Much like Mary Donna, who had already expressed a lot of my thoughts, but I strongly feel that rezoning this property, even if it's temporary, is irresponsible and just outright dangerous to those of us that live near it. There is already so much crime, violence, drug dealing, and drug use in the Milwaukee Street area, right near Carmenta and our home, and it's just becoming unsafe. And I have some specific examples. So first of all, on July 31st, our daughter was the 9-year-old girl that was shot while playing in our front yard on Portland Parkway, which is just steps away from Carmenta. The police told us it was a drug deal that had gone bad, and she was caught in the crossfire while playing croquet in her front yard with her 3 young siblings. By the grace of God, she was fine, but police had told us they pulled the trigger seconds later, she wouldn't be here today. This happened exactly 1 week before that 10-year-old girl was also shot and killed this summer. So as Mary mentioned, the shootings continued on Milwaukee Street with cars speeding and shots being fired while driving super fast again and again. On October 19th, just weeks ago, the police seized 5 handguns and drugs during a drug bust on the 5000 block of Milwaukee Street, which again is just steps away from Carmenta. High Stand Park, I will echo everyone else's sentiments there about the homeless people that are taking up residence there in that shelter that aren't the ones that are currently housed in the hotel you keep talking of. We cleaned up that park this summer with our 4 kids, and I can't tell you how many heroin needles we found in that park. Quick Trip is just down the road. There are countless heroin overdoses there that are reported to the Dane County Sheriff that is there constantly. The Chase Bank was closed because of all the robberies and the person was shot and killed. Not to mention the school that was just spoken about. Milwaukee Street and Stoughton Road is overrun with homeless people begging for money at literally all hours of the day, almost on an organized schedule. You can predict who will be there at what hour of the day. Rocky's Liquor, they mentioned, is problematic. And just so everyone knows, I'm not a heartless resident who doesn't understand homelessness. My brother is a homeless person in Madison, right here in Madison. I've volunteered for many programs over the years, and I feel strongly about finding a good solution to ending homelessness. I just don't believe putting a Band-Aid on the problem like a temporary shelter, it just perpetuates the problem. There are programs like the Road Home that I fully support financially and have volunteered my time and stayed overnight with residents, and those are programs that fix the core issue. I don't feel like slamming this in because winter is coming. You should have prepared differently, but it's not fair to the residents that live here that this has now become our problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hine. The next registrant is Kathleen McHugh, 146 South Marquette Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. McHugh.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have worked at Toad Hill Children's House for the last 13 years. It's been in existence for 15 years. It is the state licensed, city accredited preschool that is right next to the 4502 property that we're talking about in Milwaukee Street. In the last 13 years, I have gone from being an assistant teacher to being a lead teacher to being the director of the building. Some of my job duties include removing homeless people from our property, putting out fires that they've lit in our trash can, reconnecting our hose after they've used our spigot at night and had water spraying all over our driveway, getting overdose folks from tweaking out in our driveway where our children are working or playing within our gated area off of the property, dealing with folks traipsing through at 9 a.m. because that's when Rocky's Liquor opens, at 9 a.m. on the dot from the park to the liquor store. I go above and beyond what any preschool teacher and director would ever have to do at any other location. I am not equipped to do this tenfold. I don't know that the city has offered us any help to deal with what we're dealing with now. So I have, my first concerns are safety concerns for the staff that I work with due to the location being by Houston Park and the liquor store. The folks who would be residing in the shelter, who would be in violation of parole or probation just by virtue of using the shelter located so closely to a school. The alders themselves that have signed on to the project and messaged us said that they didn't know that we were located directly next door, but the Planning Commission notes stated that we were in fact next door. I have deep concerns that this has not been thought through as a location for this space. Not only do we have to deal with these problems and the direct neighbors have to deal with these problems, do you want to bring how many other families into the fold? And those are my questions and my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McHugh. The next registrant is Kate Sandretto, 2130 East Dayton Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Ms. Sandretto.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, wonderful. Thanks for your time. I would like to speak in support of the Carmenta Center being used as a temporary homeless shelter for families. While I don't live in the neighborhood, I do live just around the corner from the OM Village on East Johnson Street. I can walk 5 houses and look right and I can see it. They build tiny houses there for homeless individuals. They have about 8 tiny houses occupied on the property and a number of other homeless people coming in, working on their own tiny houses. And during the planning phase for OM Village, the project encountered a lot of opposition from neighbors who were concerned about increased crime, mental health problems like alcoholism and drug addiction. They were specifically concerned that we already have high levels of crime and drug houses in the neighborhood, trouble with not enough police available. And I just want to speak to the fact that in our neighborhood, this didn't play out. Once the village got put in and established, It's actually a welcome replacement for the rundown auto shop that was there before that was kind of a mess and pretty sketchy. Our neighborhood has not seen an increase in crime from this property. I also just want to mention that people living in the neighborhoods that we're talking about, in houses and apartments, also have lots of problems with violence and addiction, but we don't see their problems because they're happening inside of their private space. So having a home, even a temporary home, can give people a private space to deal with and resolve their problems. And so in some ways, I see OM Village and a potential Carmentis Center homeless shelter usage as being a solution to these problems rather than adding to these problems. So I hope you'll support this project going forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. The next registrant is Rebecca Katzenmeyer, 4418 Milwaukee Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Katzenmeyer.
Hello, yes. I just wanted to say, thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's nice to hear all of our neighbors and to be on the same page with some of the concerns that we have. And I think that what we are hearing is that right now, this neighborhood and this community itself is not strong enough to be able to give the support to a new population of very vulnerable citizens. Again, we all want to have solutions for this problem, but I don't feel that this location is the right solution. And I think that we, as a community and as a neighborhood, we need much more information, and we do need more time. I recognize that it is a time-sensitive issue, but I feel that there are solutions outside of this particular property that can be found without disrupting the residents of the neighborhood. And I do also have some concerns that once we do make a zoning change, if this is not going to be, if this is a temporary solution for the mission, is my understanding. But if we make a zoning change, then we are opening that up to so many different entities that property could be used for, which continues to be concerning. So I just feel like we need more information. We do need more time. And that the reason why this is challenging to get up and going quickly is because the people who live in these neighborhoods deserve that time and that respect to be able to process this. We're not able to absorb this kind of quick decision at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Katzenmeyer. The next registrant is Janet Parker, 2442 Upham Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Ms. Parker.
Currently there's no person in the meeting with that name.
Okay, thank you. The next registrant is Ann Newman, 225 Belmont Road, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer question. The next registrant is Matt Noen, 125 Judd Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. The next registrant is September John, 117 Rustic Drive, Madison, neither support nor opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. The remaining registrants do not wish to speak, nor are they available to answer questions.
Chair?
Yes.
We have Margaret Weiser from that had signed up for one that wished to speak on 17.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And her address was?
Let's see, Hamlet Circle, Madison, Wisconsin.
Okay, Margaret Weiser, you're on. Jesse, is she unmuted?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live at 4506 Hamlet Circle. So my and my neighbor's property is adjacent to Carmenta as well as Houston Park and Toad Hill School. Thank you to the teachers from Toad Hill who came to speak this evening. We appreciate your support. I feel like there's just a lot of unanswered questions, which I hope that some of you can speak on the alder people and commissioners can speak to. We would like to know more about the specific uses being discussed for the property and how they fit the definition of mission house. It was mentioned that it's Salvation Army. It was mentioned that it will be used to house families. I'd like a little bit more elaboration about like what, the population and how transient and how long do these residents typically stay in this, would plan on staying in this kind of housing. I would also like to know once the mission house use, if it were be committed to this use, once the mission house use is completed or expire, would it retain that new zoning? And could that just open it up to any type of business use without having to go through the city process of rezoning? And what, if any, plans for redevelopment are on the horizon after this use? And I just want to echo everybody's concerns about the neighborhood. I'm just, none of the things on my paper here, all of them would be sort of redundant to that. But I know that all of the neighbors in my circle are also very concerned about the neighborhood and its ability to support this organization at this location at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Weiser. Are there questions of any of the registrants? I am not seeing any raised hands, so I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes. Could staff talk about the types of uses that would be permitted under the CCT zoning if this was rezoned, and if after this use is terminated, what other uses would be what redevelopment uses would we likely see on the property?
Mr. Tucker?
Sure, I'll take the part about the uses that are the zoning code currently allows, and then Heather, if you would take the sort of the long range redevelopment part. Okay, so the CCT district is a commercial mixed use district. It'll allow for a variety of retail and commercial uses that are allowed by right: offices, retail establishments, service places like nail salons, those types of places. There's a whole variety of different types of uses. This building was I believe was a nursing home or kind of like an institutional type use. So adaptive reuse of the building is going to be very tricky for uses that are not similar to that type of use. We just don't typically see that work. The building is kind of cut up, one story. It's sort of limited in its opportunity. More than likely, what would happen is we would see redevelopment of the property in the future under the CCT district, which allows for a variety of different types of uses within a new development project. Take it away, Heather.
Ms. Stouter. Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
Sure, thank you. And so as mentioned in the brief staff report, the comprehensive plan does recommend neighborhood mixed use for this area. And I guess I'll say what I think is the most likely scenario to play out. This is a fairly large site, 3.3 acres. Once again, I think the site could be divided into multiple redevelopable properties. I think what's most likely is a mixed use building or a predominantly residential redevelopment of this site. the adopted neighborhood plan does not have a very specific recommendation for the property. And so I can't go into any more detail there, but a rezoning to the CCT district is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we would foresee redevelopment along this corridor, especially at this node. Again, it's well served by transit. I think it's a great spot for more housing at this point. So that would be my best guess.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dowder. Did you have any follow-ups, Commissioner?
No, that answers my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. Before I go into my questions, I wanted to apologize to those who registered for 7 intending to register for 17, because that was my fault. I told them that 7 was the one. So I apologize for that. I'm wondering, Mr. O'Keefe said that they would be willing to provide a community meeting prior to any commitments. I was wondering if that is something that we can make a requirement here, or I mean, if there's anything that we can do to firm that up, if that makes sense.
And you were asking that of, who were you asking that of?
Oh, looks like Matt has his hand raised, so maybe he can answer.
Okay. Mr. Tucker.
Yeah, you can't make a condition on this zoning change that they have a community meeting, but you can take what Mr. O'Keefe said, and I believe Alder Foster is here, and I think there was some discussion of there being a community meeting. I think that would be appropriate to hear about that and encourage that.
All right. Alder Foster, is that something that you want to speak to at this point? If so, raise your hand, please. Alder Foster.
Thank you, and apologies. I'm attending 2 meetings right now. I appreciate all the conversation on this, and certainly wish we all had time to have all the meetings even before this discussion, but as has been noted by staff, we're in a very particular position, and I think most people understand the circumstances and why we're trying to move so swiftly here. But yes, I have had conversations with Jim and Lynette, and we would absolutely intend to have a neighborhood meeting to be able to hear much more details about the proposal, were that to happen, as well as getting feedback from residents. And I would certainly be committed to a long-term relationship between neighborhoods and any operator there to make sure that there is a good relationship with the facility and that any issues that come up are addressed.
Thank you, Alder. Did you have any follow-ups, Alder Lemmer?
Is there any information as far as what the staffing plan would be for this if it moved forward? And maybe if Mr. O'Keefe could speak more about why this location is ideal in terms of amenities compared to hotels and what the county and has been doing.
So, Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Rhodes, one of you raise your hands about who would like to take that one. Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I'm willing to begin. With respect to staffing, I think the best way to address the staffing is to do something similar to what was done with the Tenny Lapham neighborhood when the Salvation Army presented to residents there about their staffing plan for their permanent facility, which is ultimately where they are going to be providing these services to families. So I would suggest that the neighborhood meeting that we're talking about having, that the Salvation Army be a primary participant in it and have an opportunity then to explain their staffing model. But I can tell you that this facility, from the perspective of staffing, provides a much better setting in serving families and having interactions with staff, between staff and families and between and among families than what is currently available in those hotel settings. So just from the perspective of the ability to deliver those services that the Salvation Army is about providing, it's a much more palatable setting for that to happen. But again, they have a specific staffing plan. I don't have command of precise numbers of staffing, but they will have staff available at all times. And I'm sure they'd be happy to discuss that in more detail at a neighborhood meeting.
Thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. Ms. Rhodes, did you have anything to add to that?
Yep, I just wanted to add, because this is not an extension of what Salvation Army is doing at the hotel. So I just wanted to make that distinction because, as Jim was saying, as winter is approaching and thinking about the families and children, we have 73 children currently we're serving at the hotel situation. The amenities at the new place will be much better for that serving those families. But they will be moving all of those services. So that's 24/7 people on site, 2 staff every shift, and they have 3 shifts a day. That includes their case managers, so the individuals working with their families. And another thing that this site offers Salvation Army is the ability to bring their maintenance staff and their kitchen staff out to this site as well, so that they can better serve families instead of ordering out catered meals, having that kitchen staff on site as well, since this building has a commercial kitchen. So I wanted to say that because I thought it was important that people know that we're not trying to stretch Salvation Army's services over 2 different places. It would be really, moving things and focusing it on this better location.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Did you have any follow-ups, Alder Lemmer? Oh, okay.
Could I add a brief point? So I just want to add to something that Lynette mentioned. The Salvation Army's plan is to serve about 35 families at this facility. So I don't think that all of the families that are currently being housed or sheltered in hotels would make this move. The other point that I would make is that this is only part of the effort to serve these families. In addition to about $500,000 that's been made available to the Salvation Army to support its shelter operation, there is some $300,000 plus. There's $1 million across the community that is being injected into rapid rehousing efforts, which are designed to connect individuals and connect families to permanent housing. So the Salvation Army, over the course of the summer and fall, have had success connecting families with permanent housing. That effort will continue before they make a move to Carmenta, if indeed that happens, and it will certainly continue beyond that period.
Thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. Question for Mr. O'Keefe. Just from the testimony, we heard a lot of concerns about drug dealing and overdoses, et cetera. What does your agency, what kind of resources do we have as a city in the Community Development Division to help the alders and neighbors try to, find services for people with drug and alcohol issues?
Mr. O'Keefe?
Actually, I'd turn to Lynette.
Okay.
For that, if she's got.
Lynette, if you could raise your hand again so I can, there you are. Okay. Ms. Rhodes.
So right now, the Community Development Division does not have direct services to help in that. But one of the things that we have been working on, especially during this pandemic, and Alder's raising that point to us, is really trying to connect with the community paramedics that we have in our community. And, with Madison Police and the community paramedics, there is what we call the MARI program, which I will not remember those acronyms of what that stands for right now, but it really is to address those situations, such as overdoses and that kind of stuff. So we're trying to strategize the best way to kind of, they have their strategies, we have ours. The main thing that we hear from them right now is, with this population of homeless individuals, trying to get people enrolled in recovery programs when they don't have a home is very tough. So we continue really focusing our strategies of, making sure people have access to shelter, continuing to expand our permanent housing opportunities while working with the MARI program and working with Dane County, who really funds a lot of the substance abuse and behavioral health services in the community, and working to see how we can lower the barriers to making sure people can access the programs that they fund.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes.
Thank you, Lynette. To follow up, so we do have, your team does have contracts for street outreach for homeless individuals. So I'm just trying to make sure that neighbors know that if are people aware of issues in this area, that is on somebody's list to check in with these folks, just so that people know that people know what's going on and something, resources are being offered to people.
On that point, absolutely. So the city coordinates actually a weekly street outreach team meeting. We coordinate all the outreach for Dane County. And we want to hear from residents when they've identified if somebody is sleeping in an unsheltered situation, because we absolutely want to connect one of our street outreach teams with that individual, because a lot of people actually do not use shelter just due to lack of education. They don't know that it's available. They don't know the hours of when they're supposed to go. So connecting them with that outreach team is really important to us.
Thank you.
Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. Following up on having the neighborhood meeting, I would assume that because the city is a partner in this, that would allow the feedback and input from this meeting to have input into what these plans will be, and will allow the neighborhood's concerns to be addressed in what happens here. And if you could just confirm that would be great.
Ms. Rhodes, did you? Or Mr. O'Keefe?
I think that would be the one of the primary purposes of a neighborhood meeting would be to allow the Salvation Army to discuss their staffing model and their approach to supporting families experiencing homelessness. I think it could go a long way toward answering many of the questions that arose tonight and providing some level of comfort to residents.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have any further questions, Alder Lemmer?
Just if there's any other information that can be shared about where plans are at. Do we expect that the Salvation Army is likely to move forward with this location? Or are we just making sure that they can, if they're able to do so? I guess, what is the level of certainty that this is going to move forward, just so folks can understand that more?
So the Salvation Army has been in discussions with a representative of the current owners of Carmenta. They've been discussing lease terms. Those discussions have not yet borne fruit, but they continue. It's really important, we've pointed out on on several occasions, the critical factor here is timing, and to be able to access this facility, if that is going to happen very shortly after the first part of next year, because the funding supporting their current operations in the hotel is set to expire. So that's really what's driving this. I think all of the parties understand that, and it's just a matter of everybody trying to see eye to eye on what terms and conditions, what that relationship might look like.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you have any further questions, Alder Lemmer?
Not right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would be looking for a motion, please. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I will recommend that the Plan Commission forward this zoning request, 4502 Milwaukee Street, from SRV2 to CCT to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
And I see it's seconded by Alder Rummel. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes, I think the neighborhood raised some really good issues tonight on crime and drugs and disorderly conduct and all those social issues, and those issues need to be addressed by the City Council. The Plan Commission reviews land use and zoning requests and issues. This rezoning is consistent with our plans. It's the rezoning to CCT is consistent with the comprehensive plan that acts as our guide. So I think this mission use is very appropriate for this building. But the neighbors have some issues that I think that need to be addressed. You have a really good alder, and I think that you need to address those with him. And I think there will be a neighborhood meeting that you can address those. And when this amendment goes to the City Council, you need to address the issues that you raised tonight. Very eloquent. I think that all the speakers were excellent, but those are the issues that need to be addressed by the City Council. But I think that this rezoning is appropriate and is consistent with our plan. So that's why I'm recommending it be approved.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Alder Rummel, did you wish to speak to the motion?
Well, not exactly, but my hand is still up, so I'll just stay. I think Mr. Cantrell really captures what the authority of the Plan Commission is. And I just would remind neighbors that, yes, we hear you, but also remember these are families we're serving. And so try to remember who this is for, and we'll keep talking. Thank you.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. I also, like Alder Rummel, in some ways wanted to just let neighbors know that if the Salvation Army is to go into this location, which seems like it's possible, more than possible. In 2024, the Salvation Army is scheduled to open a permanent shelter for families 200 feet from where I live that has been approved by Plan Commission in the past. It was delayed for approximately a year, I think, because of COVID and other concerns. But this is a temporary location for a family shelter if things play out as expected. And as Alder Rummel mentioned, I think we do hear you. And believe me, I understand, because my constituents, many of them that live close to where the Salvation Army will be redeveloping, feel the same way, and I appreciate what you're saying. So, and it's a good point that those issues are not really in the purview of Plan Commission, but I hope we can work on those otherwise. Thanks.
Are there any other comments, discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hand, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you to commissioners and to all those who came out to testify about this. Okay, the next item on our agenda is agenda item 11, Legistar 62136, creating section 28.022 through 00466 of the Madison General Ordinances to amend a planned development district at properties located at 6145 through 6301 Mineral Point Road, 19th Alder District, amending the general development plan and creating section 28.022 through 00467 to approve a specific implementation plan. And I believe that we have a presentation by Mr. Parks.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Plan Commission, Tim Parks with planning staff. Item number 11 was at your October 19th meeting, where the Plan Commission referred consideration of an amended general development plan for the Oakwood Village University Woods campus and a specific implementation plan to construct a 4-story, 77-unit apartment building in the northeastern corner of the campus to address a series of concerns about the design of the proposed building. And also there was discussion at that previous meeting about open space for the project. Following that referral, staff met with the project team and on October 30th, the applicant, Gorman and Company, submitted revised plans that they will present to you tonight for a 5-story apartment building on the same general location as the one that you reviewed 3 weeks ago. The project still includes 77 units in an L-shaped building adjacent to the main driveway to the Oakwood Village campus from Mineral Point Road. However, in addition to the addition of a 5th story, the applicant has added an active entrance from Mineral Point Road, reconfiguring the parking to provide a lobby and foyer adjacent to Mineral Point Road. Also added a small 12-stall parking garage on the first floor level above grade. So the parking is effectively more of a 6-story, if you will. The first full story is 1 story above Mineral Point Road due to the grade. So you have 54 parking stalls below the building footprint and a 12-stall garage on the first floor level. The plans also have a larger resident amenity space on the first floor, basically extending the entire length of the wing adjacent to or paralleling Mineral Point Road. The addition of a 5th floor sunroom or solarium and sitting space for residents. Most of the units now have balconies. In addition to the Mineral Point Road entrance that's been added, the entrance from the vehicular court at the first floor has also been improved, and the architecture of the building has, in staff's opinion, dramatically improved compared to what we saw at the previous meeting. Staff is now able to recommend approval of the project to the Plan Commission, whereas previously we felt that the design was not adequate for the location, despite being generally supportive of the project and believing that the project could be found consistent with the high residential land uses recommended for the Oakwood Village campus in the comprehensive plan, that the design was not up to par. We do feel now that it is, and we recommend that the Plan Commission recommend approval of the project to the Common Council subject to the Planning Division conditions listed in the November 9th addendum and the conditions from reviewing agencies beginning on page 10 of the October 19th staff report. I'd be happy to answer questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. We do have two registrants. I will open the public hearing. The first one is Ted Mackham, 200 North Main Street, Oregon, Wisconsin, in support and wishing to speak representing Gorman and Company. Mr. Mackham.
Chair, I don't see Ted, but maybe he's with Mark.
Hi, this is Mark Larson. Ted should be on there, Ted Mackham. But if you don't see his email address, I can just kind of give the presentation.
Okay, so then we will hear from Mark Larson, 648 North Plankington Avenue, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in support and wishing to speak, and representing Gorman and Company and Korb and Associates. Mr. Larson.
Hi.
And you have 3 minutes.
Excellent. Do we have that presentation to bring up? And I'll probably go through these pretty quickly because since you did a great introduction, Tim. So the site's still located at the same position that it was before, so we can go to the next slide. This is the same as well, so we can skip through that. Slide 3, we updated some of the existing campus imagery. We wanted to be able to capture some of the materials that were there to relate back. You can go back to the next page, please. The site plan, updated site plan, you can see the reduction of the footprint. We reduced it 17 to 22 feet in the east-west direction and 18 feet in the north-south direction. There's a dotted line around that. We've widened the main entrance walk and enlarged an entrance canopy while maximizing the landscape perimeter of the building. We're showing about 15 times greater landscape than the minimum required. 2 tabletop crosswalks and signage are incorporated into the private drive. And this is to provide a safe and accessible way for residents to be able to get over to the rest of the campus and slowing the traffic. And then because we shortened the building, we're able to reduce the steepness of the driveway to the lower level parking. Go to the next slide, please. This is just at lower level showing we moved the elevator to the north and still have parking on this level, but created a main level parking off of Mineral Point Road. Go to the next slide, please. Since we reduced the lower level parking, we did introduce parking onto this floor. We also wanted to reduce the amount of parking in the entrance court as was suggested. This also moved a lot of the units up, which is described why we have a 5th floor, also with the reduction of the building. But the amenities on the 1st floor, along with the parking, or along with additional bike storage and storage. Go to the next slide, please. Typical floor plans, as you can see, we were able to integrate balconies into most units. Go into the next slide, please. The 5th floor plan is we again moved, decreased size of the building, moved units up. And then on the east or west side of the building, you can see that we added a sunroom or solarium, and then a north and south exposure balconies for tenant or resident access. Go to the next floor. We expanded the solar field on that. You can stay on the rendering. The rendering shows we've changed the materials on the exterior. We're utilizing the buff stone and red brick that's shown on the rest of the campus. And then being able to utilize that buff stone to highlight that main 2-story entrance now. We've additionally added more windows into the lower level parking. This would be frosted windows so that we can provide light into the parking level, but at night you wouldn't be kind of driving by and seeing into a parking structure. Next slide, please. This is driving east on Mineral Point Road, and go to the next slide, please. And you can see the balconies integrated into all of the different elevations. And then this is the courtyard elevation where we're utilizing the buff stone as well at the main entry. We enlarged the entrance canopy. We've reduced the parking so that we could expand plaza space as well as landscaping for the residents. And at the lower right, you can see the entrance into that 1st floor kind of in covered parking.
Mr. Larson, that concludes your available time. Thank you. The next registrant is Kevin Yeska, 3131 View Road, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing JSD Professional Services. The next registrant is Ann Albert. Mineral Point Road, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, with Age Better Incorporated. The last registrant available to answer questions is Virginia Shannon, 6205 Mineral Point Road, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Are there questions of any of the registrants? Commissioner Cantrell.
I have a couple questions. One is that there was some concerns raised about the steepness of the driveway, and during the winter, maybe having snow and ice built up, and that would be hazardous for the residents staying there. How will you address that issue? The architect, or I don't care who answers it, but
Mr. Larson?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just able to unmute. So we were able to decrease the slope. So it is a much more accessible drive slope as it is now. But we are also planning for kind of a snow melt system within that system at this time.
Okay. Another question I have is, I raised concerns about loss of trees last time. And I have a concern this time as well. And where you're losing a bulk of the trees is where you're building it looks like a detention basin, stormwater facility. Is there any other options or that you could do in that area to reduce the impact of removing a number of trees, and so and in the other area, kind of up where the other parking lot is, there's a kind of a grouping of 3 or 4 oak trees, maybe 30 inches, and some in that area, and there's some walkways going across the driveway to the other building. Are the grades changing that dramatically that you have to remove those as well? So I guess, could you address that?
This is Mark. Yeah, that's fine. This is Mark. I think Kevin Yeska might be able to answer that question a lot more eloquently than I could.
Okay. Mr. Yeska, can we get him up, please? Okay.
Yes, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So, yeah, absolutely understand that concern. Obviously, the building revision and trying to make this building as small and as tall as possible was achieved. The unfortunate thing about a beautiful oak tree is that their critical root zone expands so much farther than many other very nice overstory trees. So, these 50 to 100-year-old oak trees that were disturbing around, they would likely never survive. Unfortunately, with construction comes quite a bit of traffic, heavy equipment traffic, and that alone adjacent to an oak tree makes it very susceptible to dying over time soon after construction would be over. So even if we did try to preserve, the viability of them surviving is slim to none, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. I expected that answer.
Did you have further questions?
No, those are the only 2 I had.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? I do have one. What is the intended relationship with the rest of the open space on this site? Will the people who live in this location have access to the other Oakwood Village?
So this is again Mark Larson with Corbin Associates. So the agreements that are currently identified, and they still need to kind of be fine-tuned between Oakwood and Age Better, is that the intent is that the grounds themselves would be accessible. So any of the outdoor amenities would be accessible to both Age Better and Oakwood Village, and vice versa. They would also have accessibility to some of the programs and amenities within the Oakwood campus interior, such as therapy services, dining, and pharmacy, etc. So I hope that answers your question, but I know that there are like meditative gardens and additional gardens on the campus that that would be accessible by them.
And so you're committing to that then? To that arrangement?
It might be, that is, I believe that is the agreement between Age Better and Oakwood Village. Ted Mackham or Ann might be able to talk a little bit further on their arrangements. Ann Albert.
Ann Albert is registered. Could we have Ann?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So the plan that we have is that the residents of the Age Better community living would definitely have access, obviously the nature preserve that's on the Oakwood campus. Some of the other amenities, as Mark mentioned, ability to access dining services and pharmacy therapy services. As far as programming, residents at the building will be encouraged to join SAIL, Sharing Active Independent Lives. And that is a very unique model that we currently have in place. And we basically do some co-programming. Residents would have access to attend programs, for example, in the Village Auditorium or on campus at both Oakwood and Attic Angel, just as we currently do. And then, as I mentioned, some co-programming.
Okay, so you have that arrangement in place, and
we already have that through the SAIL program.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Are there any further questions of any of the registrants? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Alder Rummel.
Can you remind me if this will go back to the Urban Design Commission?
I do not believe that it will. Can you confirm, Mr. Parks?
I had to wait to be unmuted. No, it is not going to go back to the Urban Design Commission.
Thank you. No, they did say this was not the correct location for this facility, just to remind everyone. Thank you.
Commissioner Solheim.
I was, we had talked about how this area was identified as high residential in the comp plan. And I was just curious, if not this site, are you aware of any other sites within the Oakwood campus that they are looking to redevelop in the future? I'm just kind of wondering if there will be other opportunities within the campus that you are aware of.
Yes. In fact, some planning staff, including myself, have preliminary meeting with design team representing Oakwood Village tomorrow to talk about a phase that Oakwood Village would like to do further back into the campus. But we don't have specifics on those plans that we can share at this particular time.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I will move that the Plan Commission forward the zoning map amendment approving the amended general development plan for Oakwood Village, University Woods at 6145 to 6301 Mineral Point Road, and approving the specific implementation plan to construct a 77-unit apartment building, subject to the conditions in the November 9th memo that we received, and also the reports and the conditions included within that, dated October 19th, 2020, to the City Council for a favorable recommendation.
Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, this one's tough for me. I think the site is appropriate for this use. Unfortunately, they're going to be removing a number of very old 100-year plus oak trees, but the site is the perfect site for senior housing, and it's on a major road. It's next to other senior facilities. Just in the newspaper tonight, there's a proposal up the street on the university land that would be a new potential node for some commercial opportunities. So I think this, and it's on a potential BRT and transit, and so I think this site is a good site. And I'll have to say, this building totally was redesigned, and thank God it was, because it looked like a 70s office building before. It looks like a decent apartment building now that people would like to live there. So kudos to the architect in that respect. So that's why I'm recommending support of this. And again, I feel that the loss of the trees is significant, but I think that the need for senior affordable housing is even more significant. So that's why I'm recommending it be approved.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. I will be supporting the motion as well. I understand the concern about the trees. It's, given the site and what's there on the whole campus, it's kind of hard to imagine any sort of development happening in the future at Oakwood without losing some trees, because there's so much there. And they are, have a wonderful conservancy and a lot of open space for residents to utilize, which will be available to these residents as well. The building also has a lot of green features that we are encouraging developers to include these days, including a solar array on the roof, landscaping that far exceeds the minimum, little surface parking. So I think there are a lot of other things that help balance out that loss. And then, of course, the affordable housing aspect, as well as the programming, to me is really kind of sets this one apart. So those are some of the reasons that I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Spencer.
I too will be supporting this project. I do understand the concerns with the trees. I brought that up last time. Everything that Commissioner Solheim and Cantrell said, and I appreciate the changes in the design of the building, the architecture. I think they really listened to us last week when we brought up our concerns with the size and layout and looks of the building. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to thank the developer for redesigning the project. I do support the project. I share everybody's concerns about the trees. I spent a little bit of time on the Urban Forestry Task Force and really got a very good understanding of what we need to do as a city to do a better job at tree preservation, et cetera. But I think this continues to be an incredible location for desperately needed affordable senior housing. So I hope the Plan Commission this evening supports it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. We will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to agenda items 12 and 13. We will have a presentation from staff. Mr. Punt.
All right. Thank you, Chair Zellers. So before the Commission now are two items which are to be considered together regarding requests to rezone 1 through 19 North Pinckney Street, 22 North Webster Street, and 120 East Washington Avenue from downtown core to PD GDP SIP, as well as approval of demolition requests to raise the buildings at 3 to 5, 7 to 11, 15 and 19 North Pinckney Street and 22 North Webster Street, and approval of a conditional use for projections into the Capitol View Height area, all to construct a 9-story, nearly 350,000 square foot office building with 6 floors of underground parking. The staff does want to note that portions of the building or of the proposal have been reviewed by Landmarks Commission at 4 of its meetings due to the number of historic buildings in the area. Likewise, the Urban Design Commission has reviewed and recommended approval of the requested PD zoning at its November 4 meeting. Because of the complexity of the proposal, there are some clarifications that I'd like to mention, as well as several recommended conditions of approval. First, a revised legal description for the rezoning has been provided by the applicant. This removes a portion of an adjacent property that had been inadvertently included in the description of the area to be rezoned. A substitute ordinance with the corrected legal description has been prepared. Second, because the proposal area includes a public alleyway that cannot be zoned until the city has vacated and transferred it to the applicant. Staff have recommended in the staff report addendum that you all should have received that a delayed effective date be attached to the ordinance to match whatever date that vacation is finalized. It also notes that if the vacation is not approved, then the rezoning would not occur. If or when the vacation is finalized, the applicant will also be required to file a certified survey map to create a single development parcel. Finally, the Urban Design Commission has, at its November 4 meeting, provided a recommendation that the Plan Commission recommend approval of the zoning, specifically the plan development zoning, per the requirements of the PD district. However, UDC is also the approving body for buildings in Urban Design District number 4. So it will be reviewing the project against the requirements and the recommendations for UDD4 at its December 2 meeting. Obviously, a lot of complexities there. So after the public hearing, I am very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Punt. I will open the public hearing. We will first hear from Brad Binkowski, 10 East Doty Street, Madison, Wisconsin, in support, wishing to speak. And he is the developer, Mr. Binkowski.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Super. So, the American Exchange project really started back in 1993 when Tom Newyear and I bought the old deserted American Exchange building. It took us 4 years before we could actually acquire it from Valley Bank. It was really falling apart. We bought it because we thought it was an important part of Madison's history to save and preserve. Slide 2, please. Today, 55% of the site is surface parking or an abandoned bank drive-up. The site, slide 3, please. The site had been identified for a long time in the downtown plan as an underutilized site that is a prime development opportunity. But when we purchased the site, it was owned by 6 individual property owners. It took us 23 years to assemble the site and a consolidated ownership to create something that really could support a major new development. Slide 4, please. The key issue in any downtown development is to create parking that can support the needs of office tenants and their guests. There are only 2 sites left in downtown Madison that are large enough to support a large underground ramp. The American Exchange block is one, and the Brayton lot is another. Next slide, please. A large footprint of the underground parking ramp that we can do on the American Exchange block is illustrated here. It's efficient. In total, will produce about 840 parking stalls, and we think it really supports the investment above grade. The parking ramp entry, if you can go to the next slide, is shown as taking off of Webster Street, where there's as much as a 16-foot fall between East Washington and Mifflin Street. The ramp goes down quickly so that it allows us to really create sidewalk level retail shops on all of East Washington and on Pinckney Street. Today, there's only one retail store in 770 lineal feet of sidewalk area. We plan to create 22,000 square feet of retail space that will really revitalize the sidewalk surrounding the Capitol Square. And we think that's really, really essential. There's been some question about why do you need parking, and how much parking do you need? Next slide, please. The best example I can give you is the American as the Anchor Properties redevelopment, where we attracted Zendesk to lease and commit to downtown. They started in 2,000 square feet of space on Pinckney Street. They now lease 105,000 square feet. As the mayor and her transportation staff saw when they toured the building, Zendesk expected pre-COVID to have 800 employees. They had 300 parking stalls available. That meant 600 employees in the completed, fully occupied building would either walk, ride their bike, or take the bus to go to work. In the American Exchange development, we expect 2,000 employees. It will be aimed at technology users. That means 1,200 people will walk, ride their bike, or take the bus to work, which will really support, mass transit. Without parking, we can't get commitments from tenants that are interested in
Mr. Binkowski, that concludes your available time. The next registrant is Mark Binkowski, 10 East Doty Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. And a reminder, 3 minutes. Mr. Mark Binkowski.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Colin, if you could go to the next slide. So part of what we're doing is, although we're building the parking, we're also trying to create the additional alternative means of transportation. So a large 200 stall secured indoor bike room to serve tenants, as well as you know, this site is located on the Capitol Square. So bus and the future of bus rapid transit are very viable means of alternative transportation. On the next slide, Colin, you'll see the economic impact of Block 89. Similar before, used to be surface parking, and the revitalization of that added necessary density to bring new office users to the square. Block 89 is the highest assessed value of any block in the city, and so it's really replicating that formula with American Exchange. And again, just kind of talking through those points on the next slide, we expect that the redevelopment of the American Exchange properties will increase the tax value, the tax base of the properties in that block by more than 13 times. So, Colin, on the next slide, the floor plates for this development have really been intentionally sized at 26,000 square feet to fill a void in the market that doesn't exist. It also means that the upper floors are only using 52% of the site area, so really minimizing the scale and massing of the project. Next slide, Colin. The objective of this plan development is to achieve the preservation of historic buildings through adaptive reuse. As Colin mentioned, there are a number of landmarks in this block that create unique challenges, the first being American Exchange Bank, as well as further properties to the north. On the next slide, as Colin again mentioned, we've been through Landmarks Commissions 4 times. They approved a public interest variance to allow the demolition of Center 7, as well as supported findings into the land combination and adjacency. On the next slide, also have been to urban design, which led to some significant design modifications. The previous iteration had a boxier facade, which some members thought was not sophisticated and overpowered American Exchange. We've changed that to a simple, sophisticated curved glass facade, stepped it back further from Pinckney and East Washington, and really made the historic American Exchange Bank building the focal point. And on the next slide, you'll see that same thing at East Washington and Webster. The previous design on the left, the stacked boxes really gave a vertical feel to it. On the right, the new curve stretching all the way east to west really makes it more of a horizontal building. And then quickly on the next slide, the alley abandonment. We know that that is a necessary condition. We have been in touch with our neighbors, working with them for the last year to make sure that we can design a new trash room and service that will support their needs and that they can support the alley abandonment. From there, the next 2 slides just talk about the mechanical screening and how we've located the mechanicals inside of the building to the extent possible, with only a few pieces of equipment on the roof to comply with those conditional use criteria.
Thank you, Mr. Binkowski. That concludes your time. Our next registrant is David Jennerjohn, 500 North Dearborn Street, Chicago, in support, wishing to speak, representing Valerio DeWalt Train Associates of Chicago. Mr. Jennerjohn.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Go to the next slide, please. This is a complex project. The design of the block responds to 3 distinct urban context conditions, each a different side of the block. For the Webster Street elevation, which you see here, it was important for the development's design that the massing step down in scale as it stretches north toward Mifflin Street, which is to the right. In addition, it was important that the 6-story stone building hold and turn the corner onto East Washington. Next slide, please. The Webster-Washington corner creates a strong architectural gateway to the Capitol Square. This is accomplished by featuring an active and inviting 2-story office building lobby at the corner. And this is one of the 2 building lobbies that serve the office space. Next slide, please. In this closer view of the lobby and the 2-story entry, the details of the entrance glass, the new planters, signage, lighting, high quality finishes all show the attention paid to making this corner a focus of the arrival on Capitol Square. Next slide, please. Looking west at that same location, one can see the new building components and how they mesh with the historic American Exchange building, which is in the distance. Additional things that enliven the streetscape here are in the sidewalk experience are new retail activity with opportunities for outdoor dining, canopies, entries, and such. Next slide, please. The feature of the East Washington elevation streetscape is really the restored historic sandstone American Exchange building on the left here on the Capitol Square side. On the opposite side of the block, there's a 6-story also stone building that anchors the other end of the block. But above all that is the sophisticated curved glass facade that Mark mentioned. And what this facade does is it actually connects the block from east to west, but then bends away from the American Exchange building, opening up the mass to the expanse of Capitol Square. Next slide, please. Here's a few more images of how the new development works with the historic character of the American Exchange block, as well as the 7 North Pinckney restored facade. Next slide, please. The Capitol Square elevation, the design is a series of distinct building facades that reinforce the interesting and lively pedestrian environment. Next slide, please. And attention was paid to the rooftop as well, it being another experience in the urban design landscape, not just the streetscape, but actually also the roof terraces. There's 22,000 square feet of landscape.
That concludes your available time, Mr. Jenner John. Thank you.
Great, I'm done.
Okay, very good. The next registrant is Jose Granados, 1 North Webster Street, Madison. Opposed and wishing to speak, representing Eno Vino Downtown. Mr. Granados?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, first I would like to thank the members of the committee. Can you please pull up the slides, please? We send a PowerPoint. Is that possible?
Mr. Punt, can you pull up the slides?
While he does that, I would like just a quick statement. I'm extremely nervous because this is my second language, and I have a thick accent. So I don't take offense for anyone telling me to repeat myself. So please feel free to tell me to repeat myself when I speak either too fast or I don't enunciate correctly.
You're coming through very clearly. So go ahead. Yes. Okay. Here is the presentation.
All right. Okay. Can you just move to the next slide, please? Okay. Hi. So my name is Jose Granados. Me and my wife are on the top left of the picture. We are part owners of Eno Vino, and we are here to talk about the impact that this development is going to have on or views. I think that the only space in the city of Madison where you can publicly go and have this view like the one behind our employees is just Madison. And number one, I know progress is progress. We never intended to stop progress. I know that block is going to get developed and it will be developed. But I think there can be something that you guys can help us with and maybe save the view. Like it doesn't have to block all the view and prevent people from taking a picture from having a wedding. Move to the next slide, please. So those are some samples of pictures and there are thousands and thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of pictures of these on the internet. And the impact to our employees, it will be tremendous. The impact of COVID has been tremendous, and we know it's going to take a while for us to recover. Again, by no means we're saying no to the develop, but I think the develop can be adjusted so that we have a win-win situation, and the developers are happy, and all of our guests that come are happy, and my employees get to keep their jobs. We also employ special need people, and we work for them. And it's hard times. We're not one of the few restaurants that still employs them. So I'm asking you to please reconsider the height of the building. We can't save the view. Please, that's. I thank you for your time, and I apologize if I speak too. It is very emotional for me because this is an opportunity that is not given to a brown person like me. It's not. This was like a gold opportunity. It's like somebody hand me out an ice cream cone when I have never eaten ice cream, and it's just so hard for me to not understand how can we not work together to have a beautiful building in front of a beautiful view that people can enjoy from any background and all the people that comes from all over.
Thank you, Mr. Granados. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Sarah Granados, 1 North Webster Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, representing Enovino downtown. 3 minutes. Ms. Granados.
Hi, this is Sarah Granados. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. As a part owner and operator of Enovino downtown, I feel that it is very important to speak to you all about how much the access to the Wisconsin State Capitol building from the restaurant has meant to Madison residents and visitors to the Madison area. When the AC Hotel was approved to be built at their approvals meetings in 2015, the building was granted a bonus 9th and 10th floor based on excellence in design, and it was inherent within that approval that the top floors be public spaces. Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. Can you please advance 2 slides? Thank you. If this development is approved as it is currently designed, the public access to the Capitol will be blocked, and this will negate the precedent that was set with that approval. We cannot allow the City of Madison to lose this community asset. As the development is currently designed, the tall office tower is directly in front of the AC Hotel, with the lower height outdoor terraces in the mid-block area. We think that some of the massing of the office tower should be shifted to better utilize the mid-block space, or the design of the building should be mirrored to create more of a win-win, mutually beneficial design. As pointed out by a commission member in the UDC meeting last week, shifting the outdoor terraces to the East Washington side of the building will also create a better solar environment for plantings and open up the view shed on East Washington side of the building. So the height of the building gradually rises from East Washington to the mid-block. We're asking that this project be referred, looking for the design to be adjusted, shifting the location of the office tower. We're proud to be the current custodians of this asset and feel a responsibility to protect this public amenity. In 2019 alone, over 170,000 people visited the restaurant spaces to view the Capitol building from this unique perspective. We're asking that you hold this project to a higher community design standard that does not negatively impact the experience of these hundreds of thousands of people that regularly use the space. We've been proud to donate our space for fundraisers and partner with many local organizations and charities over the years, many of which you can see here. Many of the fundraisers in our space have been extraordinarily of our patrons know about this hearing and let them know that they could email Plan Commission to provide their own personal comments on the development. We were excited to see over 40 letters sent to the Plan Commission so far and greatly appreciate the Commission members' review of these letters. Our restaurant spaces are the one place in Madison where the public can enjoy the Wisconsin State Capitol building in this way, and we feel a strong need to preserve that for Madison. We are not trying to block the project, but we believe that there are changes that need to be made. This project has to go back to UDC in December and may very well undergo further design changes at that meeting. I'm asking that Plan Commission refer this project as we are not necessarily looking at the final design tonight. Please refer this item to adjust the tower location. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant is Bridget Maniaci, 3521 Lexington Avenue, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, representing Enovino downtown.
All right. Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, let's advance a couple slides forward here. And one more, please. All right. I am a former District 2 alderperson and assisting the owners of Enovino. One of the points that was brought up when we talked with city staff who were very helpful on this issue with us was Heather Stouter asked us how can we demonstrate that this is a public concern and not just about two property owners? So one of the things that the owners did was they created a change.org petition. I forwarded to the committee the latest additions. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see here's kind of where we are. Last week for UDC, we had over 1,200 signatures. As of tonight, right before the meeting, we were over 1,380. 438 came from City of Madison residents. And if you flip forward one more slide, you'll see kind of breakout across the state where we got feedback from. A lot of Madison, a lot of Dane County, but also other parts of the state as well. And if you go one more slide, this space is very special to a lot of people. There across the country, we have gotten comments and feedback. So continue onward, please. Here's where we're at. You have before you two items this evening, item 12 and item 13. Item 12 deals with the PD standards, and we think that there's some real conflicts here and really encourage you to ask tough questions and detailed questions. As was mentioned, UDC has not taken up any of the UDD4 standards. Things got a bit out of order due to a noticing error. So they forwarded next to no details regarding the PD standards with the understanding that this was coming back to their meeting. So we're asking tonight for referral after referral so that UDC can take this up at their meeting in December. I also think that this will give you time to really look at these PD standards in depth. I think there's a couple things to really look at how it's in conflict, especially PD Objective C about the preservation enhancement. You can read it there up on the slide. And the main issues are Standard C. I don't think you have enough information to make a decision tonight relative to the municipal utility impact as a city-owned asset. And really, Standard E is the big one relative to the Enovino space about creating greater compatibility with surrounding land use. If you flip to the next slide, there's also a number of important issues, and there was not a lot of conversation or guidance at UDC. So really, as Plan Commission members, I've worked with many of you. You are smart cookies. Let us work hard here tonight to get some work done on this because this project has received minimal review. It's a $130 million project, and it is going very quickly. I think there's some conflict with the ordinance that was actually passed last year. Alder Heck was a sponsor on regarding long views of the state capitol.
That concludes your available time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next registrant is Kirk Stantis, 113 East Mifflin Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak, representing the Bartell Community Theater Foundation.
Thank you very much, commissioners, and good evening. I'll keep this short. When we first heard of the project of the Bartell Theater, which many of you know is located at 113 East Mifflin Street, just east of the YWCA, off the square, and more importantly, you'll probably know it's across the street from Gotham Bagel. So that's where we're located. We're made up of 5 resident companies, all 501c3, and the Bartell Theater is a 501c3, and we've been in operation for 20 years. We speak in support of the project at this time. When we first heard about it, we thought we would be the little brownstone under the Brooklyn Bridge and be lost in the shadow of this building and be crushed, because all we had going for us is an easement in the back that backed up to our loading dock. We contacted Urban Land Interest, and since that first contact, we've been they have been very supportive in trying to make everything work for us in our community theater, because it is very difficult to load 15-foot to 19-foot sets into our back loading dock. And given the plan, we thought we would be totally just handicapped with what the plan might be. But we contacted ULI in discussions, and since that first discussion, ULI has been cooperative, particularly with our loading dock concerns, and they are going to put us in an uncovered, protected loading dock area, as well as our trash area, which will be great because we're so used to loading sets in the snow, and then in the rain, and then the snow, and then the snow, and then more snow. So this will be a wonderful opportunity. In short, we expect some hiccups, and there have been some design hiccups with ULI so far, but we speak again in support of the project at this point and feel that this would be a net benefit to the neighborhood, particularly given our interest in having traffic go by the foot traffic, particularly go by the Bartell, our little Bartell Theater. Thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you. The next registrant is Eli Judge, 360 West Washington, Madison, in support and wishing to speak.
Good evening. Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Chair Zellers. And my thanks to the other commissioners for the opportunity to speak tonight. As a former Madison alder and past citizen member of a number of city committees, I know firsthand that your service on this commission is often a thankless task. I'm grateful for the time you're spending here tonight. As mentioned, my name is Eli Judge, and I'm the president of Capital Neighborhoods, the neighborhood association that represents most of the downtown core of the city. I also had the honor of being the chair of the neighborhood steering committee related to this proposal. ULI's proposed project falls squarely in the neighborhood's allotted territory. Capital Neighborhoods, as we do with all developments of any significance in our area, helped co-host a major public meeting in August with Alder Mike Revere, and then subsequently hosted a neighborhood steering committee for all members of the public who were interested in providing input on the project. Because of the impact of this project and its location, we did not limit membership on the steering committee in any way, and we used every means at our disposal to get the word out to various neighborhood districts and that the public meeting and subsequent steering committees were happening. We have provided the Plan Commission a written summary of our steering committee's impressions of the proposal, which I hope you all take a moment to review. The document begins with an overview, but delves into greater detail based on a number of various subjects. To summarize, though, the Neighborhood Steering Committee is unanimously encouraging your approval of this project tonight. I believe it's fair to say that the steering committee's reactions and almost all of the public meeting comments were overwhelmingly positive towards the project. The steering committee feels that the project is an attractive, important, contextually appropriate addition to the downtown core, and that it complies with the downtown and comprehensive plans. The project is environmentally conscious. It respects the historic character of the Capitol Square and will significantly enhance the city's economic heart. The project will add construction jobs now and high technology jobs in the future. And we also feel that it will be a dramatic improvement to one of the most underdeveloped gateways into the Capitol Square. Again, we unanimously encourage your approval of this project tonight. I will add that the neighborhood group was in contact with representatives from Enovino and North Central Group a few weeks ago, and we were able to have a friendly and productive meeting. Our steering committee members did express that they feel sympathy to Enovino's owners for the loss of a portion of their business's view. However, after discussion, the steering committee unanimously felt that ULI had already made sufficient concessions to their neighbors across the street and did not feel that additional changes should be made to the proposal. Thank you all again for your time tonight. I will remain available if you have any questions about the neighborhood or our steering committee process or essentially the conclusions that we made. Again, thank you, Chair Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Judge. The next registrant is Jeff Lenz, 1600 Aspen Commons, Middleton, Wisconsin, opposed, wishing to speak. Mr. Lenz.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We also have a deck title Plan Commission presentation dated November 5th, if that could be pulled up.
Mr. Punt? Ms. Stouter, do you know if there's an issue with pulling up the?
I am not sure. One suggestion could be to come back to Mr. Lenz in just a second. I can try to check in here and see what we can do. I apologize.
Okay. Mr. Lenz, we will come back to you when we are able to get up that deck. The next registrant.
I need to go.
No, it's fine.
Okay, the next registrant is Andy Inman, 1600 Aspen Commons, Middleton, Wisconsin, opposed and wishing to speak. Mr. Inman.
Andy, you may have a prompt. There you go.
Mr. Lenz, Mr. Wilcox, and I all had the same deck. So
okay, it looks like we've got it now.
So if you could put Mr. Wilcox in the queue after Mr. Lenz.
Okay, so Mr. Lenz, you're up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Lenz, President and Chief Development Officer of North Central Group, developer, owner, and operator of the AC Hotel. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this very important project in the area of downtown Madison. I want to reiterate our message. We are not here tonight to attempt to kill this project. We want and support the development and its uses. But what we are here for tonight is to state emphatically that we have a public amenity that is being impacted significantly with this project as designed. And further consideration of an effort to improve that design is needed to truly create a win-win. Nearly 6 years ago, our project, the AC Hotel, was before you for approval. We initially submitted what we thought at the time was our best project. We were subsequently denied. That denial provided us the opportunity to solicit further feedback and subsequently improve the project, ultimately achieving the coveted exceptional design standard to secure our approvals and move forward with the project. The cornerstone of our revision was the elevation of our public spaces and complementary uses to the top 2 floors of the project. Next slide, please. What this process also created was one additional exceptional outcome, the creation of a signature public amenity, an area to enjoy panoramic views of our beloved state capitol, an experience enjoyed by hundreds of thousands of guests and residents of Madison in the 3.5 years we've been open. The applicant has shared tonight that they have fully vetted all the constraints and the current program is the best and final outcome, the only way the project works, and that they've exhausted all options. We disagree. We will pose 2 potential options tonight, but they aren't the only options. The point is there can be another way, a path that achieves their goals as well as ours, a path where other alternatives can be considered and more fully vetted on this project to address its deficiencies and impact to our project. With that, we respectfully request that the project be referred to allow that process to happen. In closing, you have and will hear more about this iconic amenity that we were challenged to create and are now fighting to preserve. We have heard or you have read in the nearly 40 pages of public comments submitted on the project what the views from Eno and the hotel mean to visitors and residents alike. Imagine if there were an elevated public viewing platform in downtown Madison with celebrated views of the Capitol building and dome. No project would ever be approved that would negatively impact it. The Capitol View Preservation Ordinance, which was passed in 1966, is one example of how the view of our state capitol continues to be celebrated and preserved today. Yes, our vantage is a private space, but that emotional connection it has solicited from hundreds of thousands of public visitors to date is something we believe needs to be preserved and protected as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Inman. I do not show Mr. Wilcox as a registrant.
Madam Chair.
Oh, item 13. Okay, hold on. So he registered under 13. I don't find him.
Madam Chair, I think he is a new registrant, and I've been trying to get onto
VPN to download it, but Jesse does see it on 13.
Okay, Jesse, do you want to read him in then, please?
Josh Wilcox here.
Yes.
All right, you can hear me okay?
Yes, could you please introduce yourself since we don't see you on the registration list? Who you're representing and where, and your address?
All right, Josh Wilcox with GBA. We're a local architectural firm here in Middleton, representing North Central Group and Enovino, located at 2248 Deming Way in Middleton, Wisconsin.
Okay, thank you.
And if you could, Colin, please move forward in the slide deck. One more, please. All right, here we are. Again, this is Josh Wilcox with GBA, a local design firm that has been involved in a number of projects in the downtown core, including the AC and Enovino that Jeff Lenz has previously mentioned. We appreciate the difficult decision you have tonight and ask that you consider setting back the tower further off East Washington as we propose in the following slides. We have studied the latest UL design by creating a full 3D model of the block and have developed a design alternative that maintains ULI's base in building for their proposed uses. This first slide you see in front of you is zoomed out to demonstrate how pushing the mass of the tower to the planned north and depressing the south leg provides expanded view shift to the Capitol Dome and to the immediate neighborhood. This modest adjustment does not reduce the amount of rentable square footage on the upper modified level. Next slide, please. We can quickly move through these next 5 slides that provide more detail on how that design shift occurs and overlays the proposed plans. So if we could just go through these next couple. Yep, keep going. One more. All right, here we go. The next 4 slides provide visual comparison from spaces many of you have been to since the property opened in early 2017. This first slide you see in front of you references the locations of where the photographs are taken from and is preceded by a few key images. Next slide, please. I won't go into detail on all of them, but the pattern is consistent with the existing views on top and the ULI design on the left and the design alternative on the right. One thing you will notice is that in all instances, the Capitol views are being altered, even in our proposed alternative design. Next slide. And next slide. More than anything, these images demonstrate that there's a middle ground that allows for the public viewing to be maintained from the AC and Enovino while having a large office tower on the square. Next slide, please. All right, the second to last slide is a simple elevation drawing that graphically summarizes how the Capitol view shed is impacted by the proposed UL design. Please note the tan color that is a partial impact to the Capitol view at 10% and how it increases to 31% in the next slide. Next slide. All right, so this last slide I'll speak is the design alternative and would ask that you toggle between the two in order to demonstrate how the areas in yellow, in particular in tan, expand with the setback tower. This before and after effect graphically epitomizes how large of an impact the setback can have to the air and light equation to the neighborhood. Before I hand this off to Andrew Inman, I want to thank you for your time and ask you to consider how increasing the tower setback can be a win-win proposition for the neighborhood and the development team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. The next registrant is Liz Henry, 7809 Dunroven Road, Dave, Wisconsin, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Henry.
Hello, thank you, commissioners and Chair Zellers, for hearing our input. Urban Land has had a strong presence in downtown Madison for a very long time, and I truly applaud their effort to maintain and preserve the beautiful American Exchange Bank building while improving the entire block at the top of East Washington Avenue and our gateway to the Capitol. A gateway we all share and a corner that is frankly long overdue for improvement. The small, ineffectual parking lot behind the American Exchange Bank is not our best look, and improving this area will be welcomed. However, when the Urban Design Commission approved the 9th and 10th floor viewing decks on the AC Hotel, they gave a great deal of consideration to how this would impact the neighborhood as well as the downtown business district. The commission required the AC Hotel to make this area free to public access. And since that time, the hotel has opened the AC Hotel, Destination Madison, the Greater Madison Visitors and Convention Bureau, the University of Wisconsin, and many businesses and non-for-profits, businesses recruiting new hires to this area, as well as festivals, events, and conventions, have made this viewing deck a Madison landmark, a destination and a location that has created a sense of place for downtown Madison. The community has embraced this feature and has made it a stop on everyone's list when they come to Madison. They hold special celebrations or investigate Madison as a place to live and work from this view. It seems incongruous and detrimental to all of these efforts over the last 3.5 years of making this a success and taking that mandate and really fulfilling the charge to make this a public space. It seems very, very unfortunate to allow the requested Urban Design Commission violation, if you will, to change all of that and remove it or revoke it. I believe that you all are working very hard and that you have made a great and strong commitment to continual improvement in the downtown area. I beg you to reconsider what is asked at this current time and perhaps consider the alternative view. Would you please consider referring this application to the UDC meeting December 2nd to give additional consideration and making this a win-win for all? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. The next registrant is Jason Ilstrup, 122 West Washington Avenue, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing Downtown Madison Incorporated.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, commissioners. Good evening, alders. Good evening, Madam Chair. Hope you're all doing well this evening. And I certainly second Eli's comments. Thank you for all your help and all the hard work you're doing for downtown in particular, but for our city in general. So thank you very much. Every year, Downtown Madison Inc. creates a new civic agenda outlining a set of civic priorities that helps guide and drive DMI's commitment to sustaining, planning for, and growing downtown Madison as a vibrant regional economic engine that offers best-in-class quality of life for everybody. As the context of our downtown and Madison as a whole has changed and evolved, so has our civic agenda. The proposed project located at 1 through 19 North Pinckney Street promotes many of the goals and the vision for downtown set forth in our current civic agenda and promises to continue to transform our downtown into a more robust, vibrant, inclusive, and equitable downtown. Retaining, encouraging, and promoting a variety of commercial uses and employment opportunities impacting downtown are key goals in our civic agenda. The proposed project on North Pinckney will help create greater commercial density on the Capitol Square. This density will create more economic opportunities for downtown, add significant employment, and increase sustainability, all while providing greater access to multimodal transportation options through several dedicated bike paths, numerous Metro Transit bus lanes, and possibly a bus rapid transit station next to the site. The density of this project will help to ensure that the power of proximity thrives in downtown Madison. With its unique mix of commercial and retail spaces created partially within one of Madison's oldest historic landmarks, this project will help our downtown to continue to serve as the economic engine for our entire region, if not state. More density will create more jobs, help sustain our local retail stores, restaurants, art and entertainment options, generate additional tax revenue, and further strengthen and sustain our urban core. Overall, the project from 1 to 19 North Pinckney fulfills many of the goals of the 2020 DMI Civic Agenda and will help add density, sustainability, and amenities to the Capitol Square and to downtown Madison. DMI supports ULI's project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ilstrup. Our next registrant is Victoria Ores, 517 North Blackhawk Avenue, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Ores.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. I know these meetings are really long, so I appreciate very much that I get to speak here tonight. I've lived in Madison for about 14 years now. I first came to Madison as an international student from Venezuela, and I pursued my undergrad and graduate degrees at Edgewood College. I have known the Enovino owners, Mr. Granados and his family, for about 5 years now, and I have seen firsthand how hard and how much they have worked to open and operate their business. And I have also seen how much they care about their employees' success. I wanted to share that every time my family comes to Madison from Florida or even my home country of Venezuela, I take them to Enovino, mainly because I want to show off the city and because I want them to experience a unique, beautiful, and special perspective of Madison that otherwise we wouldn't have access to. I think it will be such a great loss for the Madison community to have this view blocked. I also think of the impact that this project, as is, will have on this minority-owned business and their employees. I want to conclude my comments by saying that I hope the members of this committee, try to find a solution or a compromise so there's a win-win scenario for both sides. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Orris. The next registrant is Robert Proctor, 2 East Mifflin Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak, representing Cobalt Restaurant Group Enovino. Mr. Proctor.
Good evening. My name is Robert Proctor. I'm an attorney from Axley Bernelson representing Enovino. Enovino is the one place on the square that members of the public can go to if they want a view of the Capitol building. All of the other buildings located around the square with views of the Capitol building are reserved to private businesses and residences. Views of the Capitol building are reserved for lawyers, bankers, and the most expensive residential condominiums and apartments. Only Enovino allows the public to enjoy that same view. On any given day, you can go up to Enovino to see members of the public posing for pictures with the Capitol building in the background. Students, families, visitors, and local residents. This is not an issue between private businesses. North Central Group and Enovino will support a project that will block a majority of the views from the hotel rooms. This is not about whether Enovino has a legal right to a view. Enovino is not making that claim. However, it is clear, crystal clear, that the Plan Commission absolutely has the discretion to protect the public's access to enjoy such a view from Enovino. Without a design change that protects the public's view from Enovino, the applicant's design does not meet the plan development standards. The project does not meet the requirements of Madison General Ordinance 29.098-2E, which requires that the applicant coordinate architectural styles and building forms to achieve greater compatibility with surrounding land uses and create an environment of sustained aesthetic desirability, compatible with the existing or intended character of the area. The view from Enovino is different from the other private views from other buildings because this commission actually helped create this public view in its prior approvals of the AC Hotel in 2015. As shown by the change org petition, this is a view that is very important to so many people that live or visit Madison. This is the only place where such a view of the Capitol is open to the public. This view is used by many groups to showcase Madison. This public view is part of the existing and intended character of the area. And as shown earlier by North Central Group, there are many, many easy design changes that could be done in order to protect this view. So we are requesting that the commission refer this application with the direction that the applicant reduce the height of the building on the corner of East Washington and Pinckney Street to protect the public view that exists from Enovino. We would also ask that more information be given regarding the traffic circulation, as the site may create 2,200 new net automobile trips daily.
Thank you, Mr. Proctor. That concludes your available time. Okay, apparently Mr. Lenz was speaking in Mr. Inman's microphone, and Mr. Inman did not get a chance to speak. So we will then go back to Mr. Inman. So what you heard the first time that looked like that it was Mr. Inman was really Mr. Lenz. So Andy Inman.
That's first time Jeff Lenz did a Andy Inman impression, so not bad for the first time. My name is Andy Inman, and I really am. I'm the Vice President of Development with North Central Group, representing the owner of the AC Hotel, as well as the landlord of Enovino Downtown. If you could go back maybe 2 slides, Colin. One more forward. Okay, there we go. So in the interest of time, GBA, just to summarize what Josh Wilcox had presented, they had looked at multiple different design modifications, including a third one here, where essentially it's a 300,000 square foot option. The ULI proposal has grown up to approximately 340,000 square feet plus 300,000 square feet of parking. If the proposal were to scale back to an 8-story, 300,000 square foot building, this slide here shows the public view from the Barr area. And then the next slide, Colin, shows the improvement to the dining area. So just another alternative that should be considered to significantly improve the public views from the upper floors. ULI is proposing to rezone block 101 to PD. Since the PD zoning locks in the building massing and other design details, typically UDC would make a determination on the UDD4 standards. However, they end up referring that action to the December meeting. It's unusual then for the Plan Commission to be acting before the UDC takes even an initial action on the design standard. And the supplement we added to Legistar today highlights some of the unresolved comments from UDC, namely shifting the tower to mitigate the impact to the adjacent buildings and vacation of a portion of the alley. If the PDD is approved today, there will be undoubtedly conflicts requiring modification to the zoning approval. Next slide, Colin. The PDD standards have similar requirements to the UDD standards. However, rezoning to PDD is not a by right standard. In other words, it's completely within the Plan Commission's authority to request design modifications or alternatives to improve the design to better comply with the PD standards. Specifically, you can request a shift in the tower or elimination of a floor to better comply with the applicable standards as shown on this slide. And most significantly, I'll just highlight the 28.0982E regarding the compatibility with the surrounding land use to create a compatible environment with the existing area. So in conclusion, we ask the Commission to refer the proposal so that the applicant can in fact modify the design to mitigate the impact to the public amenity and better address the standards in the neighborhood context. As demonstrated by the extensive public comment, 1,200 signatures.
Thank you, Mr. Inman. That concludes your available time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant is Tom Daly, 5000 North Dearborn, Chicago, Illinois, in support, wishing to speak, representing Valerio DeWalt Train Associates.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you pull up the ULI presentation, slide 27, please? Okay, thank you very much. ULI and the design team have made significant revisions from the original submission for public approval back in May of 2020. This includes adjusting the facade and reducing rentable area to help preserve the Capitol view. Here you can see the original submission with the lower floors built to the property line and the upper floors held back a little bit more than 2 feet. Next slide, please. After hearing the concerns of the community, ULI and the design team returned with a modified design that utilizes a gracefully curving facade set back approximately 24 feet to help open up the view to the Capitol and preserve a large portion of the view from Vino. Next slide. ULI and the design team have spent the better part of 2 years analyzing the challenges and the opportunities that this site has to offer. With that knowledge, we can confidently say that the scheme that was shared with you just recently is not feasible. There's several reasons why. First off, it eliminates the opportunity for a gateway on the Webster-Washington corner, as the lobby would have to move to the Webster Street section of the block. This would also put that entry lobby immediately adjacent to the parking entrance. Having that number of cars and people immediately adjacent to each other on a narrow sidewalk is less than ideal and not advisable. The sidewalk along Webster is severely sloped in this area as well, complicating any means of putting a lobby there. The new core location that's being proposed conflicts with the sophisticated moment frame structural system that we're utilizing in this job by putting the core in the middle of a column line, rendering it not feasible. Additionally, it puts the upper floors of the tower much closer to the historic properties at the north end of the site, in conflict with the Landmark Commission approval. And lastly, the internal circulation of the site that connects all of the retail spaces as well as the service elevators that service the tower up above would not be feasible with this new core location based on the elevational shift of over 4 feet from the loading dock to those elevator lobbies. Together with engineers, contractors, and other experts, ULI and BDT have worked this design together for over 2 years, and we believe that this is the best and truly the only feasible solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. The next registrant is Jennifer Cameron, Tucson Trail, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Cameron?
Hi, I've been asked to unmute, but I think you've got the wrong Jennifer. This isn't my...
Ms. Cameron?
Yes, this is Jennifer Cameron. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. My name is Jennifer Cameron, and I'm the general manager of Vino Downtown. I just wanted to share with you that I have been working here since we opened 3.5 years ago, and being the general manager, I do get to see firsthand on a daily basis how much our access to this public panoramic view of the Capitol means to the people that visit us. I often hear words like amazing, breathtaking, beautiful, and proud when guests take their first look at the Capitol from the 10th floor. One of the great things that I enjoy seeing is not only do I get to see the joy in people's faces, but I get to see the pride in the faces of the people that are bringing guests in for the first time to showcase the city of Madison. I feel that from a tourism perspective, we've been very helpful for the community. We're one of the hotspots where, magazines want to go to, video shoots want to be shot here, photo shoots want to be shot here. One of the most memorable ones that I remember is there was a commercial being shot here trying to promote young adults to move from Chicago to Madison. I know that UW is also trying to keep its students here after they graduate. I just feel that the city feel that you get from the 10th floor has just been a really great perspective for tourism. We've also been a great destination for business dinners from local Madison companies in hopes of trying to recruit professionals from around the world. Hospitals have had dinners in attempts to bring in specialty doctors. The university has held dinners in attempts to bring in new professors. They bring them to Vino to show them that city feel, and that's best done by having this public access view to the Capitol. Mostly on a day-to-day basis, we have Madison guests bringing their friends and family to showcase how spectacular Madison is. We have alumni come back to visit friends and families. We have current students where it is a must to get a picture with the Capitol in the background. One of the first few weeks that I worked here, I specifically remember a woman from the Madison area that pulled me aside to say how happy she was that we were here. She said that this is exactly what Madison has needed to showcase to the rest of the country how beautiful Madison is. That seeing this view, which highlights our Capitol and surrounding links, is something that people have always been aware of, but have never been able to really appreciate until they see it from the 10th floor. This is one of the many thousands of experiences our guests have shared with me. We've had weddings, proposals, retirement, birthday, and graduation parties where guests all want to make sure that they get a photo with the Capitol in the background.
People are coming here to make memories, and the most memorable part of what they get is the view. As our guests have learned about this building going up and specifically where the tower is going, they've been so distraught that they've only been able to see this beautiful view for a few short years. Guests have been reaching out to us, asking what they can do to showcase the city of Madison how much this place means to them. So from our guests, they're asking that this be referred for a redesign and would like to see this go back to the UDC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron. The next registrant is Rich Lynch, 1802 Monroe Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Mr. Lynch.
Hi, Liddell. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Well, I want to say good evening to all the members of the Plan Commission, and thank you for your time and efforts tonight for making Madison really the best it can be. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Rich Lynch. I'm a Madison resident now for 50 years, and I just love this city. And I really want only the best, well-planned, and most impactful developments to become real. And by impactful, I mean benefiting not only the physical urban landscape, but the vitality and the well-being of its residents on as many levels and for as many individuals as possible. So I want all those here to know that I have worked for J.H. Findorf & Son for almost 37 years, and you should know that. I also want you to know that we've been working with Urban Land on this project before you for over 4 years now, providing budgets and constructability input for many of its unique challenges on this very difficult site, all to achieve the best possible project. But that's not the role or reason I'm here to talk to you about tonight. I'd like to talk about our city and its downtown and our responsibility to keep it front of mind. Many of us, well, some of us anyway, can recall when our downtown was in a really bad place. Retail establishments had all but disappeared. Private business development and employment was minimal at best. Government was its main tenant, and there was minimal interest in living downtown, even if you could find an apartment. I was a member of the DMI board for nearly 15 years and eventually chaired that board. Then and still very much today, they are committed to a vibrant, working, and livable downtown. Together, we campaigned to watch Monona Terrace become a reality, which was a true game changer. Private development joined the momentum and created new office spaces, jobs. Retail fell in line, and the arts and recreation took off with Overture in the Madison Children's Museum. And yes, eventually living downtown was where it was at. Condos, apartments, alongside came the much-needed first-class hotel developments. But if you walk downtown today, you get a sense of going back in time. It's almost like stepping backwards. Boarded up storefronts have become the norm around the square lately, also down and around State Street. There's been so much unfair publicity on our downtown around COVID safety issues, demonstrations, both peaceful and destructive. We're nearing a state of serious retail failure and perhaps flight. There's also talk by some of the private businesses, those who have invested and moved downtown with their employees, that they're questioning the future. So I feel we have a responsibility to send a message on behalf of Madison. We need to show confidence and encourage, not discourage, bold activity at this juncture. At a time of uncertainty and financial strain on so many, we need to do whatever we can to support and encourage growth in private investment to continue on the square and around State Street. We can't lose these opportunities to shore up Madison's future vitality. A couple of notable facts: this project's going to provide between 600 and 700 construction jobs, plus additional labor to facilitate and fabricate materials.
Mr. Lynch, that concludes your available time. Thank you. The next registrant is Ann Morrison, 1933 Keyes Avenue, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. And could you clarify, Ms. Morrison, if you're representing ULI?
Sure. You can say that I'm representing ULI. Thank you, Liddell, Alder Zellers, former Alder Zellers, I guess. Good evening. Thanks for your time tonight. As I said, I'm Ann Morrison. I am one of the shareholders at ULI, so you can indicate that on the registration. So many of us here tonight, including ULI, City of Madison, and thousands of downtown stakeholders, have invested our professional lives and our personal energy towards creating a vibrant downtown. Our downtown is a geographic and symbolic center of our city, and it's a source of strength for our city. And we've been among those who are trying to grow it as a place of opportunity for more Madisonians, not a place for a few or for a few with a view. In this post-pandemic world, we want to continue to see a new generation of businesses growing downtown. The offices that downtown had been adding prior to the pandemic were not just serving a diverse group of industries, but they were also attracting a younger, more diverse group of employees. And we really hope that trend can continue into the future. We all know this pandemic is not forever, and we're craving the kinds of organic social interactions that happen when we get out of our homes and cars and into more dense, robust, walkable communities like we have downtown. But as Rich Lynch just mentioned, right now, downtown is boarded up. Easttown and Westtown are in bankruptcy. Our anchors are suffering at a time when, folks on the outskirts, restaurants, e-retailers are thriving. And our suburban neighbors in Verona, Cottage Grove, Sun Prairie, DeForest are all growing at a faster rate than Madison is. So if, as a community, we want to be maintaining and building a walkable, sustainable future in Madison, this is exactly the kind of project we should be doing. And the time is now to signal that there is a future for downtown. As the staff memo indicates, this project is consistent with the recommendations of the comp plan and the downtown plan. Significant changes have been made to the proposal as we've made its way through with the approval process. We really appreciate the neighborhood support in this project, and I just want to encourage your support of it as well. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. The next registrant is Emily Mell, 14 Kathy Court, Madison, in support wishing to speak. She noted she's an employee at Urban Land Interests. Thank you. Ms. Mell.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I appreciate it. So thank you so much for your time and for the opportunity to speak. I am an employee of Urban Land Interest, and in my role, I'm focused on commercial leasing and attracting businesses and employers to downtown Madison. I also serve as the chair of Madison Central Business Improvement District's Board of Directors. Over the past decade, Madison has seen significant growth in technology employers moving to and committing to locating in our downtown. Our community is attracting national, global firms and also accommodating the growth of homegrown companies. In ULI's portfolio alone, the amount of space leased to technology companies has increased by 1,100% over the last 5 years. These companies chose downtown Madison based on its unique quality of life. These companies recruit and employ diverse workforce that support local businesses and add to the activity and vitality of downtown Madison. As of March this year, ULI's commercial portfolio was 96% occupied. This high occupancy poses risks to our ability to attract new employers to downtown Madison and risks of losing existing employers due to not being able to accommodate their growth needs. Now more than ever, as a community, we need to look to a future that can meet the challenges caused by the COVID crisis. The COVID pandemic has put significant pressure on our downtown retail businesses that rely on office employees. The American Exchange development represents significant investment in downtown, building confidence in a shared recovery. This development will allow the opportunity to build employment density and attract employers that are currently investing outside of larger metro areas due to COVID, and the opportunity to increase the activity and vitality of downtown for the benefit of the entire community. In my role with the bid, I am acutely aware of how important density of downtown employees is to the success of all of our downtown retailers and restaurants that rely on foot traffic. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mell. The next registrant is Joanna Rouse, 2428 Perry Street, Madison, neither support nor oppose and wishing to speak. Ms. Rouse.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Joanna Rouse, and we own Capitol's Edge Apartments, which is situated next to the AC Hotel and across the street from the proposed ULI development. After attending the UDC meeting last week, I gave a lot of thought to all the information that was presented. Both North Central Group and ULI are talented, professional, and reputable organizations, and there is no doubt in my mind that a compromise can be found. Perhaps it is also looking to see where the city may be able to lend more flexibility so that Enovino retains some of their spectacular capital views and ULI still is able to fulfill their development goals. We have experienced firsthand that developing a site downtown can be complicated and that it takes time. Capitol's Edge is adjacent to the Lamp House, and we went through an ad hoc committee, spent time creating shadow studies, view shed studies, etc. At the end of it all, we were able to build, but had to separate our building to create a view to the Lamp House, and in the process lost 10 units. We have a small building in comparison to most of our neighbors, just two stories of underground parking and 5 floors of apartments. It makes me sad to think that our residents will lose most, if not all, of their capital views, and I wish we would have been allowed to have more height to our building. This being said, the takeaway for me is that we are all in this together. We are neighbors, and each one of us can help the other. It is my hope that a fair solution can be found that gives all of us the opportunity to make this neighborhood exceptional, vibrant, and unique. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rouse. The next registrant is Brad Werntz, 129 South Carroll Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak.
Well, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. In the interest of time, I know it's getting late. I'll try to keep my comments brief. Introducing myself, I'm Brad Werntz, the founder and owner of Boulder's Climbing Gym. We turned 24 years old at our Eastside location on November 23rd of this year. And on that same day, we turned 2 years old downtown, down here on Carroll Street. I've lived and worked downtown for over 2 decades, having maintained both my residence and offices consistently on Main Street for this entire time. And for over 20 years, I both live and work on Main Street. It has really been my life motto. My wife and I owned our first condo at Bedford Court and lived there for 4 years before we bought a unit at 4th Ward Lofts, where we lived for 16 years, and we've raised 3 kids in this neighborhood. So we know it well, both from a business standpoint and also being neighbors, physical neighbors. This is the block where I live and work. Over the years, I've been impressed by how urban land interests has created an infectious and hopeful optimism that downtown Madison can be better, can be transformed in a vital way while still keeping its integrity and soul. In response to this vision, over the years, ULI has inspired and joined with many others, and I've been a firsthand witness to the quality of this change. I've seen the business climate change downtown as well, with ground floor retail being the top driver from my perspective. People are now walking to all 4 corners of the square, and that's huge for my business. For perspective, we bring in 120,000 member visits a year into our gym on Carroll Street, and much of this is due to cross traffic on the ground level, mostly from people who live and work and make their whole lives nearby. For people who live elsewhere, it seems common to think of downtown Madison as a place that people just visit, but increasingly, this is where people live. The truth is that the more people who live here, the more people will visit. And it's true that a lot of people live here. I support ULI's vision for infill and support of Madison residents, particularly in regards to this project. As a result of their vision, over the years, my neighborhood has become more alive and safer, and it's become more about people and places at the street level in particular. And that's one of the most major differences I've seen in 20 years of living down here. This project creates more character, saves more history, and provides modern amenities to what's become a more walkable neighborhood filled with local businesses and exuding a community look and feel. It's a greener and more sustainable way of living too, which is why a lot of people are drawn to it. It takes a vision, imagination, heart, and passion to help a city like Madison become a more and more perfect vision of itself while improving upon it and helping it evolve. I think that these descriptors are completely apt, not just for every other existing ULI project, but particularly for this one. This project takes a surface level parking lot and some underused space and fills it with people, and that's a good thing. When people live and work downtown, everything gets better. This project keeps the heritage of the square, its classic architecture, and provides a backdrop of a thoroughly modern building with all
Thank you, Mr. Werntz. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Angie Black, 222 West Washington Avenue. Madison in support and wishing to speak, representing urban land interests. Ms. Black.
Thanks, Chair. Colin, could you please pull up slide number 30 from our slide deck? Okay. Great, thanks. I'll get started here. So thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I would like to directly address several key comments and objections that have been raised by the AC Hotel Group. Number one, North Central was not only aware of the height and massing anticipated on the American Exchange block, North Central justified its own height and bonus stories in part in reliance on the height and massing allowed on this site. North Central and Enovino have argued against the project based on the impacts on their capital views. Their arguments are asserted now, related to height and massing, are disingenuous at best. North Central was well aware of the redevelopment of this site when it chose to purchase and redevelop the former Paul Tire site. In fact, the proposed height and massing of this site was shown in North Central's land use application materials as depicted in the current and next slide. North Central relied on the future height and massing of this site to demonstrate their proposed project was compatible with the future intended use of this site when making their case for approval of the maximum allowed height for their project, including their additional height. Colin, next slide, please. Number two, ULI has worked hard to balance a number of design-related requirements and interests, including concerns raised by North Central and Enovino. Even though North Central's own land use application materials show significantly more massing and height on this site, ULI has worked for months to accommodate all competing interests and requirements in designing its project, including related to landmarks review, UDD requirements, city staff comments, neighborhood and public input, and importantly, significant interaction and conversations with both North Central and Enovino. As a result of those conversations, ULI made significant design revisions and concessions to accommodate North Central's and Enovino's concerns and opened up the capital view as much as possible given all of those competing interests, which must be accommodated and balanced in this important project. The resulting project has much less mass and height across the entire site than was anticipated in North Central's own land use submittal. Number three, the capital views from the private rooftop terrace and southern portions of the 9th and 10th floor will be maintained. North Central and Enovino argue the project should be designed in a way to maintain the capital views from the private rooftop terrace reserved for use by hotel and Enovino patrons. To be clear, I do not believe the restaurant and associated terrace space is a public amenity space open to the general public. However, as the earlier project slides illustrate, these capital views will indeed be preserved both from the terrace as well as the southern portions of the 9th and 10th floors. ULI made these revisions in response to comments and discussions with North Central and Enovino, even though it was under no legal requirement to do so. As noted by the City Attorney's Office in the staff report, there is no legal right to a view unless otherwise protected by law or a private agreement. The North Central team acknowledged there is no such legal right to a view in their comments presented to UDC last week. The staff report correctly acknowledges the city is not aware of any law or private agreement that would be violated by the proposed development.
Thank you, Ms. Black. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Kelly Ellers, 5880 Hialeah Drive, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak.
Alder Zellers, we have one more registrant on 12, Bob Kleba from East Gorham Street.
Okay, we'll pick him up after Miss Ellers.
What was the first name?
Kelly.
Kelly. I do not see anyone by that name in the list.
Okay, then let's go to Bob Kleba.
Let's see. You are hearing tonight objections to this application because of its blocking iconic views from a development on the Lamp House block. If the commissioners will indulge me, I will share a 2-sentence history of the block east of Webster Street. In 2013, an ad hoc committee met to protect the only extant urban Frank Lloyd Wright house in the world, the Lamp House. The report of the Lamp House Ad Hoc Committee was ultimately adopted as an amendment to the downtown plan in March of 2014. Enovino is located in a development that ignored many of the recommendations in this report and the downtown plan. And the 10-story building is responsible for significant shading of the historic and landmarked Lamp House. I would like to ask the Commission to recognize the hypocrisy we are hearing tonight with respect to the protection of view sheds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleba. The next registrant, and these are under 13, so that might have been confusing to you, Jesse, I don't know, is Craig Spalding, 4515 Bellinggrath Street, McFarland, opposed and wishing to speak. Do you have a Mr. Spalding? Yes. Okay, Mr. Spalding.
How about now?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I love my job, this building, and this block. I look forward to coming to work here every day, and I'm fiercely loyal to the success of the business, excuse me, and the community as a whole. It's truly a job that doesn't feel like a job. My name is Craig Spalding. I bartend for Enovino in the AC Lounge on the first floor of the AC Hotel. I have a bullseye view of the intersection of East Washington Avenue and North Webster Street and a gorgeous street level view of the Capitol. I've been involved in downtown Madison since the mid-'80s. I worked at Upstairs Downstairs Deli in Stillwater in the early to mid-'80s, the Concourse Hotel, owned and operated Cafe Montmartre from 1992 to 2009 on the block of this proposed project. I worked at the Avenue Bar, Pasquale's on East Washington Avenue, and for the last 3.5 years for Enovino in the AC Lounge. I raised 2 kids in the Tenney Park neighborhood. I've witnessed and have been part of the revitalization of the Capitol Square and surrounding neighborhoods. It's amazing to me how it went from a shuttered, windblown eyesore of the 80s to the vibrant, vital, exuberant destination of people from literally all over the world. Now more than ever, we need businesses that are thriving and bringing people to our beloved Capitol Square. Progress is important. Smart progress is even more important. I'm opposed to ULI's proposed American Exchange development. The height will directly impact my job as well as my 130 coworkers. Enovino is a minority-owned business. We all know Madison has very few minority-owned businesses. Bottom line is, I fear for the fate of my job. I'm also concerned about the environmental impact of this project on the neighborhood. ULI is proposing 6 floors of parking under the project, introducing over 2,200 more automobile trips per day. The congestion as well as the carbon footprint is of great concern to me, not to mention the direct competition with the Capitol North parking ramp located a half block from the development. ULI will be in direct competition with the city of Madison for parking fees. I'm also concerned with the space that houses Heritage Tavern, my old building. How will they treat the back of the building that is adjacent to their project? They currently have apartment windows and that appear they will be blocked. I believe Enovino and the AC Hotel has superior service, food, and accommodations. However, the publicly accessible view of the Capitol has become iconic and is a major draw and a key component of our success, thus making downtown Madison more successful and sustainable. I am respectfully asking for referral with directions of agendas item 12 and number 13 to allow ULI to improve the design in order to preserve this important public amenity, the only publicly accessible bird's eye view of the Wisconsin State Capitol. ULI has been taking Capitol views for the last 30 years. It's time they start to share the view for all the public to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spalding. The next registrant is Diane Christensen, 5412 Lake Mendota Drive, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you for your time. I am a downtown restaurateur. I'm co-owner of L'Etoile, Graves, and Estrillon. But also, I've had an even longer career as an economist. As an economist, I believe economic growth of our downtown is critical to the success of downtown restaurants. I appreciate ULI's investment in the American Exchange Project. It is so important to the future economic growth of the downtown area. This project will increase the density downtown, bringing many more people, all potential guests at restaurants and retail. And I have to mention the parking. We so appreciate that we can park in Block 89 parking in the evening. And having access to this parking is critical. It's very important to our customers. Our guests are asking about parking downtown all the time. And I believe it's important to the success of downtown restaurants. So I support this proposal and appreciate ULI's work on the downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. The next registrant is Susan Schmitz, Marionette Trail, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Ms. Schmitz?
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Plan Commission members. It's really good to be before you tonight. A lot of good things have already been said, so I hope not to repeat too much of it. So I'll go quickly. My name is Susan Schmitz. I'm the former president, executive director of Downtown Madison Incorporated. I had that wonderful job from 1999 to 2017 when I retired from my amazing job. When I started my job, the downtown looked very different. Luckily, Monona Terrace had just opened, which gave investors the confidence to invest in and believe in the importance of a healthy and vital downtown to the city as a whole. So the private-public investment began. It continued to a place where 1% of the land of the city of Madison, which is downtown Madison, brings in over 10% of the total tax base. Downtown is now a destination for people to work, visit, gather, enjoy, which we will get back to most of that post-COVID. And there are enough people around to remember the sad times downtown in the early 80s. And we don't want to go backwards. Urban land interest has been a major part of the growth of our downtown. Block 89, the Tenney Building, the Glass Bank, the former Anchor Bank location on West Main and Hamilton, plus many more contributing developments. And now they are looking to invest at Pinckney and East Washington, the American Exchange Block. Those of us who have worked to grow the downtown have known this project was coming, and here it is. During a tough time for cities around the country, including ours, we are lucky that these seasoned developers want to continue investing in our downtown and believe so strongly in its future. This project meets all the requirements that the city has been looking for. It is outlined in the adopted July 2012 downtown plan. Brad Binkowski mentioned that part of the block was highlighted as potential redevelopment infill because of the vacant land, surface parking, obsolete buildings, and an area to increase office space that will attract the tech market and the opportunity to improve street frontage. ULI's proposal is appropriate in relation to the surrounding buildings and complies with the plan. It is a major piece to be added to the revitalization of the Capitol Square, remembering that we cannot stop investing in the city's best asset, downtown Madison. Thank you so much to everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Schmitz. The next registrant is Thomas Newyar, 1101 Lincoln Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak, representing urban land interests. Mr. Newyar.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have heard no mention of any concern from North Central Group or Enovino for the views and light of others that their 10-story building blocked. I have a very personal connection here. 50 years ago, on August 1st, 1970, my wife and I purchased the home at 22 North Butler Street in the same block as the Enovino North Central Group AC Marriott building. This is the house that Frank Lloyd Wright designed for his childhood friend, Robert Lamp. Our family lived there for 10 years. We owned it for 3 more years after we moved out. It's a lovely 3-story brick house with a flat roof. It's situated in the middle of the block. Robert Lamp was kind of a wheeler dealer, and he pieced together parts of 3 different city lots, including a 90-foot driveway going up from Butler Street. There were 2- and 3-story houses on 3 sides of us. Several of them were owner-occupied. From our 3rd floor, we had views of Lake Monona, Lake Mendota, and the Capitol Dome. Just to the south of us was the Pal Tire Company, a lovely building that was a very detailed brick building. North Central Group purchased the building, the Pal Tire Company building, and demolished it. In its place, it erected a 10-story building that's less than 50 feet away, building to building, from the Robert Lamp House. Now the Lamp House has no view of Lake Monona. It has no view of the Capitol Dome. The sunlight from the south has been largely blocked by the AC Marriott and Anovino. In sum, nobody owns his views. If you want to assure a view of the Capitol, you need to be on the Capitol Square. Over the past 20 years, at least 12 buildings on the Capitol Square have been sold. North Central Group could have purchased any of them. It chose instead a location 1 block away. New buildings will be created. Views will be changed. The only questions are, 1, whether a new building is attractive, and 2, whether it adds positive life to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newyar. We have some more registrants who do not want to speak, but who are available to answer questions. Justin Zampardi, 999 Fourier Drive, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Murad Ismail, 333 West Mifflin Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Thomas Roa, 403 Monroe Drive, Monona, Wisconsin, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Sunil Plan, 8901 Black Hawk Road, Middleton, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Daniel McLean, 7565 Heather Knoll Lane, Verona, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Aaron Erickson, 4201 Doncaster Drive, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Justin Zampardi, that's a duplicate. The remainder of the registrants are not available to answer questions. Are there any questions of any of the registrants? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for Brad Vinkowski or anyone on his team who can answer. You, Brad, in your remarks talked about the importance of the 844 stalls of parking, saying that you needed to provide that to get tenant commitments. I'm wondering if you could share your thoughts about looking forward. I know Ann mentioned like the pandemic and how we are trying to work towards a future post-pandemic. But how does the trend towards remote working affect your Class A1 marketplace, if you will?
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Marcia, I wish I had a crystal ball that was better than the rest of ours. What I know is that clearly things will change in response to COVID. Clearly, people will be more comfortable working at home for a period of time. But I really, truly believe that the connection and urbanity and vitality of a city are not going to go away. And that after COVID, people are going to have, even more of a need to enjoy, the restaurants and the retail shops and, walking around the Capitol Square and seeing their neighbors and coming out than they did before. I don't know about you, but I appreciate, the more than ever, since I'm sitting in more time in my office at home than I am in my office on the square, the connection to people. So I really, truly believe that we're going to see a resurgence. When you look at technology companies, they're large companies making really significant investments in places like New York and Washington, D.C. and Boston, who are betting, on the future of those cities and acknowledging that they're going to need office space. Zendesk grew, a firm from San Francisco who had picked Madison only because of the quality of life, who basically came here because they were so enamored with something special in Madison. They're not occupying their space right now. They will come back. And we expect that there'll be others that come back. So I'm really optimistic on the future. I believe that if we can create space that can attract the technology market and have a minimum amount of parking that is required to do that we will find people that choose to locate down here and will make downtown Madison better. So I don't know if I fully answered your question, but I hope I have.
I hear your robust belief that people want to be downtown because of all the amenities and that it's cool. But I just wonder, on the very practical level of, are you providing too much parking? What kind of answer do you have?
So parking is one of those
right now.
Yep. So parking is one of those things. When we look at the amount of parking that we have at for example, for Zendesk, we have 300 parking stalls for Zendesk's, anticipated 800 employees at the Anchor Bank redevelopment. And Zendesk needed parking or they wouldn't have signed a lease. We have a major employer who I can't name who's thinking about leaving downtown, whose lease requirement is they want 400 parking stalls. They're an employer, the mayor has said, we have to keep downtown. We would love to. I think we need the amount of parking that we have because there's almost no chance in downtown Madison to find a site where you can provide it. I think the parking that we provide will be the foundation of signing a lease with a tenant that will actually have so many more employees that are going to rely on mass transit, biking, that'll want to live in apartment projects close to work, that it will stimulate a significant amount of economic activity. I don't know whether 40 years from now or 50 years from now, people will not drive or there'll be fewer cars. What I know is that today and tomorrow and for the next 10 years, if we don't provide the amount of parking that we can here, that we will never be able to lease the space that we're creating above grade.
Just kind of a fun throwaway question. You probably were here since the beginning of the meeting and saw the presentation about EV charging facilities. Do you plan to have those in your building?
Absolutely, because you know what, I think my wife drives an electric car, and when I look at recharging in Pressman in our residential projects, we led the way in providing electric charging stations because it was the right thing to do. We provide space for community car in Block 89. We'll provide space because we want to be investing for the future, and the future is truly going to be electric cars.
And my final question is, maybe this is an anomaly. And as you know, I worked on the East Washington, redevelopment, and we built that South Livingston garage and talked the major developer into not building any parking on their commercial office building. Have you had any conversations with our parking utility or about sharing and utilizing some of their spots?
We have, and the parking that we provide is virtually during normal business hours, about 90% leased to office employees on a long-term basis. They need it, and they need to make sure it's available, or they won't commit. The parking utility, on the other hand, can only lease to transients. There's a restriction under private purpose bonds that basically allow them to only have less than 10% of spaces leased on a long-term basis to monthly parkers. So our parking really fully complements the parking utilities parking. During normal times, what they're doing is directly complementary to what we're doing. They're leasing transient spaces. We're leasing monthly spaces. During the 12 special events of the year, for Art Fair on the Square, for the Taste of Madison, you can't have enough parking downtown. Every ramp is filled. So we're not competitive with each other at all. We just hope to grow a bigger pie, a bigger number of people coming downtown. So I think the truth is we're very complementary to each other because we have different short-term and operating goals.
And just one last thing. So would you in the evening or when your non-tenants time be opening that parking up to the public at a fee?
Absolutely. And in fact, just as we've done in every one of our parking ramps, because we firmly believe that more parking downtown makes it easier for people to come downtown. And in fact, we've got in these plans a parking elevator that comes out on Pinckney Street, right next to the Old Fashioned, around the corner from the Bartell Theater, because we want people to be able to get to the Capitol Square easily. And we think that a transient evening weekend parking elevator and stair is going to make it that much easier for people to use and get to the square and generate more demand for restaurants and retail uses.
And so that's, I guess, all my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Inman. The real Mr. Inman.
Yes.
Assuming he can hear me, I'll start. He showed in his presentation, I think, a new option that they were proposing could mitigate some of the impacts of the proposed development on their view. And I wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. I think, Andy, you mentioned taking an entire floor off of the ULI tower. I maybe you could just explain that, because it was kind of quick at the end.
Yeah, correct. We've actually looked at three different alternatives. We've looked at the mirroring, which is what Mr. Wilcox laid out. And we've worked through the issues that ULI has pointed out, that it can work. We've looked at a 30-foot shift in the tower, just a straight 30-foot shift to the north. So they're basically lining up with the same column spacing. And then the third option we looked at, if you remember, Mark presented a slide that they're using, I think, 52% of the total airspace. If you take that 52%, take it down to 49% of the total airspace by eliminating one of the 9 floors, essentially would go from a 340,000 square foot commercial building down to a 300,000 square foot building. That would open up the views. There were 2 photos that I had shared there, and I did go quickly just due to time, but there were 2 photos that shared the preservation of that public view on the 10th floor.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted that clarification. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Alder. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I have a question for probably either the architect or Mr. Binkowski. It's in regard to they're building a 6-story underground garage under the American Exchange building. And also they're encroaching within the East Washington right-of-way. So how are they going to suspend or protect the American Exchange building when they have a 60 feet hole in the ground? It's going to be kind of elevated or, levitated maybe. I don't know, but I'm just curious of how that's going to happen.
So, this is Brad Binkowski. If I can answer that question.
Sure.
When we built the Block 89, parking garage, we ended up building under a corner of a 5-story 1 East Main building because we needed the geometry of the parking garage to work. So we ended up building the structural columns, drilling caissons all the way down to the bottom of the parking garage, and then transferred the structure from the building into the parking garage, cutting off the footings of the building. We're going to do something very similar on a much, much easier basis in the American Exchange block. The parking structure has been adjusted so that we have caissons that go down to the bottom of the parking garage, basically the columns for the garage, that are offset to go outside of the building. We put in soldier beams or beams that go across the building to carry it, so that we really can preserve the building intact while we build the parking underneath it. We investigated moving the building into the middle of the street, hiring the firm that moved the Cape Hatteras Lighthouse, which sounds far-fetched. We looked at 4 different options and came up with one that we believe is both, feasible, financially feasible, and structurally, will preserve the building and protect the building to the utmost.
Well, thank you. I was just very curious. And when I looked at the plan, I thought, well, that building's going to be, there's nothing below it.
Right. Findorf gave us 6 different cost estimates, of all of the different options. It probably took us 6 months to figure out how to do that and make it both safe and feasible.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. A couple of questions for the development team. It's probably Brad Binkowski that will answer this. I'm not sure. So in regard to my previous question to Andy Inman, we've heard, I guess, 3 options that they've come up with that they've talked to you about. The one about that involves flipping the building. From what I understand, there are reasons that their team feels that's feasible, and there are reasons that your team feel that is not feasible. Can you address the other 2 options and why you are not interested in pursuing either of those? That would be moving the entire tower to the north by some number of feet, or taking a floor off the top, and I would add to that, I suppose, if you're going to lose 40,000 feet, could it be placed somewhere else so that you don't lose that? And then even a 3rd option, a 4th option, that's something off the top of my head. Could the top floor just be recessed some to help gain some view of the Capitol? Just wondered what your thoughts were about those.
Sure. Well, we look pretty seriously at all of the options. We really try to do something that's going to stand the test of time, but also be a good neighbor and maximize the value of what we build. I think Tom Daly explained why moving the elevator, cores further to the north and dealing with the pretty extreme, slope of the site along Webster Street doesn't work. Cutting a floor off doesn't work. It's, we design a building from the inside out. We have a whole bunch of different floor plates in our different buildings around the Capitol Square. And we think the 26,000 square foot floor plate that we're proposing for the tower, isn't something that's available. And it really fills, a sweet spot. There 6 floors that go up, that have that dimension. If we took a floor off, it would mean and needed to create the same rentable area, which, by the way, we have to make a feasible project. Each of the floors below would get flatter and wider. And that's a floor plate that, doesn't work within the column grid, and it doesn't fit the needs of the market. We've got to lay out space from the inside out, and make sure that, the space we build can be used efficiently by a variety of different markets. The lower floors are really big floors that are, we think, with a courtyard going in the center to bring light in, with outdoor roof terraces to create outdoor access, that we think are going to be really great for technology users. But the upper floors have to be flexible. If we move the building north or made it wider, I don't think Landmarks would approve the project. We went through 4 Landmarks Commission meetings, and their concerns about the adjacency of our construction to the landmark properties that are owned by the Old Fashioned and on Mifflin Street, really gave us very specific feedback. The Landmarks Commission staff, Heather Bailey, said that generally more of a setback from historic properties, specifically historic properties you don't own, is better than being too close. If we widened the floor plates, shrunk the outdoor terraces, and got closer to the Pinckney Street landmarks, we wouldn't get approval of the Landmarks Commission. And frankly, we would have a floor plate that we don't believe is going to be marketable.
And what about just stepping back a little bit more on the top floor, for instance?
Well, then we get really, skinnier. Again, we set back 23 feet, 8 inches from the corner of Webster and Washington. We set that setback is 33 feet at the corner of Pinckney and Washington. Another small setback doesn't work because of the column grid that we have. Every time that you set, you have to set your outside wall and your outside floor plate to pick up columns that basically go down all the way through the building and all the way into the parking ramp. We couldn't set the building back 10 feet and have a structural solution, to the upper floors that works.
Okay, thanks. I have a question about your traffic impact analysis. I'm not sure who on your team might want to tackle that.
I think Mark might be the best person to answer that.
Thanks.
Mark. Ready and willing.
Okay. I looked at the traffic impact analysis, and I'm trying to understand the numbers related to what would be the increase in traffic likely turning right off of Webster onto East Mifflin and going down the hill on the bike boulevard. And I saw numbers that indicated, I think, going from 50 trips now at PM rush hour to 130 trips maybe forecast for the bike boulevard. And I have some concern about that as somebody who rides that every day, at least when I used to go to work, and about pushing cars onto East Mifflin and the bike boulevard. So I just wondered if you could clarify those numbers if you've got the impact analysis handy.
Yes. So in looking at KL Engineering's traffic report, which was submitted to traffic engineering, and again, I'm not a traffic engineer, so I throw that caveat out there. But my understanding matches yours in that right turning movement from Webster onto East Mifflin, current existing conditions in the AM peak are about 50 trips, and in the PM peak about 30 trips. And after the proposed increase in trips based on the parking garage, the AM peak would only go from 50 to 65 trips, so a fairly minimal impact. And the PM peak, really that 1 hour between 4:15 and 5:15 p.m. Does, as you mentioned, Alder Heck, would increase from 30 to the, just double checking here, to the 130.
Okay. Thanks. I really just wanted some help interpreting that. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Absolutely.
No more questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of any of our registrants? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Alder Heck.
Thank you. This is a question, I think, for Ms. Stouter, is my guess. We're going to judge this application based on standards of approval for plan developments, as well as a conditional use approval related to the capital height limit. I'm interested in some guidance, maybe as before we get to this, because I see us judging the plan development standards of approval as being a lot different than what we typically judge things by. We usually are judging them by conditional use approvals, zoning text amendments, and occasionally a plan development. But in conditional use standards of approval, there's language, let's see here, like standard number 3 that we will rely on oftentimes. The uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner. And I could see where we could end up arguing about something like that being important in this situation, but it's not a conditional use except for the capital height limit. And the language in plan development standards of approval is much less specific. And, there's mention of, for the good of the neighborhood and things, or the area and the city, without being very specific. So can you explain why those are so different, conditional use standards of approval versus a plan development in that regard, especially as like how it relates to other properties nearby? I don't know if that's an easy question.
No, it's probably not a very easy question, and I'll let Colin jump in anytime too. I think, the planned development standards were definitely crafted with a rezoning in mind, and were crafted in a way to set things apart from the conventional zoning districts. When a property owner is seeking a rezoning, why does it need to be a planned development? And I know that Colin can speak to that a little bit. Whereas the conditional use standards are, by and large, the assumption should be that the conditional use is allowable. It just needs to meet those standards of approval in order to move forward. With regard to height, I guess height and view, which have been discussed quite a bit here this evening, it's important to note that there is no special height request, I guess, being made here that would relate to either the plan development standards or the conditional use standards, apart from that capital view height issue, which is a clear conditional use standard. This is a height and building mass that was anticipated in the downtown plan. I think that it's not subject to any view corridor that's been identified in the downtown plan that would necessitate certainly any deeper step backs on upper levels than what we've seen in the proposal. I may be not clearly answering your question, but I do just want to clarify that there isn't a height related request being made for the plan development standards here. That they're not seeking to go above and beyond the height that's allowable within the downtown plan and underlying zoning.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Punt, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes. So just one quick other thing is that, as Heather mentioned, the assumption is that with conditional uses, that those uses are allowed if they meet those standards. With the plan development district, since that is a zoning district, but it's kind of an individual district, those standards are necessary to kind of create the framework for the uses that would be allowed in that district. And if you think about the standards just for zoning map amendments, those are quite loose compared to conditional uses, because that's kind of a legislative action that the Plan Commission and the Common Council have a lot of leeway in. And so the plan development standards are there to kind of create the framework for that zoning. So it does not have that very narrow focus that the conditional use standards have.
Okay, thanks. I'll save my digestion of that for later, maybe. Thank you.
Alder Rummel.
Thank you. Kind of to follow up on Alder Heck's, the plan development standards, C, D, and E are what we probably are the ones that most relate to this proposal. And I would argue that E kind of gets at the conditional use standard number 3. They're the most similar out of the 3 I mentioned. So E would talk about the district shall coordinate architectural styles and building forms to achieve greater compatibility with surrounding land uses and create an environment of sustained aesthetic desirability compatible with the existing or intended character of the area and the statement of purpose in the PD district. So I think that would be the one standard that most gets at the impact on neighbors and the sustained desirability of the new district. I guess I wanted to focus my question on numbered standard D, which is about the traffic and parking demands, is following up on my questions of the applicant. And I see that Tom Lynch is here, and I think he's here because I poked him and Ms. Tolley about the role of the parking utility and whether they had studied this proposal. And I kind of wanted to know, from our staff, and maybe not just Tom, is this project overparked given what we're seeing in the new market of COVID? And maybe you don't have an answer, but that's one of the questions that's swirling, as well as the impact on the parking utility, if we can know such a thing.
Mr. Lynch?
Yeah, I think I'll break my answers into maybe 3 parts that perhaps answer your question. One, the location of this development is excellent. So this is at a location, if we want to put employment in the city, this is a great location to put employment because it can easily be accessed through many modes, and particularly our BRT. And as you know, because you're on the Planning Commission, we are working on TDM requirements or a policy. And this development meets many of the TDM efforts that we're thinking, of doing it. So if we were to look at points or whatever and it has many characteristics that would meet it. So there are very many good things about this development. There is a concern that right now that I think it's my understanding that the developer is not planning on separating the cost of parking from the cost of the floor space. And so what that ends up being is that it would be about 844 spaces of free parking. Okay, and in many ways that doesn't really reflect the actual cost of that space, and so that factors into the way people choose their transportation mode. Why would I pay for a $60 BRT ticket when I can get a free parking space? And so that's just a concern that I would have, is that the actual cost of that parking, which if you were to amortize, the cost of a structured parking space, that'd be $150 to $200 a month. That the market and the way they charge tenants or employees would reflect the actual cost of that parking space, so that employees and tenants can make their decisions regarding it. Now, as to the third question, which is probably the third point, which is probably directly addressing your question, is hard. Is 844 spaces too many or too little? It's really hard to understand. It will influence the parking utility. I'm not sure if that's the main concern of this commission or not. We provide parking to the downtown, as do many others, and we all set our rates. You know what I mean? And perhaps if ULI puts more parking there, then we might experience less parking. I think if we look holistically at everything, I think our greatest concern would be that the cost of the parking would be reflected, to everyone, so that if someone chooses to drive a car downtown, they experience the full cost of that trip, rather than a subsidized cost of having a free parking spot, versus the cost of a $60 BRT ticket. Does that answer your question, Alder Rommel?
That's really helpful and makes me want to ask Mr. Punt if that was a topic of conversation. Like, I don't know that I pulled that out of my reading of the submittal, whether the parking would be bundled or not with the tenants, and if you and staff kind of have the answer to that.
The status of whether the parking was bundled as the rent with the office space was not discussed by me with the applicants. I do know that they were intending to reserve a large portion, I believe 750 stalls for the office tenants. But in the writing of the staff report, I relied on the review of the transportation demand management plan by the traffic engineering staff, who looked at the provision of parking and the provision of other transportation options, whether that is, regular metro, the future potential BRT, biking, and other incentives for them to determine whether the applicant's plan was appropriate. The conversations that I had with traffic engineering were pretty positive in response to the applicant's TDMP, and so that's kind of where we came out of those discussions.
Thank you, because it does get to the larger question of, if we were to lose a floor, could it be a floor of parking? I'm not suggesting that we ought to, but I just want to say that out loud. Thank you. That's all I have for right now.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I think this is probably for Heather. The UDC reviewed the plan and approved it based on the zoning of the property to PD, but they have to review it again because it's in District 4. Is that correct?
Yes. So it's in Urban Design District 4, which requires a public hearing at the Urban Design Commission, and for which the Urban Design Commission is the final say. So that decision, as to whether it meets UDD4 standards, is something that won't come to the Plan Commission or the Common Council.
Okay.
And so, as was alluded to earlier, and I want to make this really clear, that the reason these weren't taken up together at the Urban Design Commission was completely due to a staff noticing error. When the postcards were sent out for the Urban Design Commission meeting, one of the addresses of the project had been omitted from that list. And so the notice wasn't reaching that full 200 feet that it needs to reach. And we noticed that, we recognized that, and thus needed to pull that consideration back by one cycle at the UDC. So again, the reason that the UDC didn't see both of those questions in one meeting was purely due to a staff error. And at the staff level, we spoke at length with our city attorney's office and had the advice that the best way to move forward with this would be to separate those two considerations. The Plan Commission couldn't be seeing this without the Urban Design Commission advisory recommendation on the plan development. So you're seeing it with their advice on the plan development. If the Plan Commission acts this evening, the council will see it. We'll see the plan development with both UDC and Plan Commission advisory recommendations. And then, as is fairly frequent, the project would need to go back to UDC for that final consideration of the Urban Design District 4 question. And that would be scheduled for December 2nd, regardless.
And what it says in the report that the commission discussed the building mass integration with surrounding historic building environment and the location and orientation of the office tower. What things would they review in the District 4? Would they have the ability to alter the location of the tower? I guess I'm just curious on what things do they look at, step backs and setbacks and those sorts of issues. So could you explain that?
Sure, great. It's a great question. I will say first that Urban Design District 4 is first on our list as one that we think needs to be revisited and tightened up. It is nothing like the prescriptive Urban Design District 8, which many of you are pretty used to. When you see Capital East District projects come in, there's a very clear indication of the building setback, building step back, exact building height, etc. Urban Design District 4 is a very general district that stretches from the downtown, skips Urban Design District 8, but goes all the way, past the Oscar Mayer site. It's a very general district. And so while I certainly don't want to make any leaps about what the UDC will consider, I don't see any fatal flaws or red flags with this project that would be counter to the guidance they would be getting within Urban Design District 4. And I'm going to look at Colin here to jump in with anything that I may have missed on that.
That was exactly what I was going to say, and I was going to start with the fact that UDD 4 is much more general than District 8, and so we would not anticipate kind of that same level of prescriptiveness that project in UDD 8 would receive.
Thank you.
Did you have any other questions, Commissioner Cantrell?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Alder Heck.
Thank you. Following up on the UDD4 discussion, I looked at it pretty closely today, the language, and the only place where I think there could be some consideration, and I can't forecast this either, is really in the statement of purpose, where it talks about the establishment of the district. And one of the concerns is to avoid a substantial depreciation of the property values in the district. And things related to building form and such, I don't think are going to likely be much topics of discussion. And that language I just read is, to me, a little bit mushy, like the analogous language in the PD standards of approval. It's not as direct about negative impacts on property values or uses and enjoyment and such as in conditional use standards, but that's how I see it. But that wasn't really my question. My question was, a lot of the public comment was suggesting a referral to UDC to work on some kind of compromise based on some of the suggestions. So my question is, how do you see something like that playing out if plan commissioners were to approve such a referral? I assume it would be in some ways analogous to what we just did with the Mineral Point development. We decided, it's not quite right, so we referred it to a future plan commission meeting, not a future UDC meeting. Can you advise on how something like that might play out?
Sure. I think that in that particular case, it was another planned development, and the UDC had made their finding, and in that case, they made a negative finding. In this case that's before you right now, we have a positive advisory recommendation from the Urban Design Commission for the planned development. And I mean, I guess you could theoretically do two things. You could direct, refer it and direct the applicant to make a major change and go back to Urban Design Commission to review the major change that you've directed them to make. And then the project could go back to UDC and then ultimately, back to the Plan Commission before moving on to council. I think, that's certainly not what staff has recommended here, but I think that would make the most sense if there's a referral with instructions to make a major change. I think that it would probably be worthwhile in this time to have the Urban Design Commission work within parameters that the Plan Commission directs and review a substantial change. Now, the Urban Design Commission has seen this many times on an informational basis and formally, and has seen it evolve and has again provided their recommendation with really I think a lot of clarity to the Plan Commission. So I'm not saying that that's something that staff is advising, but if that would be the will of the body and there was a major change that the Plan Commission wanted to direct, I think it would be worthwhile to send it back to UDC to review that major change.
Thanks. And you also, I assume, wouldn't recommend a referral that all we said was the two parties should work it out. Come back when you've done that. There's no such referral recommended, right?
No, there's not.
It needs to be specific. Okay. Thank you.
Did you have more, Alderheck? I'm sorry. No. Okay. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. The staff report mentioned, and I think Heather touched on it earlier as well, that this request isn't necessarily for any height change, and the staff report mentions that some of the reasons for the planned development zoning versus the existing zoning, including the parking garage entrance and some of the subterranean improvements. And I'm just wondering, is it safe to say, absent one of our table comparisons from zoning, that other than those kind of two large items, that this complies with the downtown core zoning district generally, and that, if it weren't for those things, we would potentially not see this except for the conditional use of the rooftop equipment. I'm just curious if there's any other kind of item within the downtown core zoning, existing zoning district that this project wouldn't comply with and is then pursuing the planned development zoning.
Yeah, I'll let Ms. Stouter jump in if I miss anything. But as far as I know, it is some of the building design standards, particularly the openings for the underground parking, that is the major driver of this away from the downtown core to PD zoning. And it's something that has precedent elsewhere in downtown. The downtown core district is written to accommodate large downtown developments like this. Mm-hmm. I don't know off the top of my head if it would have tripped any other conditional uses, but I doubt that it would, other than the Capitol Height view.
The one very pervasive conditional use, I would say, in the downtown core district is that any new construction over 4 stories, and there's one other threshold, would go to the Plan Commission with an Urban Design Commission recommendation. Mm-hmm. So if you weren't seeing this as a planned development, you would see it as a conditional use.
Yes, under that. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Commissioner Solheim's question, I did attend the Urban Design Commission, and I recall Mr. Tucker making a comment that, or somewhere I heard him make a comment that what made this trigger the recommendation for a PD was that the drive aisle to the underground parking was so wide, and it's sort of the question about that's not what the DC zoning calls for, and the question of, safety for pedestrians. So could you all talk a little bit more about, why this, is considered safe, but the downtown core doesn't permit it without changing the zoning?
Yes. So this is something that happened within the Judge Doyle project and within the Anchor Bank project as well. When there is a sufficiently large underground parking area, in order to ensure traffic safety and egress and ingress from the parking area, often there are 3 aisles that are required. And usually it's 2 aisles are dedicated to traffic moving in the mornings, and then 2 aisles are dedicated to traffic moving out in the evenings. And that's basically just so that the parking ramp can fill up and empty in a sufficient amount of time, and that traffic is circulating appropriately. And my colleague Tom Lynch can jump in anytime here to save me on this, but that requirement for the 3 different aisles into and out of the parking garage, it accounts for a wider space than what is allowed within the downtown core zoning district today. And I think if Matt Tucker were here, he would say that this is an aspect of the downtown core district that he has been wanting to revisit for some time, seeing that these 3 major projects I just mentioned with substantial underground parking have all required planned development zoning, with that as one of the driving factors.
Mr. Lynch, did you have something that you wanted to add?
No, actually, I don't. I think what Heather said was correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You described it but I wanted to let her know that I was here.
Okay. Alder Rummel, did you have anything else?
Yeah, one more follow-up from the Urban Design District 4, and I don't know if it was Alder Heck that mentioned the depreciation of economic value. There's a similar standard in the PD standard C which is that the PD district shall not adversely affect the economic health of the city or the area of the city where the development is proposed. And I know that we've been advised by the city attorney that we can't guarantee a view shed, but that does seem to be an economic adversity to lose something that is so iconic where, 1,000 pictures have been taken there. How should we weigh that concern?
Well, it's a concern that I certainly don't want to minimize for the adjoining or for the across the street neighbor and business owner. But I think in the big picture, if you think about the economic health of this part of the city, the tax base, the jobs, it's a very different way of looking at it. What this project brings to this side of the square versus its impact on the views from a nearby business. And so I think you'd probably need to just look at it from a few different perspectives there.
Thank you, Ms. Stouter. Did you have anything else, Alder?
No, not right now. Thanks.
Are there any other questions of staff? Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I will recommend that the Plan Commission forward the substitute zoning map amendment with corrected legal description to approve the general development plan and to approve the specific implementation district to the City Council with a recommendation of approval. And further, that the Plan Commission find the demolition standards met and approve the demolition and removal of the 5 existing buildings, and find the conditional use standards met and approve the conditional use request for construction of a 9-story office building with a projection into the Capitol View height area with the conditions in the staff report and the conditions in the addendum memo dated November 9th, 2020.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, I think that this project is exactly what the downtown plan envisioned. I think the ULI has done many projects within the downtown area of quality, and I think this is an example of a project that is of a high standard and will fit into the area. In addition, I think that it's important that the Landmarks Commission recommended the project and its relationship to the the landmark buildings that this project adjoins, and the preservation of the American Exchange Bank and the other landmark buildings that are in its close proximity to this building. I am concerned that the view shed of the Vino is being affected. I go there often. I take friends there. I take family members there. I take relatives that are out of town and show them the view. But views aren't protected, and unless they're purchased or they're restricted by some instrument. So, but they still have a view. The pictures will still be taken from Inovino to the Capitol. But I think that the impact on this project on the downtown is going to be very, very significant in comparison to the impact on the AC Hotel. So, and again, that's why I'm supporting this, and I hope the other commission members do as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chairperson Zellers, and good evening to you and members of the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective on the applications before you now. To cut to the chase, I do support the motion as articulated by Commissioner Cantrell. To back up, let me mention at the outset here that Brad Binkowski and Tom Newyar have shared their dream of redeveloping these parcels with me probably 2 decades ago. This is many, many, many years in the making. And this is truly a monumental development that is before you tonight. When the application was made to the Landmarks Commission relating to 7 and 11 North Pinckney Street, I did make the decision at that time to weigh in support of allowing this proposal to reach the point where it is tonight, and that is allowing it to be heard, notwithstanding the fact that it involves several landmark properties, but specifically 2 that were proposed to be demolished, 7 and 11 North Pinckney Street. At the early May Landmarks Commission meeting, I did testify in support of the Landmarks Commission using, for the first time ever, the newly codified public interest variance in the Landmarks Ordinance. And I did so notwithstanding the fact that, as Chairperson Zellers, I'm sure remembers well, I did support landmarking the 7 and 11 North Pinckney Street buildings. The reason why I urged the Landmarks Commission back in May to allow this proposal to move through the process is as valid today as it was back then, but I would argue even more so that this project is necessary for the public interest because of the environment that we've all been living this year. I believe that this will provide much needed revitalization to the downtown, something that I wouldn't even think of arguing was necessary at this time last year or even the beginning of this year. But the pandemic has changed everything. And frankly, the civil unrest, as unprecedented as it's been downtown in particular, has really changed everything. So I believe that this proposal will very much provide a needed shot in the arm to the downtown. It will provide needed momentum that we are in our recovery phase. It will allow specifically for major downtown employers to be given an option to not flee the downtown to either other parts of the city or, my overall concern, moving to the suburbs. It will bolster our struggling downtown retail by creating a much greater employment base in the core downtown area. With this $130 million development, it will bring so many benefits to the downtown that I just cannot comprehend are to be outweighed by some of the concerns that have been articulated in the public hearing this evening and in prior public hearings before the Landmarks Commission and the Urban Design Commission. Urban land interests reputation precedes itself. I don't need to take the time at this late hour to talk about all of their successful, highly successful proposals that have been built and have shown time and time again how vital they've been to the downtown's overall health and well-being, particularly those projects on the Capitol Square. In this case, I probably also don't need to remind you, commissioners, that what we're talking about in terms of land size as a current use of surface parking for over half of that land use. So over half of the land today is surface parking. There's no denying that this is a substantially higher and better land use than is there today. The proposal clearly is consistent with the adopted comprehensive and downtown plans. And I very much support the arguments that have been made in the Planning Division staff report, largely authored by Mr. Punt. I do believe very much that this proposal does meet the standards for planned developments for demolition permits, for the Capitol View height area projections, and for the zoning map amendments, with the many dozens of staff conditions that are recommended before you tonight. I certainly need to spend some time explaining my thoughts about the loss of view from the AC Hotel, and in particular the 9th and 10th floors, and what's become a cherished downtown institution in Ovino. I did spend probably cumulatively several hours hearing the perspective of North Central Group and in Ovino as it relates to the proposal. I thought it was important to hear them, and I thought it was also very important for me to facilitate that they be heard in other venues. So at my suggestion, there was a specific meeting with planning division staff, with NCG and the Granados family and their representatives. In addition, there was a similar presentation and discussion before the Capital Neighborhoods Incorporated Steering Committee on this proposal, as you heard from CNI President Eli Judge earlier tonight. I took a step back after I testified in favor of the public interest variance back in early May at the Landmarks Commission and allowed the process to work its way forward. I feel strongly that the subject matter experts at the Landmarks Commission and the Urban Design Commission should weigh their standards and give their input without my perhaps influence, if you will, particularly the Landmarks commissioners. And they did that over the course of 3 meetings beyond that initial meeting. I also have always felt it very important to allow the neighborhood association, the vital neighborhood association process, to work its way forward. And I simply couldn't do my job in City Hall if it wasn't for the excellent volunteer advocacy work done by neighborhood association development steering committees over the years. In this case, I want to thank Eli and the members of the neighborhood steering committee for their good work. They devoted many hours to weighing this proposal. They did so after a large publicly noticed neighborhood meeting was held on August 13th this summer. And I was especially pleased because the vast majority of the neighborhood association steering committee members were new volunteers. They weren't the folks that seemingly always are asked and we rely on to devote their time and talents to weighing the pros and cons of development downtown and how it affects, in particular, downtown residents. They did so, and I applaud their work. And obviously, you have seen their written statement in addition to hearing Eli's testimony tonight. Part of their work, as I say, was hearing NCG and Vino and the presentation that they had developed by GBA that you saw this evening. Downtown development, all the years that I've had the honor and privilege of being involved in it, and for my role in City Hall, has always involved the issue of loss of view. Always, almost always. As I sit here in my home in the Bassett neighborhood, only a long stone's throw from Commissioner Cantrell's residence, I could look out the window. If it wasn't night, it would be easier to do so. But look out the window of my own home and tell you that in the 16 years I've been privileged to live here, my entire expansive view of Lake Monona has been blocked by a half dozen different developments. By the way, ironically, half of those developments were by ULI. I supported each and every one of those half dozen developments at the Plan Commission over the years. The loss of view, I'm afraid, goes with the territory downtown. It really does. It's not easy. It happens often. And all I can do is empathize with those that are in the predicament of dealing with a loss of view. Obviously, when the AC Hotel was proposed, there was concern about loss of view when that proposal was before this commission. Similarly, I could cite example after example. It's not just the Bassett neighborhood where I sit now. I absolutely 100% empathize with what Pepe and Sarah and their employees, including friends of mine, like you heard from tonight, Craig Spalding, are going through. I empathize with the Lenz family as the NCG owners, operators of the hotel, and what their employees are going to be dealing with once we get out of this god-awful pandemic, and perhaps a loss of revenue from the guest rooms and so forth that will have their capital views obstructed. So I absolutely empathize with them. I don't blame them one bit for all of the time that they've invested in trying to encourage that their views not be as adversely impacted by this proposal. And they have devoted countless time over the last several months. As I presume you heard earlier tonight, and I have to say presume because I was in two different neighborhood association meetings tonight before I was able to join the public hearing. But I presume you heard testimony that there have been countless meetings between ULI and North Central Group, and then several other meetings where Vino was also involved over the course of the last several months. So they have been at the table together. They have been talking. There have been modifications made as a result of those conversations. I totally appreciate that the concessions that have been made by ULI fall far short from the perspective of the restaurant and the hotel. I totally get that. I sympathize, I empathize with their predicament. I really do. I've enjoyed the restaurant as much as probably any of the other commissioners here tonight. And as I've told Pepe and Sarah when we met in person, and the other representatives that were at that meeting, I think that they do themselves a bit of a disservice by not realizing that their excellent food and beverage and the service provided by their employees, the quality of the food, beverage, and service is a reason why a lot of people do choose to dine at Vino downtown. It's not just because of the view, and they just need to realize that and take solace in that. And I also appreciate that iconic $1 million shot on the terrace will be preserved, and folks will be able to still have the photos taken there and so forth. So I'm sorry about that. Based on the public hearing testimony that I was able to listen to tonight, which was the vast majority of it before I could log in to the meeting, it seems to me that was the only concern raised during the public hearing was the loss of view by, again, NCG, their employees, and also the Rouse family, Joanna Rouse, and the loss of views from their apartment building on Webster Street. Again, I totally sympathize and empathize with their plight. However, I believe that this $130 million investment in our downtown far outweighs the loss of value of the full view that's enjoyed today from those Webster Street properties. I really do. And I can't urge the commission enough tonight to not consider referral, to allow the process to continue and forward this favorably to the Common Council for their consideration of the rezoning. And then certainly, as you've all been discussing for the last several hours, allowing the Urban Design Commission to wrap up their work on this as well, which is still required. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak tonight, and I certainly believe strongly that all the various standards are met, and urge you to support the motion before you. Thanks very much, and as always, happy to answer any questions if there are any, Chair Zellers.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Alder Verveer? Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. No raised hands, motion passes unanimously. Okay, I'm going to do one other thing that we talked about in changing our handbook, and that is to ask if anyone wants to make a motion to adjourn and refer the remaining items to our following meeting. I don't see anybody who wants to do that. Now I'm going to ask for someone to make a motion for a 5-minute recess. Okay, Commissioner Cantrell, seconded by Alder Lemmer. I am going to assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing none, I will see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. I will call the meeting back to order after our 5-minute recess. Our next agenda item is agenda item 16, Legistar 62411, creating section 28.022 through 00474 of the Madison General Ordinances to assign zoning to properties located north of Sigel Cow Road between Interstate 3990 and the eastern town line CTHAB as agriculture district and parks and recreation district, herein after referred to as Area B, creating section 28.022 through 00475 to assign zoning to properties located along the south of Femright Drive, east of Interstate 3990 as Industrial Limited District, hereinafter referred to as Area C, and creating section 28.022 through 00476 to assign zoning to properties bounded by the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way on the north, the township line with Cottage Grove on the east, Femright Drive on the south, and Interstate 3990 on the west as Agriculture District, Conservancy District, Suburban Residential Consistent District, Suburban Residential Consistent District 3, Commercial Corridor Transitional District, and Industrial Limited District, hereinafter referred to as Area D, all located in the 16th Alder District. And again, we're going to hear from Mr. Punt.
All right. Thank you again, Chair Zellers. So on July 14 of this year, the Common Council adopted an ordinance to implement the South Phase detachment of the town of Blooming Grove, which includes over 1,000 acres or about 1.7 square miles of land located in the southeast corner of the town. 4 separate attachment areas will accrue to the city effective 12:01 a.m. on December 28 of this year. The ordinance under consideration tonight assigns city zoning to the lands that will be attached, which are currently subject to county zoning. Planning and zoning staff reviewed the current land uses for the affected properties, current zoning, the City of Madison's zoning ordinance, and the recommendations of the adopted Yahara Hills Neighborhood Development Plan as we assigned zoning to these properties. While there are 4 attachment areas, you'll notice Chair Zellers only read off areas B, C, and D. Area A is entirely within right-of-way and will not receive any zoning designation. If adopted, the city zoning of these properties will take effect on December 28, concurrent with the effective date of the attachment from the town. And if there are any questions, I am happy to answer them.
We have no registrants for this, so I will open and close the public hearing. And are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I'll move that the Plan Commission forward substitute zoning map amendment inclusive to the Common Council with a recommendation of approval. And I guess that's it, which will be, I guess, effective on 12:01 a.m., December 28th, 2020.
And do I have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. Commissioner Cantrell, did you want to speak to this? No.
No, thank you.
Okay. Any comments, discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Are we going to take care of the next one as quickly as that? Okay. The next agenda item is agenda item 23, Legistar 62096, located at 402 through 414 East Washington Avenue, 8 through 12 North Franklin Street, and 9 North Hancock Street, Urban Design District 4, 2nd Alder District. Consideration of a demolition permit to allow 7 buildings to be demolished, consideration of a conditional use in the urban mixed use district for a multifamily dwelling with more than 8 dwelling units, consideration of a conditional use in the UMX district for outdoor recreation, consideration of a conditional use in the UMX district for a new building greater than 20,000 square feet and more than 4 stories, and consideration of a conditional use to construct 2 additional stories in Area H of the additional heights area map in MGO section 28.071 paren 2 paren B, all to allow construction of a 10-story mixed-use building containing 1,200 square feet of commercial space and 148 apartments. And I believe we have Mr. Parks.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Tim Parks again with you. In the interest of time, I am going to distill a 14-page staff report down to about a 30-second summary. Just reminding again the demolition of 5 residential structures, a former dry cleaner, a mixed-use building, to be replaced by a 10-story mixed-use building with 1,250 square feet of commercial space and 148 apartments with structured parking. This is a new demolition permit and conditional use request that was filed after a similar request was placed on file by the Plan Commission back on July 13th of this year. The approval that the project requires is essentially the same: demolition of the existing buildings, the various conditional uses that the chair read off, most particularly the request to grant 2 bonus stories. Some modest differences between this building and the one that came before you a few months ago. This is still a 10-story building like the other one, but the massing of this building is somewhat different in that from the point of the site where the height of the building is measured, which is along the Hancock Street side at East Washington Avenue, the building will appear as a 9-story building with a mansard roof. The mansard roof includes a mechanical penthouse as well as an amenities floor for tenants. So it's sort of a cleverly designed 10-story building in that it is effectively a 9-story building viewed from most of these Washington frontage and Hancock Street. Again, because there's more than a story of grade change across the site, it is a full story taller on Franklin Street along the easterly side. Another notable difference between this project and the previous one is step downs at the 6th and 7th floors that give the building the appearance of having 2 6-story wings on those 2 side streets. Again, the Plan Commission needs to find that the conditional use standards for the 2 bonus stories can be met, most particularly 14A and 14B. And while I exceeded the 30 seconds I promised, I will stop there and answer any questions that the Plan Commission has after the public hearing. Thank you.
Okay, I will open the public hearing. We do have registrants. The first one is Angie Black, 222 West Washington Avenue, Madison, in support and wishing to speak, representing Wash House Development, LLC. Ms. Black.
One. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Tim, could you start our slides? Good evening for the second time tonight. Thanks again for the opportunity to talk to you. I'll try to go as quick as I can. This housing project is a revision of a project that was before the Plan Commission in July, which initially received a 4-3 vote in favor of approval, but was ultimately placed on file without prejudice because of when a procedural issue was noted by city staff. Since that meeting, the developer has continued, sorry, my notes just disappeared. The developer has continued to meet, discuss, and work with the neighborhood, the steering committee, city staff, and Alder Heck to create a project which addresses many of the concerns raised at the prior Plan Commission meeting while still meeting the requirements and goals of the zoning code and adopted city plans. Tim, next slide, please. Since we last met with the commission, the city has continued to pursue changes to city policies and ordinances to better encourage and implement the goals of the downtown and comprehensive plans for increased housing density and sustainability to address an ever-growing housing shortage, particularly on sites which are located on Madison Metro bus and BRT routes. Recent city initiatives related to Oscar Mayer, proposed zoning code changes to promote housing and density, BRT implementation, and proposed TDM policy further support approval of this project. In connection with those city initiatives, city staff has recently acknowledged we simply need more housing options at all scales and for all income levels in order to keep housing costs in check. The city expects to add 70,000 new residents in the next 20 years and needs to build roughly 40,000 units, about 2,000 a year, to meet demand. Madison has had one of the lowest vacancy rates in the nation for at least a decade. The city's director of planning summed up the challenges perfectly in the context of zoning code changes recently introduced when she said, quote, "While this challenge is certainly not unique to Madison, part of the issue here is that our zoning code may be too restrictive with regard to allowable residential densities in order to achieve the housing production we need. Also, the process to obtain approvals to construct multifamily residential buildings involves a lot of oversight and discretionary review, which can lead to a lack of predictability and can likely deter housing development. The mayor has also articulated her support of these efforts currently underway and hope they will open the door for more housing to be developed and to make it easier to build what is called for in our adopted plans. The current housing proposal in front of you meets the requirements and recommendations in the zoning code and the city's adopted plans. With the revisions incorporated into this current proposal, the developer has achieved a balance between the concerns raised during the last Plan Commission meeting and producing a high-quality project that provides necessary housing density centered on numerous Madison Metro bus routes and a major bus rapid transit line. There is no better opportunity than this housing project on a site specifically identified in the city's plans as obsolete and ready for infill redevelopment to make
Ms. Black, that concludes your available time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant is Randy Bruce, 7601 University Avenue, Middleton, in support, wishing to speak, representing Wash House Development, LLC. Mr. Bruce.
Randy, you may have a prompt asking to unmute yourself.
Can I just interrupt for a second? Mr. Parks, did you have something that you wish to? No. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Bruce. Mr. Bruce? Is Mr. Bruce in the queue, tech facilitator? Jesse?
I think there's an issue. I think there's an issue with, if you can, yeah, there's two of them here. Maybe the other one just joined. Here we go. Give it a shot.
Mr. Bruce?
Yes, I'm sorry. I got.
Okay, you're up.
I think we might have lost Mr. Bruce again.
Is there, Mr. Bruce, are you there?
He seems to be having technical issues on his end.
Okay, then let's go to the next registrant, Dwayne Johnson, 7601 University Avenue, Middleton, support wishing to speak, representing West House Development.
We pull the slides back up, please. Thank you. This site plan shows the footprint for the 10-story building within our submittal. This footprint is very similar to the previous design and maintains the same setbacks. These setbacks are larger than required and offer areas for dense landscaping around the perimeter. We have also collaborated with the neighborhood and taken a suggestion to relook at the landscaping at the street level entrances along Hancock. This created more usable garden and outdoor spaces and invites interaction with the existing neighbors. Our vehicular traffic is still a one-way flow in from one-way Franklin and out one-way Hancock. This will keep virtually all traffic out of the James Madison neighborhood. We have also introduced multiple short-term parking stalls. We now have 2 open-air stalls just under the building's parking entrance. There are also 3 existing 25-minute street stalls on East Washington. We would like to see these remain, but understand they may have a different use sometime in the future. If this were the case, there is the opportunity to create a drop-off pickup zone within the terrace just outside our main entrance as shown on this plan. Next slide. I want to highlight, can we go to the next slide, please? I want to highlight the changes to our previous design. This rendering shows the previous design viewed from Franklin Street. This side had 11 stories stepping down to 7 stories or 7 levels to the north. Next slide, please. Here we have highlighted those areas that we focused on reducing. Next slide. Now the design is shown with the same highlighted areas. We dropped the East Washington portion of the building by a story or about 9 feet in height. The step down portion dropped a story as well, or about 10 feet in height. Next slide. This shows the new version. Next slide. The main community room, plaza and pool have been moved to the uppermost level. Because of this move, this level is now considered a story. However, the roof mass has actually been reduced on the north side of the building, benefiting the neighborhood. Next slide. The building's architecture is still referencing historical architecture, and we feel this classic urban architecture is appropriate for its context and aligns well with the UDD 4 guidelines and the downtown plan. Our exterior material palette is unchanged and is all masonry, which is both timeless and durable. Next slide. This view is looking towards the Capitol. You can also see the lowered rear portion of the building here. This height matches the 6 levels allowed within the downtown plan for the area to our north. Next slide. We have also developed sustainable goals for the project. We plan to build a very sustainable, energy efficient, and environmentally responsible building. The full list is included in Legistar, and we would be happy to answer questions or elaborate on any of these items.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. The next registrant is John Leger, 8301 Machine Drive, Madison, in support wishing to speak, also representing Wash House Development, LLC. Mr. Leger?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Your endurance and your service is always amazes me. The work that the commission puts in on these things is astounding. I just wanted to reintroduce myself very briefly. I am John Lee J. I'm a principal member of Wash House Development as well as the parent company LZ Ventures. We take infill development very seriously, as we've said before. I would like to remind everybody that this project is in the downtown core and it's adjacent to James Madison Park neighborhood. We believe that the James Madison Park neighborhood is a vibrant and important part of the city. Infill development's always nerve-wracking. It's always difficult. The decision to demolish buildings is never arrived at simply or easily. The current properties are at the end of their useful lives. They're extremely energy inefficient and they're extremely land use inefficient. We think that the most effective, efficient, and sustainable thing to do is to approve this housing, which is just a couple of blocks away from what purports to be and what currently is a tremendous employment zone in the downtown core. To offer people in the neighborhood a chance to downsize and still stay in the neighborhood while turning their single family properties over to the next generation is something that needs to exist. People who want to cut transit time out of their lives need a place to live where they can walk for 2 minutes to get to their office and walk in 4 minutes and get to a grocery store. This project is the right project in the right place. There are not many infill sites left downtown. On the East Washington corridor, where the BRT will be someday, and where the employment opportunities exist the way they do, and to cut down on the transit trips and offer the opportunity for people to downsize but stay a member of the community. I like to just put my 2 cents in for the people we never talk about in these meetings, and it's the 150 to 200 people that will be Madisonians when this building is done and live here and become a vibrant part of this neighborhood and this community in the downtown core and adjacent to the James Madison Park neighborhood. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you. I understand that Mr. Bruce may have successfully gotten back into Zoom. Let's try it again, Mr. Bruce.
Thank you. Tim, can you get our next slide up, please? Next, here we go. Thank you. I would like to present why the proposed 10-story building is of higher quality than an 8-story building. Here is an image of the 8-story design that we included in our submittal to the Plan Commission. We seriously considered this 8-story version since we would not need a conditional use for the bonus height. This building meets the UMX zoning requirements and is similar in size to our proposed 10-story building. And actually, the 8-story contains a few more dwelling units. For this site, the downtown plan specifically provided the bonus height provision to give design flexibility and allow for development solutions that improve the transition to the adjacent James Madison Park neighborhood. We use this design flexibility to reallocate the building massing from the north side of the site to the East Washington Avenue corridor where it is most appropriate. Next slide, please. This image highlights the building area that we wanted to relocate. Next slide. And this slide shows the building area where we're going to relocate that building area. Next slide. And here you can see how our proposed building fits within these highlighted areas. And finally, next slide, our proposed building design. It should be clear that the increased height allows the design team to provide a better transition to the James Madison Park neighborhood. And on the north side of our site, our 6-story height matches the planned 6-story height for the neighboring properties. Next slide, please. I also want to point out that our proposed 10-story building is actually shorter than what the zoning code allows for an 8-story building. In other words, we are not really asking for a height bonus, but only a story bonus. Here is an image of our proposed building with an overlay of the 8-story building envelope allowed by the zoning code. Our building height, including the mechanical penthouse, is approximately 12 feet less than what would be allowed in the 8 stories. Because of our gracious setbacks from the street and the reduction of massing on the north side of the site, you can see that we are not close to the limits allowed by zoning. We have calculated that we are using only about 50% of that yellow building envelope. In conclusion, I just want to say we've used this new submission to respond to comments from the Plan Commission, the alderperson, and the neighborhood to improve our designs, and we sincerely believe we are proposing a proposing a responsible, sustainable development that meets the city plans while balancing the needs of the existing neighborhood. This building will be a timeless and classic addition to the East Washington Avenue corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. The next registrant is Megan Berge, 3256 Milwaukee Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Berge.
Chair, the next person that's still on the attendees list is Benny Ramirez.
Are you saying that Megan Berge and Allison Bell are no longer?
Correct. They're no longer in attendance.
Okay. And so Rebecca Schober, Dana Jensen, and Jennifer Edwards are no longer in attendance?
That's correct.
Okay, then Benny Ramirez, 20 North Franklin Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Mr. Ramirez.
Good evening, elders and Planning Commission. I'm coming to you tonight as a current resident of the house that is one block or one house removed from this proposed development. And I'm here to bring voice to something that does not cross the mind of the developer, to something that is not codified currently in our city law, and that is the protection of affordable housing. This development, with its luxury apartments and 4-figure monthly rent payments, is inaccessible to the majority of Madisonians. We've seen our economy take a hit amidst the pandemic. We have seen many folks, hundreds of folks, thousands of folks lose their housing across the nation. And so I feel that the proposal of luxury apartments in our downtown area is feckless and completely out of tune with the uprising that we have seen following the murder of George Floyd. We are now in a point in our time where we have to look at what is actually sustainable. I have heard mention that this building is sustainable, but in order to achieve true sustainability, and I would encourage the developers to do their homework as to what the definition of sustainability is, sustainability has a context within the strata of race. If your building does not take into account all of the economic injustices that people who look like me face, your building is not sustainable. Your building is just contributing to the further detriment of Black and brown communities in this city. We are seeing that by building this 8-story, 9-story, however tall it would be, you're endangering the livelihood of current Madisonians. I don't care about these future Madisonians because I haven't met them yet. They haven't lived in Madison as long as I have, and they don't love this city the same way that I love this city. And so what I'm asking is that we as a city start to codify some proposal about housing, fair housing, so that future Madisonians and current Madisonians don't continue to get left behind while capitalists like these folks who are proposing this development continue to get rich off the backs of us who have built this city, who have loved this city, who have led for this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. The next registrant is Tasha Jesdal, 315 North Franklin Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, my name is Sasha Jesdal. I am a longtime resident of Madison. I've lived here for 8 years, and I lived in the James Madison neighborhood for over 2 years. And first and foremost, I just want to pose the question of what and who we are prioritizing with this project. In particular, given that I have been sitting on this call since 5:30, we spent over an hour of this meeting discussing a temporary shelter on the east side. And it should be clear to folks that we desperately need more affordable housing in our city. And it's just like very simply not enough to propose any housing that doesn't include affordable housing, because that's the bare minimum of what we need right now. 50% of Madison renters are paying more than 30% of their income to rent. We need to prioritize creating housing for our community's most vulnerable first. I can honestly say that the folks that can afford $1,000 to $1,500 a month are not as vulnerable as the folks who are currently unhoused and who are low income. We need to prioritize those most vulnerable folks, like Benny was talking about first, our Black and Brown and Indigenous fellow community members. So every time the city approves market rate apartment buildings, it's very clear that they are communicating that our unhoused population and low income population are not a priority. Slightly less consequential, but also the building is it's too tall. I understand that the zoning requirement allows for it to be this tall, but it would overshadow shorter buildings directly next to it. We should keep it 5 to 6 stories. And I'm not against density, but I think that it just doesn't fit within our neighborhood. It would overshadow it. And then I also noticed that the developers, a lot of them brought up the BRT and like the fact that you can walk from this building, which is true. It has a 97 walk score, 88 bike score, and a 52 transit score. But the fact that the units come with a space, if the building is so friendly to people being able to walk and not have a car, why are there parking spaces for every unit? That is absurd. We shouldn't have parking tied to units, and we should make incentives for folks to not have a vehicle and contribute to congestion in the city. And then lastly, just very simply, the affordability is just unacceptable. We cannot have an entire large building like this without any affordable units. Thanks.
Thank you. The next registrant is Ankita Bardwa, Langdon Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak.
Hello, thank you for giving me this. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Ankita Bharadwaj. So I just want to say that I oppose this item because when Madison is moving towards access to racial and economic justice, housing should not be alienated from the process. Else it sends the message that it is performative allyship to young and poor people of Madison, specifically people of color, Black people, and Indigenous people. I really want the Planning Commission and everybody else to put your money where your mouth is. We already have enough high rises downtown. They're occupied by rich white college kids or people with jobs that are earning more than median Madison income. They won't face homelessness anytime soon, but the rest of us will. Also, I want to point out that State Street homeless folks are often accused of crimes, but never understood and never helped. And rehabilitation in such a way becomes impossible without access to affordable housing, and this project would only hinder that process. The government is only making its own job difficult as well, because it has to then deal with repercussions of the above said cons of this whole project, but also because it will allow, it will have to come up with new shelters, spend more money, assuming the allyship is not performative, and you are going to put your money where your mouth is. I also want to point out that I would totally support this project, literally, if it wasn't priced $1,500 per unit or per bedroom. It serves Madison's 1% only, which I already pointed out are not going to be homeless anytime soon. So if you come up with a low-income housing, you got my full support. I might even advocate for you, along with, I'm pretty sure, so many other Madison people. Lastly, as there's a famous tort law case that we are taught in law school, which says your right ends where my nose begins. So if the rights of 1% population of Madison hinders the right of the rest of the Madisonians, I think that is not only not just, but actually cruel. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant is Bob Kleba, 704 East Gorham Street, Madison, neither support nor oppose, wishing to speak. Mr. Kleba.
Unmute.
You're on.
First, I want to thank the development team for their collaboration with the steering committee. This process is awkward since the proposal is still a surprise for most of the neighbors and not generally welcome in the neighborhood. The makeup of the new steering committee is different in that a few more members this time were supportive of the application. However, the majority of members have serious concerns that I addressed in the steering committee report. One of the larger issues was the proposal's lack of affordable housing. We had two problems with encouraging discourse on this second round. First of all, those most affected in the 26 units of affordable housing who are being displaced by the proposed development are no longer part of this conversation. Second, there is significant burnout with this proposed developments dragging on for many months. Many people who were initially interested have dropped away. I would like you to remember the lively testimony for the first application, especially since the two applications are so similar. The steering committee were encouraged by the street level activation in the building and landscaping design. The developers were responsive to many of the issues we brought up, which are documented in the materials that they have submitted. However, most pertinent to the Plan Commission are those related to excess height and design that integrates with the neighborhood. The height generates unacceptable shading for a good portion of the James Madison Park neighborhood. Winter will be unlivably dark for those within 50 meters of the proposal. Furthermore, against the recommendations of the downtown plan, the massing of the building does not match the rhythm and flow of the 2 to 3 story residential structures in the neighborhood. The current application has a building that is 6.5% shorter, which is less than 1 story. Given the similarity of this application to the one that was denied, the steering committee must ask the commissioners to review the 3 reasons the previous application was denied, particularly the conditional use standard 14. Lastly, I'd like to talk a little about the history of the zoning in the James Madison Park neighborhood. This vibrant and small downtown neighborhood is the size of 6 blocks and is dominated by residents who live there for 2 to 3 years. As a resident of the as a result, the planning division was not able to engage meaningfully with residents when the neighborhood was rezoned. UDD4 and UMX zoning for this parcel, along with encouraged development heights throughout the small neighborhood, were imposed without much discussion with residents. The UMX zoning does not require integration with neighboring buildings. NMX zoning, for example, would limit the back of the proposed building to 4 stories with a 45-degree graduation farther up. Because of this loophole, the proposed development hasn't this limitation. Your commission are asked tonight to consider the excess height, which is inappropriate for the 2 to 3 story residential neighboring buildings on this block.
Mr. Kleba, that concludes your available time. Thank you. The next registrant is Larissa Joanna, 206 North Blair Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. First is it's kind of ridiculous that it's midnight and we're discussing this so late. Many people left. Many people whose voices also matter in this issue. Many people who want to express how we feel. We, the community, have already rejected this project not very long ago, just months ago. I, together with my kids, were literally kicked out of our home where we lived for years. Because of this project was presented. So the landlord decided to sell the property. The developers never wanted to work with none of the people that used to live in all these units, like we have already talked about, there were at least 26 of them in one unit alone, which, by the way, historical and shouldn't be demolished. It was really ridiculous. We're in a pandemic. We don't have that kind of money. I myself, I'm a woman of color, so this is we need to reject this gentrification going on in our communities, because this is not the first time we let something like this in our neighborhood get through. And it only affects everyone that lives around here, because we see all these buildings getting built and our rent goes up while our wages doesn't go up. We continue to get the same wages at our jobs. So it's kind of ridiculous that the market rates are going up, and we, the community members that have been living here for years, we're getting attacked and getting pushed to the side and shovel under the rug technically, and all this homeless population around here as well, that, as people has already mentioned, they get criminalized because the people who is moving into this neighborhood, it's coming and not. They don't know our community, that we all need to work together to make sure that our community has a chance to continue to have affordable housing and continue to have a chance to live, especially after whenever this pandemic is done. We need to make sure we come together and work together. We need to lead the politics aside. We need to come together for basic human rights for everyone. And I hope you make the right decision and continue to oppose this project that will only damage not only families like mine, but many others that already were displaced during the pandemic, which is really ridiculous and beyond wrong. Shame on you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant is a repeat. Rebecca Schober. Is she? Yes. Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to say overall, I think the second iteration of the project, the way I put it before, is it's kind of like a turn in the right direction. I appreciate the thought that's gone into it, but overall, I really feel that it's just still far too big for the surrounding area. Any development that is done on that site needs to blend in with the rest of the houses that are still here. And 10 stories to 3 stories isn't really a blender. I'm sorry. I think the back is 8 now, I want to say. It's still big. I would like to see like a 6-story cap on that at the most. That's still pretty massive compared to the buildings, the rest of the buildings in this neighborhood. I also want to call out the gentrification in this project. I don't have the exact numbers, but I think that a modest estimate is that about half the questions that were raised in the steering committee meetings were all about affordability. Didn't matter how many times it had been asked, it was asked by everyone. And I think it's enough that maybe the committee should look at possibly rezoning this site for affordable housing, because gentrification is a big concern for a lot of the neighbors here. And we just heard from another neighbor who was pushed out of her home due to this project. I know of a couple other neighbors who have already just had to up and leave because their landlords couldn't guarantee them a lease. So we are already displacing Madisonians with this project, and it hasn't even broken ground yet. And I know they keep talking about all the wonderful people that are going to come in and be the new Madisonians. That's literally gentrification. And we need to call it out and say that this is a problem for our community. You need to listen to the less privileged people who are going to be directly affected by this project. And again, I'd like to iterate how important it is that this project be affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schober. The next registrant is Mariah Rentz, 23 North Franklin Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Rentz.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I want to thank everyone for being up late to once again discuss this project. I've lived and worked downtown in the Near East Side since moving to Madison over 15 years ago. I'm a service industry professional, restaurant bar manager, and own my 2-story home on 23 North Franklin Street, which is across from the proposed development. The James Madison Park neighborhood is my home and home to many of my coworkers, friends, people who are longtime renters and new homeowners. These people, like me, have chosen to live here because it's charming, affordable neighborhood, close to work, a grocery store, and the amenities of living downtown. We as a city need to take care when developing downtown neighborhoods that we don't force out the people who have historically lived here. Those are the people who have been most severely affected during this pandemic with the mass layoffs of service industry, restaurant professionals, and wage workers. We don't need more one-note luxury apartments that will push out diversity and create a downtown that is only for those of means. Members of the Plan Commission were given information from a recent survey done in the James Madison Park neighborhood. The survey focused on equitable development, affordability, zoning and building height, and community benefit and city requests. I hope that all of you have taken the time to read over the information provided in the personal comments. Though there are those who approve of this development and future developments of this size, the vast majority of residents surveyed voiced concerns about how this will impact a historically affordable neighborhood that consists of mostly 2- and 3-story homes. I strongly believe that is the job of the city, not the developers, to protect this community from being overshadowed and gentrified. I hope you take your time and consider the future of the James Madison Park neighborhood and those who live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Renz. The next registrant is Gary Tipler, 807 Jennifer Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Mr. Tipler.
There's no person by that name.
Okay. The next registrant is Michael Jones, 115 South Franklin Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Followed by Mason Johnson, 1222 East Washington Avenue, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Carita O'Reilly, 9 Pilgrim Circle, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Peter Souza, 101 South Franklin Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Jenna Catherine Mann, 15 North Baldwin Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Emily Ugoretz, 933 Spate Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Izzy Bavis, 115 East Gorham Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Stephen Silverberg, 1147 Rutledge Street, Madison, support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Julie Wagner, 133 South Franklin Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. The remainder of the registrants are not available to answer questions. Are there questions for any of the registrants? Are there questions of any of the registrants? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Are there any questions of staff? Alder Heck.
Thank you. This is for Mr. Parks, there's a condition of approval related to lighting along Hancock Street and a pedestrian scale lighting, and making a deposit for that. There's been discussion at some points about an analogous approach for traffic control for people, especially exiting the development and heading towards East Washington. There, I think a lot of neighbors were concerned about the amount of traffic that might get backed up there. Did you have any discussions with traffic engineering about that particular intersection? People, I guess that's Hancock in East Washington.
I know that it was discussed earlier with the previous proposal, and while there's nobody on the call tonight from traffic engineering, my recollection was that they were not overly concerned that there might be some delay caused by a few additional cars leaving this development and turning off of Hancock Street onto East Washington, but that they didn't feel that it rose to a level of concern.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Commissioner Spencer. I can't hear you.
Where?
Oh, there.
Okay. I'm probably not speaking loud enough. So I thought that a lot of our registrants tonight brought up a lot of good points about affordability, affordable housing, gentrification. And I understand their concerns. And I know that building more housing stock works towards that affordability. And I know that the city and I think probably the county budgets are addressing affordable housing. And so I just wanted to, maybe ask staff about, any updates or any information about that if possible. Thanks.
Ms. Stouter?
Sure. I think I had trouble hearing part of that, but I think the question was, what is the city doing about affordable housing at this point? So, for the past 5 years, the city has been dedicating a lot of the city's affordable housing fund to catalyze or subsidize what I'll call Section 42 WIDA tax credit projects. And those are fairly large rental projects that range in affordability from households living at the 30% of the area median income up to 60% of the area median income. And often those, and many of them, most of them, all of them, in fact, have been approved by the city's plan commission. They range in size from, I'd say, 60 to 100 or more units a piece. And over the course of 5 years, we've been able to achieve more than 1,000 units approved and or currently under construction through that method. I think it's important to note that there is a limited amount of WIDA tax credit WIDA tax credits available each and every year. And I think Madison's been very successful, very competitive statewide in, I think, probably optimizing, maximizing the amount of WIDA tax credits that we're seeing in Madison. And that's, in part because of the support that the city and also the county have been providing at the local level for this housing. I think we have a very strong preference for supporting this type of housing near our well-served transit areas. So along the East Washington corridor, not far from this site, the Plan Commission has approved hundreds of units in recent years that support households in those income levels that I mentioned. And so I think, we always have more to do. And I think the council is grappling with budget proposals in the coming days this week that would not only add to that Affordable Housing One fund, but also broaden its use beyond beyond predominantly being used for the WIDA tax credit Section 42 projects, and being able to instead be utilized to subsidize a few units in a larger development, or perhaps smaller affordable housing developments than what we typically see. So I think, yes, the city is taking a very strong role in promoting more affordable housing, especially in areas that are well served by transit and other amenities. Meanwhile, the city does have the basic goal to add more housing, as we've talked about as staff to the Plan Commission. I think that we continue to attract more folks to Madison at all levels of the income spectrum, especially high and low income households. And we desperately need more housing, period, so that our growing population can be housed sufficiently, and so that folks that are higher income households won't put pressure on a reduced amount of housing. We have a very low vacancy rate still today. As Plan Commissioners, we need more housing at really all levels of the income scale in order to solve our housing issues here in the city.
Thank you, Ms. Stouter. Did you have any other questions, Commissioner Spencer? No. Commissioner Sundquist.
Yes, I was going to address the same question. It's not only the cost, it's not only are there affordable units, but also where are they? Because the displacement issue is, if you have to move across town to be in an affordable place, then that's not so hot either. And I'll come back to that in a second, but I just wanted to add on to what Ms. Stouter mentioned, that the TDM program as currently envisioned will also help incentivize affordable housing, because we know that people in affordable housing tend to travel less. So there's a preference for that there. Just to put a pin in that for commissioners in the future, because I think our hands are, we don't have a lot of options as Plan Commissioners to really fight the good fight on affordability as much as we would like. I mean, we are able to approve new developments, as Ms. Stouter just talked about. We have done a number of them fairly recently. But finally, to my question, some folks who were testifying were suggesting that we maybe zone for affordability in this area, and so long-winded wind-up. I think that's illegal. Is that not right? I don't think we can do that by state law.
Yeah, that is the case. Thank you for asking that. I think the state law in Wisconsin does preclude anything that could be construed to be rent control. As many of you may remember, we used to have an inclusionary zoning ordinance earlier in the early 2000s, and it sunset, I believe it was in 2009 perhaps. That required a set number of affordable units in each development. The state law was then changed to preclude things like that. And beyond the state law precluding us to do that, there isn't a zoning district based on affordability. Our zoning districts really focus on the densities and the size and scale of buildings and the uses ultimately of those buildings. But residential use is residential use. We don't zone for certain income levels. Certainly, that's not something that the city does nor could do.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have anything else, Commissioner Sundquist?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. I always get my buttons pushed on affordable housing. And the one that pushes my button that I heard, and I'm not saying anybody said it, is like just creating more housing helps create more affordable housing. And I, having watched this for so long, don't believe that argument at all anymore. But I'm willing to be wrong, but you have to prove that I'm wrong. And so that gets to my question to Ms. Stouter. Are we thinking about ways to collect data that shows when we create more housing, are we like kind of looking at rent levels to say, oh, over time, maybe not in the short term, but in a medium or longer term, there is a downward pressure on the existing housing stock? Because that's what I don't see. I see, because there's such a tight market, that just because there's more, it doesn't mean the rents go down on the stuff that's lower quality or older or not so, fancy dancy, right? So Heather, do we do any of this data collection that would help assuage my skepticism?
Well, I think some of the best data that we can collect over time, and largely it's census data, but is the match between income in our community at all different levels and housing cost in our community at all different levels, and how many of our households are spending 30% or less of their income on their rent or housing costs. And that's probably the best data over time that we can collect. So not the actual rent levels, but how do the rent levels and housing costs match up to the income levels that we have in our city? And obviously, at the very lowest income scale, those are the folks that have the fewest choices, right? And so when I mention, and we have some data on this that I don't have at my fingertips tonight, but when I mention the importance of housing construction at all levels of income, part of that is so that folks with higher levels of income will have choices to rent some of these newer buildings and put less pressure on some of the buildings that are more affordable. I think that, again, if you're at the lowest group income wise, you have the fewest choices around the city of where to live, and we definitely need more housing that's going to be for low income households, absolutely. But we also need more housing, period, as our city continues to grow and we continue to either have folks stay here or move here that have higher levels of income as well. So, I think, again, the best data that we can continue to collect is what proportion of our households at all different income levels can afford to live comfortably, and that's by spending 30% or less of their income on their rent or housing costs.
That's a really good answer, because I agree that we need more housing stock, but I just don't believe that it lowers the price of rent. But that's why, but I guess I'm getting to the other point that somebody made, and I'm not even talking about the project. I'm just still stuck in my sorry button pushes. So we know we can't legislate on affordable housing because of state law, but our conditional use standards do give us mechanisms. And that's when it talks about the existing or intended character of a district. So when you think of the existing character of the James Madison Park district, it is composed of, it's a turn of the last century, a lot of, mostly housing stock from that period. Some of it has been rental for a long time, and it's quote unquote more affordable. And so when you start to change that and you displace those units, there's no requirement in our development process that if developer A takes away X number of affordable units, that they have to put money in a fund or put some in their unit or something. We just lose those units. So that's kind of how I see this. Like this particular neighborhood, the existing character is one that is more of a modest neighborhood, and do we try to protect that? So that's my question for you all. Thanks.
Is that, I guess, do you want to staff answer and attempt at that?
You're muted, Marcia.
Okay. I think, the city, aside from the direct financial incentives that we're providing for affordable housing, another thing the city can explore is providing incentives in our zoning process for affordable housing. I think we'll talk more about this when we talk about transit-oriented development. Maybe we want to look at providing development incentives if affordable housing is provided. So it's not a regulatory framework, but it's an incentive type framework. I think that one thing we're focused on in certain parts of the city, certainly in South Madison, is combating displacement as the market changes pretty dramatically. And so part of that's providing new affordable housing that the city is supporting. Part of it's providing incentives and support for households directly so that they have more choices in the neighborhoods that they're in today. I think our land banking policy comes into play here. But the city, I want to be realistic that the city does have limits on what we can do as a city. As you know, going into budget week this week, the city cannot solve the market problems, all of them. I think we can play a very important role, especially in our budget process and what we're providing to support housing affordability, housing ownership for first-time home buyers. I don't know that I can fully address that question, but I think it is a really important thing for us to continue to grapple with as a city.
Thank you, Heather.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question to Alder Rummel's questions. What do you think, Ms. Stouter, of the novel interpretation of conditional use standard number 9 that the existing character of a neighborhood could include affordability? That's pretty interesting.
Well, I'll look to my colleague, Tim Parks, who might hop back on again here. I think it is novel. I think when you look at Standard 9, to staff at least, it's been about the kind of the aesthetic. It's the one that relates most closely to the Urban Design Commission. Bring the Urban Design Commission in to make a determination as to whether Standard 9 is met. So it's not something, honestly, that we've given a lot of thought to as far as that meaning. Anything beyond kind of that physical character, but I'll look at Tim and see if he has any other thoughts on that.
Yeah, I guess I'll be a little more affirmative and say that just has not heretofore been one of the ways that we've interpreted what that character meant. That's not to say that it couldn't be in the future. But over the many years with the company and the many Monday nights spent with the Plan Commission, I don't recall affordability being a factor in what constituted character. And I guess I wouldn't want to encourage the Plan Commission to pioneer that tonight. We might want to talk to the city attorney's office a little bit about it. I think that there might be other standards that might get a little closer to affordability. Standard 3, although values isn't necessarily remunerative, also normal and orderly development of surrounding property. Whether or not affordability factors into that. But it's probably also fair to say that affordability may not directly factor into any of the conditional use standards. So I'll leave it there and answer any follow-up questions.
No, that's interesting. I appreciate your interpretation. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Then I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Sure. I'll get this motion on the floor here. I recommend that the Plan Commission find the standards for demolition permit and conditional use approval are met, and recommend that the demolition of the 5 residential structures in the commercial building at 402 to 414 East Washington Avenue and 8 to 12 North Franklin Street and 9 North Hancock Street to allow the construction of a 10-story mixed-use building be approved, subject to the conditions of urban design and the conditions within the staff report.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes. There's no doubt that affordable housing is necessary in the city, and it's but in order to provide affordable housing, there has to be, at least at this point in time, a subsidy either by the city, the state, or some other instrument. And I guess I think this site, in my view of it, relates more to East Washington than to the neighborhood, because it's fronting East Washington, which is a major corridor within the city, and that's where we want housing, and that's where we're seeing it, along this corridor, and this building provides the bulk of the structure facing and fronting East Washington. And I think they've designed the building appropriately. And I think the bonus stories are appropriate because, first of all, the bulk of the building, again, is related to East Washington, and it steps down to the neighborhood. So, again, I think the site, because it's proximity to the downtown, location on transit and proposed BRT line, and just its walkability, I think it provides the amenities that we believe are appropriate for multiple family development. And in addition, we need housing. And yes, this is market rate housing, but we need housing. And I think that this project accomplishes many of our goals that we have in the downtown plan and in the comprehensive plan. So that's why I'm recommending it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other? Alder Heck.
Thank you. So we've been here before. We heard the good testimony from people in the neighborhood, both this time and with the previous iteration. And I felt like some of it's quite convincing about the incongruous nature, I guess, of this building with the James Madison Park neighborhood. And there have been some, I think, good arguments made about, the zoning and the neighborhood plan are just not accurate reflections of the desires of the neighborhood, and that's a problem. That said, the developers, the development team has made accommodations that have improved the relationship with the neighborhood by taking almost a story off the top, and a story, in many ways, I think the story being removed from the Franklin rear facade is almost more important. And the change along Hancock that added pedestrian level entrances and landscaping and things, I think is appreciated. It's a tough call. I think we're right back where we were before, but yet there have been these reductions in the impact. So it's a little closer. And whether it's sufficiently close, I don't know. It's still 6 stories effectively on one side, and well, I guess it's really 5 stories and 6 stories in the rear, which is somewhat better, I think, in relationship to the neighborhood. So I think I'll leave it at that. I still feel like there are some problems with some of the standards. They're just lessened. The problems are lessened.
Are there other comments, discussion? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. I agree that the developer has made changes on the neighborhood-facing side, and although I think some of the public uses on the roof will create future impacts on those neighbors, but if this is approved, some future Alder gets to deal with that. But anyway, generally speaking, I don't believe it meets the standards. I don't believe it meets standard number 3, 4, or 9, and that's because of what I think of as the existing neighborhood that it surrounds this. You know, when you look at the downtown plan map, like H is this little line on East Washington, where all around H is one of the 2 oldest neighborhoods in the city of Madison. So you're going to pop up this thing on, this little narrow one side, and it just doesn't make any sense to me as being a transition. It's not a transition to anything, because the other side's a historic district, and you get down past Blair Street, it's in a whole different design district. So I really think at some point, Alder Huck and I had an opportunity to talk with staff on a related topic, and we thought maybe we should look at extending the Urban Design District 8 up the hill to the Capitol. I mean, that doesn't help us right now, but at least a more fine-grained approach to development in these old neighborhoods that do provide, like pedestrian scale housing that's more affordable and generally, in good shape. Not everything's good, I get that, but and specifically, I don't think it meets 14A, the excess height for the 2 stories. I think if it were shorter, it would probably be more easy to digest, but I don't believe it meets the existing character of the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Commissioner Sundquist.
So, we don't get to just know when we see it on these things. We have to go by our plans and the regulations that are on the books that the developers are looking at when they come to propose it. And if a building of this size doesn't meet the standards, then our plan doesn't meet the standards that we wrote and adopted, because it allows for this. So, that's to me some cognitive dissonance. If the plan is that out of whack, then that's on us, and we should have fixed it a long time ago, not waited for a crisis to occur when the developer comes and says, okay, I see your plan here. I'm going to color within these lines. And then all of a sudden we say, wow, can't have it. So I don't think we can do it. I think it meets the standards because we set the standards. We set the standards in the plans, and they're meeting it. And I also do agree with Commissioner Cantrell's sort of bigger picture remarks about the need for more housing. And I, Alder Rummel, I've also gone back and forth about whether these sorts of infill developments actually help keep rents down overall or not. We do a lot of work and I've come out, where I think Ms. Stouter was, because we do a lot of work in California, and there are a lot of California cities that have San Francisco's famous for this, for kind of ratcheting down the ability to do infill. And if you want to talk about affordability, what's it? The median house is over $1 million or multi-millions of dollars in San Francisco. So, that's kind of the end game there. And so obviously there's nuance and doesn't mean that that's a hard and fast rule. But when we do see new development, it does tend to spill over and make rents around it go up. So that's a real problem. So anyway, don't mean to be at this late hour just mulling endlessly, but I think it is a real issue. But I think that overall we still do benefit when we have a bigger supply of housing and a bigger supply of housing in the right place, which this is. So for that reason, I'm still supportive of it, despite some of the issues that have been raised. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Further, Alder Heck.
Just one more thought. I look back at the slide that the developer showed that showed the full 8-story building envelope that they can't build by right, but it was massive, both horizontally and I can't remember what the number was, 15 feet taller than the current almost 10-story proposal. The 8-story version was 15 feet taller than this current proposal, and that struck me. And the developer's claim is that the design having that push to the front has allowed them to lower the rear of the building and increase the relatability with the neighborhood. I think I'm to the point where I kind of buy that in terms of the bonus stories, and that they really have improved the way it relates to the neighborhood, and that makes for an improved design. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Further comments, discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Ms. Stouter, could you call the roll, please?
Sure. Commissioner Cantrell. You're muted. I'm guessing aye if you could unmute.
Okay.
Chair, can you unmute, folks?
I thought I just tried to. There.
Okay. Commissioner Cantrell.
He muted again.
Okay. Aye.
Got it. Commissioner Solheim.
Aye.
Commissioner Sundquist.
Aye.
Commissioner Hagenow.
Aye.
Alder Heck.
Oh, sorry.
Alder Heck.
Aye.
Alder Limmer.
Aye.
Alder Rummel. Alder Rummel.
No.
Commissioner Spencer. All right. Did hear everyone, and it looks like the ayes have it with 7 ayes and 1 no.
Thank you. Motion passes. That was the last item other than business by members and secretary's report. Any business by members? Seeing no raised hands, we'll go to the secretary's report.
Okay, I'll make this quick. So the council meeting next Tuesday, I did want to note that the Cottage Grove Road proposal, the proposal at Cottage Grove Road and Monona Drive will be there again. It was reconsidered and referred to the November 17th meeting. And we'll let you know the outcome of that afterward. On November 23rd, when we meet again, we'll have, I'm just going to mention the significant one, 7601 Mineral Point Road, an amended plan development and demolition for a new 61-unit apartment building. 1224 South Park Street, demolition and conditional use for a mixed-use building with 62 units. 9703 Paragon Street, conditional use for a residential building complex with 71 apartments and a pool. Let's see, and then 619 to 621 Lake Street, demolition and conditional use for 2 buildings in a National Register Historic District for construction of an 8-story building with 20 apartments and fraternity units as well. And then lastly, I'll mention 4606 Hammersley. It's a demolition and conditional use for a 53-unit, 3-story mixed-use building. At this point, I won't mention anything on December 14th, nothing that of utmost significance besides the Ramish plat, which was referred to that meeting. And then we'll have our December 16th work session, and then it will be the end of the year. And I just thank you again for all of the time. I think our remaining regularly scheduled meetings will be shorter than this one. But can't thank you enough for hanging in there and doing all of the great work and thoughtful discussion that you do. So thank you.
Anything else from anyone? Any questions of Ms. Stouter? Not seeing any. Do I have a motion to adjourn? So moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Lemmer. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Thank you, everybody, very much. Take care.